Hello YouTube. I'm so happy with the progress I've made on this channel, but before I was on YouTube, I was on TikTok, and at the end of May, my 4-year anniversary will take place. But on April 9th, 2021, I posted a video— that was weird. 2021. I posted a video that gave me my first wave of success. Fun facts about every United States president. This was a series that went through every American president and listed fun and obscure facts about them set to Minecraft parkour and Pokemon music. If you remember watching these, please let me know. Since that series was finished, I went on to have a career dedicated to not just obscure presidential facts, but history as a whole. I loved my time on TikTok, but YouTube was what I really wanted to do, and I thank both my audiences for this opportunity I've been given. This is kind of a way of giving back, I guess. The Comprehensive United States President Iceberg. This is a 15-tier iceberg with over 300 entries dedicated to fun facts, obscurities, weird elections, lost media, tragedies, conspiracies, controversies, all surrounding the presidents of the United States. All of my knowledge on the presidents in one video. If you watched any of the first 3 parts, don't worry, there's 75 extra entries, and I've went back and corrected mistakes and added bonus facts to already existing entries. Overall, it's a new video. I do want to quickly apologize for being a week late, but I never want to rush out a video, and especially not one this important. We're going to begin with Tier 1 very shortly, and Tier 1 kind of sets up the rest of the iceberg, introducing well-known topics and rules so we can break them later. So, without further ado, let's begin.
I, Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
I, John Fitzgerald Kennedy.
I, Ronald Reagan.
I, William Jefferson Clinton.
I, Barack Hussein Obama.
I, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear
That I will faithfully execute the office of
President of the United States.
President of the United States.
President of the United States. And will, to the best of my ability,
Best of my ability.
to the best of my ability, preserve,
Protect.
and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God. So help me God.
So help me God.
So help me God. So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr.
Drop one bomb.
Ask not what your country can do for you.
Well, I'm not a crook.
Tear down this wall.
I can hear you.
And we own the finish line.
I think it's only fitting we begin this massive dive into the presidents with the place they call home, the White House. The first president to live in it was John Adams. It began construction on October 13th, 1792, which was during Washington's terms. So the first president did his duties from a house he had purchased in New York and Philadelphia. Since then, the building has gone through some massive changes. It survived 2 massive fires, underwent a complete renovation while Truman was in office. The East Wing was also added on, and if we back up a bit, in 1902, during Teddy Roosevelt's terms, he had the West Wing built on. Speaking of Teddy Roosevelt, he was actually the president to start calling it the White House. Before, the building was called the President's Palace or the Executive Mansion. The White House has been the birthplace of many conspiracies, strange visits, fun facts, parties, and more, so expected to see it several times throughout the iceberg. The 4th of July is America's Day of Independence, and it's celebrated every year with fireworks and other festivities. In terms of presidents, we've had 3 presidents die on the 4th. John Adams and Thomas Jefferson on July 4th, 1826, the same day, a story we'll cover much later into the iceberg, and James Monroe would die 5 years later. We've had 1 president born on July 4th, Calvin Coolidge, in 1872. The First Lady is the wife to the president, and we've had some notable ones throughout history we'll dive into throughout the iceberg. The term first appeared in print around the 1830s, and before this, they would be referred to as the Presidentress, Miss President, or if you're Martha Washington, Lady Washington. The first person to have the title applied to her while actually in office was Harriet Lane, the niece of James Buchanan. If a president were to have a male partner, they would be referred to as the First Gentleman. This term was created for Doug Emhoff, Kamala Harris's husband. Once the president is determined unfit to hold the office for whatever reason, the process of impeachment may begin. Impeachment begins in the House of Representatives. If a majority votes in favor, it goes on to the Senate, where an impeachment trial is held and presided over by the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. If found guilty there, the president or any elected official is removed from office. There's a misconception that impeachment means removal, but that's not the case. There have been 4 cases of presidential impeachment: Andrew Johnson in 1868, Bill Clinton in 1998, and Donald Trump twice, once in 2019 and once in 2021, making him the only president to be impeached twice. Richard Nixon had articles of impeachment brought against him post-Watergate, but he resigned the office because he knew he was going to be removed. A topic of discussion that has been raised recently is the age of presidents. Joe Biden is currently 81 and was 78 at the time of election, making him the oldest president. Before this, it was Donald Trump, the one right before him, and he was 77. Before this, Ronald Reagan, who was the 40th, was the oldest, and he usurped this title from William Henry Harrison, the 9th. Harrison was 68 and was mocked relentlessly for his age, which he used in his campaigning, something we will discuss later. Opposite side, you have to be at least 35 years old to be president, and we've never had a president in their 30s. The youngest ever elected president was John F. Kennedy, being elected at age 43. But the youngest ever president was Theodore Roosevelt at age 42. But he wasn't elected at first. He became president after William McKinley died, and by the time he was elected for a second term, he was 46. The length of one presidential term is 4 years, and the max a president can serve is 2 terms, so 8 years in total. The longest ever serving president was FDR, who served for 4 terms, a total of 12 years and 1 month, as he died early into his 4th. After this, the 22nd Amendment was added, which limited the term length to 2. A handful of presidents were elected and served under 1 full term, and the shortest ever presidency was William Henry Harrison, who died only 1 month after being elected. We'll discuss the other varying reasons why presidents have served incomplete terms as we go further down the iceberg. There are a few requirements to run for president, and the first and best known one is the age, which we mentioned. It's 35 years old. But the president must also be a citizen whether born in America or born to American citizens. And finally, they must have lived in the United States for 14 years. Opponents of presidents have tried to make them unable to run because of their inability to meet these demands, and once again, these scandals will be brought up throughout the iceberg. It's well known that if a president dies in office, the vice is to take over. But the line goes further down than this. It goes Vice, Speaker of the House, President of the Senate, the Secretaries of State, Treasury, and Defense, and further down into an 18-step line. We've only made it to the Vice President, and the line of succession was officially adapted in 1947, following the previous death of Franklin Roosevelt and the step of Vice President Harry Truman into the office. Now, this had happened before, and the first time it happened was in 1841, when William Henry Harrison died and John Tyler took over. He kind of just did this. There was no cause for him to do so. This has happened several times, whether the president died by assassination, natural causes, or they were made temporarily unavailable. In 2007, when George Bush underwent anesthesia for a colonoscopy, his vice, Richard Cheney, became the temporary president. And he wrote a letter in this time, making him the only person to officially use this title. This also recently happened with Biden and Harris. The most commonly used denominations of paper money in America are the $1, $5, $10, $20, $50, and $100. And on these dollars in order are George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Alexander Hamilton, Andrew Jackson, Ulysses Grant, and Benjamin Franklin. Of these 6 men, 4 of them are presidents, which leaves us with Hamilton and Franklin. Alexander Hamilton was our very first Secretary of Treasury, and he's responsible for a lot of our financial systems. He was first added to the $10 bill in 1929. Before this, it was a handful of different people, and it started off with then-current President Abraham Lincoln. The $100 bill features Ben Franklin because he was the most important founding father, and he was first added to the bill in 1914. Now let's quickly discuss the 20, which currently features Andrew Jackson. He's not going to be on there for much longer, as he's set to be replaced by Harriet Tubman in 2030. making her the third non-president to feature on a current bill. There's also been a handful of larger denominations than 100 in history, and we will discuss them later down. Before we move on, let's quickly mention the $2 bill, featuring Thomas Jefferson. These aren't as common, but they're easily accessible, as you can just go to any bank and request them. Remember how we mentioned political opponents would try and disqualify their opponents based upon their failure to meet the requirements to run? Here's our first and best well-known case: the controversy of Obama's birthplace. Officially, Obama was born in Honolulu, Hawaii, and this is where the discussion should end. But many people believe his birth certificate and records are forgeries, and that his real birthplace was in Kenya. This matter first arose in 2008, claiming that Obama's mom was a Kenyan citizen, gave birth to Barack there, and flew to Hawaii to register his birth as that state. Later around his second term, future President Donald Trump would jump on this movement. But then, in April 2011, Obama's birth certificate was revealed and it said he was born in Hawaii. This pretty much ended the conversation around the topic, and Obama jokes about it to this day.
But just in case there are any lingering questions, tonight I'm prepared to go a step further. I am releasing my official birth video. Let's take a look. I want to make clear to the Fox News table, that was a joke.
When Donald Trump was elected in 2016, he made history for a few reasons. And one of them was the new cementation of the richest president, and the only billionaire president. A lot of the older presidents are atop the list of the richest because of their land and their slaves, which we will discuss in detail very soon. Other presidents had businesses before they became president, and most notably is Herbert Hoover, who made his money in the mining industry. All of this and the poorest presidents will be discussed later down. And if you want a great video that dives into the wealth of every president, I recommend Mr. Beat's video. After the John F. Kennedy incident, the protection of the president became a topic of discussion. And one major change was the creation of a protected car. Now, this was in the 60s, so cars weren't exactly new. And the first president to ride in one was William McKinley, and this was in 1900. So 60 years later, here we are with a dead president in a car. What's our next step? We make it a beast. The original car was stripped and destroyed to prevent collectors from obtaining any piece of it, or to hide how the CIA killed him. But then the car was refitted with bulletproof tires, a powerful engine, and 1,600 pounds of bulletproof armor. In later years, the presidential limo continued to be improved upon, and we will now discuss the modern one. It was commissioned in 2014, and General Motors received about $20 million in our modern money to get it done. It is still nicknamed the Beast, and was first used to transport President Trump to New York City in 2018. Let's get into its protective details. First of all, it's completely sealed to prevent any airborne threats, with an oxygen supply in the trunk, alongside firefighting gear and vials of the president's blood. The entire thing is covered in 8-inch thick steel armor, strong enough to withstand an RPG. Alongside this, the windows are several layers thick, and the tires are bulletproof. But if they were somehow flattened, they can still carry it for a far distance. For communications, there is a direct line to the White House and Pentagon, and if the president is threatened, he has a panic button that puts him in call with the highest level security offices. Finally, kind of a boring finish, but the doors are as heavy as a Boeing 737's main cabin doors. But if the president doesn't want to travel in a car, they also have the option of flight. Air Force One. This is actually the code for any airplane a president flies on, but it's commonly used for the specialized aircraft created for presidential safe travels. The call sign was first made in 1953, and was made once a plane carrying the president, Dwight Eisenhower, entered the same airspace as another plane, and they both had the same call name, so Air Force One was created. The current plane uses Air Force One as a specialized Boeing 747. It's 4,000 square feet and has a conference room, office areas, rest areas, among other rooms to help continue presidential operations even while airborne. Despite what your history books might have told you, American history is full of brutality, and we could be here all day listening to crimes committed by our country. And while yes, this iceberg is dedicated to fun facts like I mentioned, but we're also going to discuss the crimes and horrors committed by the executives of our nation. And it's important we discuss how slavery was responsible for their rise to power. In total, 12 presidents owned slaves, and out of the first 12 presidents, only 2 of them did not own slaves. John Adams and his son John Quincy Adams. Zachary Taylor was the last president to own slaves while in office, and Ulysses Grant was the last ever president to own slaves. George Washington and Thomas Jefferson are the ones who own the most, with them owning a range of 200 to 600 each. This is not going to be the only time slavery is mentioned on the iceberg. It's going to pop up a few more times. The Secret Service is a department that is tasked with protecting the president, their families, and any heads of state visiting the nation. They were first created on April 14, 1865 by Abraham Lincoln, one day before he was assassinated. However, the Secret Service was not originally created to protect the president. Their original goal was to investigate and stop the creation of counterfeit money. After the next president was assassinated, the third president to be assassinated, William McKinley, the Secret Service was retasked to the protection of the president, and they did great. No other presidents were killed. Okay, no others were killed after Kennedy, but then Kennedy's brother Robert was killed. And this is when the Secret Service protection was expanded onto candidates for the presidency, not just presidents. On October 2nd, 2021, NASCAR driver Brandon Brown was being interviewed, and in the background, the crowd began to chant "Fuck Joe Biden." But the reporters misheard the message, and they thought they were cheering on Brown. So they reported the message as "Let's go Brandon."
Thank you so much, Jabs Construction. Thank you, Mid-Atlantic. Thank you to all of our partners. Oh my God, it's just such an unbelievable.
As you can hear the chants from the crowd. Let's go, Brandon. Brandon, you told me you were going to kind of hang back the...
This exploded from here and began to be a stand-in for the actual statement of "Fuck Joe Biden." Several politicians have worn "Let's Go Brandon" merch, and Congressman Bill Posey ended his speech with "Let's go Brandon."
They want you to help put America back where you found it and leave it the hell alone. Let's go, Brandon. I yield back.
The saying was soon adapted by the Biden campaign, and this is where Dark Brandon comes from. In September of 2022, Biden was giving a speech, and a screen cap that made him look like a villain went viral, and people began to caption it with Dark Brandon. Alongside this, anti-American art made by the Chinese government was posted to Twitter, and people talked about how awesome it was instead, and especially how Biden was made to look like this all-encompassing villain, fueling the Dark Brandon meme. Once again, Biden and his team also got in on it. On August 3rd, 2023, Biden posted this video.
I like my coffee dark.
He also sells this mug on his website. Baseball. One of the most boring sports that has somehow become America's most popular. Baseball is, or at least was, a big deal in the States. And on the opening day of the National Baseball League games, the president throws a ceremonial first pitch. This tradition has been going on since 1910, when William Taft threw the first pitch on opening day at Griffith Stadium. George Bush has the most pitches at 14, followed closely by FDR at 11. And every president since Taft has thrown a first pitch besides Donald Trump and Joe Biden. While running for governor in 1966, Ronald Reagan attempted to quit smoking. Now, when you quit smoking, the goal is to keep your mouth occupied. This is why some people chew gum, but Reagan ate jelly beans. He preferred Go-less mini jelly beans and began to have them ordered to the governor's house in Sacramento. And this continued into his presidency. During his inauguration, 4 tons of jelly beans were sent to the White House, and Reagan kept them everywhere. In February of 1981, Go-less received authorization to make jelly bean jars with a presidential seal, which were given by Reagan to heads of state, diplomats, and many other White House guests. While JFK was president, he would give guests flying with him on Air Force One presidential cigarettes, cartons of 20 with the presidential seal on them. After he died, there were still tons left over. so the tradition of presidential cigarettes on Air Force One became a trend. However, in the 80s, under Ronald Reagan, he stopped giving them out and instead gave out presidential jelly beans, on brand for him. At the 1988 Moscow Summit, Mars supplied customized M&Ms for the event, and this inspired Nancy Reagan to permanently ban cigarettes on Air Force One and replace them with M&Ms, and every president since has given them out. On January 16th, 2012, the iCarly episode I Meet the First Lady premiered and featured the highest profile guest the show ever had, Michelle Obama. Never mind, I just remember the Pawn Stars were on their second highest tier. The episode's plot is basically that Carly wants to talk to her dad, but he's in the military and can't make it, so her friends hack into the military communications so they can have a private chat. This alerts the Secret Service and prompts an investigation that ends with Michelle Obama telling them, they're alright, they're just kids. And she films an iCarly segment. This was all Michelle's idea, as she loved watching the show with her kids, and she wanted to be in it. She originally was just going to cameo, but she stayed on to film the web show segment, in which Dan Schneider writes himself being able to get right at her ear. I vividly remember watching this. I loved iCarly, and I'm so glad there have been no controversies about the show. While Jimmy Carter doesn't rank high in terms of presidential terms, he made up for it in his post-presidency. He began by forming the Carter Center, a non-profit organization focused on eradicating diseases, ending human rights abuses, and everything in between these lines. He has also served as an American diplomat on several foreign policy missions, but his biggest highlight has to be his work he's done for Habitat for Humanity. He's personally assisted in building several homes, and he has done this way up until his 90s. At the time of writing this, Jimmy Carter is still alive, and has been on hospice for a year. He's 99, the absolute oldest a president has ever lived. In June of 2022, President Biden was giving a speech on the bipartisan infrastructure bill, and had a gaffe. Let's take a look.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to
So, this is the clip that went viral, but it's not the full story. Biden was in the beginnings of telling a story and stuttered over the beginning of that story. Let's now take a look at the full clip.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was in the foothills of the Himalayas with Xi Jinping, traveling with him. And he looked at me in all seriousness and said, "Can you define America for me?" And I said what many of you heard me say for a long time. I said, "Yes, I can. In one word, possibilities."
On May 31st, 2017, 6 minutes past midnight, Donald Trump tweeted the following: "Despite the constant negative press covfefe." This tweet stayed up for 6 hours before being deleted. Now, people believe he was just trying to say coverage, but Trump never admitted to misspelling anything, instead later doubling down, tweeting, "Who can figure out the true meaning of covfefe?" This became a meme, one Trump embraced. During the Laurel and Yanny trend, Trump referenced his own joke.
Who's Yanny?
I hear covfefe.
The first president to be assassinated was Abraham Lincoln, but there were a few attempts before this, and the first, and best well known, was the attempt on Andrew Jackson's life. On January 30th, 1835, a man named Richard Lawrence waited for Andrew Jackson to leave a funeral being held in the US Capitol. In the weeks preceding this, he monitored Jackson's movements and knew he was going to be there. On the day, he was observed laughing while reading a book, before suddenly standing up, exclaiming, "I'll be out if I don't do it," before leaving. Jackson was now rounding the corner, so Lawrence fired, killing Andrew Jackson. Is what he wanted to happen, but his pistol misfired. So in a panic, he reached for a second pistol he had and fired, but it also misfired. And now, Jackson was mad. He began to beat on Robert with his cane, and a crowd gathered, and then the two were restrained. Lawrence went on trial, and he was found not guilty by means of insanity and was held in several institutions for the rest of his life. Andrew Jackson should consider himself lucky that he lived, as it was calculated that both pistols misfiring had a 1 in 100,000 chance of happening. When America's government began to take shape, it was decided that the vice president would be the runner-up in the election. This was first decided after Washington left the office and a real election began, as Washington was basically handed the office before this. This resulted in John Adams and Thomas Jefferson, two people from opposing parties, to lead the nation. It happened again in 1800, but this was the last time, as the 12th Amendment was now ratified, which meant presidents could now choose their vices. But could you imagine if this never happened? Could you imagine a Donald Trump with Hillary as a vice president, or a Biden and Trump presidency? Lincoln and Kennedy are two United States presidents who were infamously assassinated, but that's not the only thing they have in common. Lincoln was elected to Congress in 1846 and the presidency in 1860. Kennedy was elected to Congress in 1946 and the presidency in 1960, and both of them were shot on a Friday. Now it gets really crazy. They both were succeeded by Sutherland and Johnson, who were born 100 years apart. Both Kennedy and Lincoln are 7 letters, and their assassins have 15-letter names, and are both known by their full names, John Wilkes Booth and Lee Harvey Oswald. Both Kennedy and Lincoln married in their 30s, the women in their 20s. So what do you think about these? Just strange coincidences? Yes, once you pick them apart. Sure, they're weird, but that's just it. First of all, with their killers, many famous killers beyond these two are referred to by their full name, so their name is not tarnished. Think of John Wayne Gacy or Mark Lee Chapman. How many of those are out there versus how many John Gacy's or Mark Chapman are there? All in all, these are just fun coincidences to point out, but that's it. Just coincidences people have noticed and have attempted adding on their own false notices onto it. This is probably our first obscure fact about a president that a lot of people know about, and that is the fact that Abraham Lincoln was a professional wrestler. Lincoln had a record of 300 wins to 1 loss, and this earned him a spot in the Wrestling Hall of Fame, which he was added to in 1992. But even more obscure is the fact that Lincoln invented the choke slam. The official invention is credited to Paul Herman, but accounts of Lincoln performing this move date back to the 19th century. When Lyndon Johnson had guests at his ranch, he would drive them around as a part of a tour. But one time while he was doing so, the brakes on his car failed, and he, along with his guests, plummeted into a lake. But the passengers did not sink to the bottom, as LBJ was driving the Amphicar. This was a model of car that was made to also float. Only about 3,800 of them were made, and LBJ owned one, pulling this prank a few times.
I did not have discussions with that woman.
9 words that completely defined the presidency and would later land the president on trial and would later have him impeached. Ladies and gentlemen, let's discuss Monica Lewinsky. Monica Lewinsky was a White House intern, and she began this job in July of 1995. Just 4 months later, President Bill Clinton was with her for the first time, and these meetings lasted up until March in 1997. Lewinsky stated that his wife, Hillary Clinton, was at the White House during some of these encounters. The stories of the scandal made it to the public in January of 1998, and just a week later, Clinton said this famous line during the State of the Union address.
I did not have discussions with that woman.
We go further into the year, and Clinton continues to deny the allegations, but on August 17th, he admitted to it.
Indeed, I did have a relationship with Miss Lewinsky that was not appropriate.
So, he committed perjury, but not according to him, as he felt since she, Monica, gave him he was not the one performing the act, so this made him innocent. The House didn't buy this, so in December of 1998, just 11 months after he lied, articles of impeachment were filed against Clinton. He was only 17 votes away from being removed from office. Monica herself has remained in the public conscious. She has told her story on several occasions and has been a figure for women to look up to in an attempt to help other victims come forward. The Hoover Dam borders the states of Nevada and Arizona and holds back over 3.2 million cubic feet of water. The dam first entered construction in 1931 during the Great Depression. At the time, Herbert Hoover was president, but the dam would finish construction during FDR's presidency. His cabinet referred to the dam as the Boulder Dam, but anytime it was in the media, it was called the Hoover Dam, and this name stuck. The Hoover Dam is massive, and like we said, it was built in the 30s when working conditions weren't the best. Consequently, around 100 people died during the construction, and there are theories that their bodies weren't recovered and they were just cast into the concrete of the dam. The Hoover Dam creates 2,080 megawatts of power, and this serves more than 1.3 million people across Nevada, Arizona, and California. I think it's fair to say that Donald Trump had the most recognition of any candidate for the presidency, as he was a celebrity way before he even thought about politics. He had his own TV show, The Apprentice, and he was just a pretty well-known name. He also cameoed in a handful of films, and his best well-known one is Home Alone 2. However, he was also in The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, The Little Rascals, Zoolander, and 34 other cameos across film and television. He's also been in a handful of commercials, like this one for Pizza Hut.
Do you really think this is the right thing for us to be doing, Ivana?
What will people think?
Let them talk.
Ivana.
Ivana. It's wrong, isn't it?
But it feels so right.
Then it's a deal?
Yes, we eat our pizza the wrong way.
Crust first.
Introducing stuffed crust pizza from Pizza Hut. With a ring of cheese baked into a totally new, thinner crust, you'll want to eat it the wrong way. Crust first.
May I have the last slice?
Actually, you're only entitled to half.
Large.
And this one featuring Grimace.
I don't know how you do it. I put together some really impressive deals. But this thing you've pulled off, it's amazing. A big and tasty for just $1? How do you do it? What's your secret?
Got a buck? You're in luck. Because you can get a delicious beefy big and tasty, a McChicken sandwich, and lots of your other favorites on McDonald's Dollar Menu every day.
Together, Grimace, we could own this town.
There has only been one president to resign the office, and that is Richard Nixon. Nixon resigned facing the backlash of the Watergate scandal, something coming up very soon in the iceberg. He resigned because he knew he was going to be impeached, so he saved himself some grace and left on his own terms. This ties back to the previous entry. Before Richard Nixon resigned, his vice president, Spiro Agnew, also resigned. This had nothing to do with Watergate. He resigned because of an ongoing trial involving him and accusations of tax evasion, which he was later found guilty of. As per the line of succession, this moved the House Minority Leader to the Vice President position, and this was Gerald Ford. Then, just over a year later, Richard Nixon, the president, resigned, moving forward to the presidency. This makes him the only man to hold the office of president without ever being elected into it. Bill Clinton has been a lifelong saxophone player, a fact he used in his election campaigns. One day after the Democratic primary, Clinton went on live TV to play his sax, and it helped him secure the win in 1992, even though many musicians have called out his bad playing skills. Yes, the funny antics of Clinton and a saxophone may have made you forget about this, but rest assured, Tan-Man will remind you. When the Islanders' house was raided, several weird things were found, and this was one of them. A painting of Bill Clinton in a blue dress, channeling his inner Monica Lewinsky. The two were close friends, sparking many conspiracies that Clinton may have participated in the same activities the Islander was arrested for. But this wasn't the only portrait of a president the Islander had, as he also had this. Yes, that is George Bush holding a paper airplane with a toppled Jenga tower. I don't think I need to elaborate why people pointed fingers and raised their eyebrows at this. The topic of the worst president is hotly debated. If anyone says it's Biden or Trump, they're wrong, and they're being blinded by the recency bias. We've had literal slave owners for presidents, but to answer the question of the worst, should we look at it from a character perspective, or a perspective of their time and actions in office, or a mix of both? Most people pick office actions, and that's the analysis I'm going to go with for this entry. Some of the most commonly bottom-ranked presidents are John Tyler, James Buchanan, and Andrew Johnson. These men were all pretty bad at their jobs for a myriad of reasons we will discuss later, but let's do a quick spark notes. John Tyler vetoed so many bills it caused his cabinet to resign in protest, and he later joined the Confederacy. James Buchanan did nothing to stop the southern states from seceding. It was all around just kind of an arrogant person. And Andrew Johnson is ranked towards the bottom because of his lenience to Confederate states post-Civil War and his awful mishandling of Reconstruction as a whole. I would say, of these three, Buchanan is the worst, but that's my opinion and you're entitled to your own. Every year, the President of the United States pardons a turkey on Thanksgiving. I guess we probably should have covered what pardoning was in the first tier, but oh well, we'll do a quick summary here. Basically, when a president pardons someone, they absolve them of their crimes. It's been done before, and we'll cover them throughout the iceberg. But back to the turkey pardon. The first president believed to pardon a turkey was Abraham Lincoln. Gifts of turkey to presidents were a common thing to give, but the yearly tradition of pardoning a turkey began with Ronald Reagan. After a turkey is pardoned, it's moved to a farm where it spends the rest of its life. As we've mentioned, most presidents serve a term of 4 years and sometimes 2 terms, making 8 years of service. Some presidents were unable to complete a full term due to dying, but even fewer completed a full year of service. 9 presidents have served a partial term, but exceeded over a year. They are John Tyler, Andrew Johnson, Chester A. Arthur, Joe Biden, John F. Kennedy, Millard Fillmore, Gerald Ford, Warren Harding, and Zachary Taylor. Of these men, Kennedy, Harding, and Taylor died before their term ended. Tyler, Arthur, Fillmore, and Ford were vice presidents, and they took the spot after their president died and failed to be elected for a second. And Biden is currently serving and is expected to serve a full term unless he were to die. 2 presidents served under a year. James Garfield was shot 4 months into his term and died 2 months later, and William Henry Harrison died a month into his first term from pneumonia, giving him the shortest presidency. After you become president of the United States, you forfeit your right to drive on public roads. This is a part of the Secret Service's protection and extends to presidents who leave the office. This began with Lyndon Johnson, as he was the last president to drive on a public road. However, a handful of presidents do have sizable properties, and they are allowed to drive on them because they're not public roads. John Adams, the second president, he liked to keep a personal diary, and he would brag on himself in it. When he was the nation's French diplomat, he was able to secure financial aid to America. He accounts how a Frenchman told him he was the Washington of negotiation, and I'll read directly for this next part. This is the last stroke. It is impossible to exceed this. Adams, for some reason, then sent this diary entry to Congress, where it backfired. He was mocked for this, for his vanity. And I'm pretty sure he cried after this too. 90th birthday by skydiving. And this was his last time doing so. Yeah, not his first. He celebrated every 5th birthday by skydiving, beginning when he was 75. By the time he was 90, he was confined to a wheelchair, so it was clear to him that it would be his last time doing a dive. On May 29, 1856, Abraham Lincoln was in Bloomington, Illinois, and began to deliver a speech on slavery, condemning the practice. But really, he could have been talking about anything, because all records of his speech have been lost. Once Lincoln began giving the speech, reporters and townfolk alike stopped taking notes on it, and instead, listened. Because of this, we have no idea what the speech consisted of exactly. There's no transcripts of it available, and there's only a brief summary that was posted in the local papers. Speak lightly and carry a big stick was a phrase created by Teddy Roosevelt to describe his foreign policy position. He was trying to promote peaceful negotiation while also being able to back it up with the so-called big stick. Roosevelt first used this phrase on January 26, 1900, claiming it came from a West African proverb, but there is little evidence that this is true. The pictures of JFK are downright beautiful masterpieces, or this. I'm sure you've seen this photo before. The one where the guy has a fistful of spaghetti, while Kennedy looks like he's on Saturn. There's not a lot of context behind this picture. Apparently this is some famous Italian restaurant, and I can't figure out why this guy has a handful of spaghetti, but he's taken several pictures like this. In 1987, Ronald Reagan was giving a speech to a crowd in West Berlin when an assassin's plot fell through.
Of this city, America missed me.
Okay, that was just a balloon popping. But this entry proves part of the reason why he was so beloved. This man was funny, I can give him that. On August 1st, 2016, President Donald Trump posted the following. Great afternoon in Ohio and a great evening in Pennsylvania. See you tomorrow, Virginia. And attached a photo of him eating KFC on his plane. This went viral and he was mocked for it. Why, do you ask? Because he was eating KFC with a knife and a fork. This was hardly the first time he got into trouble because of his wild food choices. On Cinco de Mayo of 2016, he posted the following. The best taco bowls are made in Trump Tower Grill. I love Hispanics. Jesus Christ. And then during his presidency, he invited the Clemson University football team to the White House and he catered it with McDonald's. I should have just named this entry Trump food incidents as a whole or something, I don't know. Oh, one of my favorite parts of the 2016 election was waking up to see what new goofy antic Jeb Bush had got into overnight. Jeb Bush is the brother to George Bush and the son to George H.W. Bush, the 43rd and 41st presidents respectively. He was the governor of Florida between 1999 to 2007 and was one of the frontrunners for the Republican Party in 2016. The first part of any major brand is the logo, and Jeb went all out, making this. Yes, his name with an exclamation mark, which, in his words, connotes excitement. Bush would quickly lock heads with Donald Trump, and it equated to just like a high school bully, kind of just giving someone a swirly every day because Trump bodied him. He called him low-energy Jeb.
Excuse me, am I allowed to finish?
Go ahead, Mr. Trump.
So,
Little of your
again,
own medicine there.
I know you're trying to build
Bush,
up your energy,
please.
Jeb, but it's not working.
Mocked his brother's presidential performance.
He's had the gall to go after
The World
my
Trade
mother.
Center came down
had the
during
gall
your
to go
brother's
after
reign.
my mother.
Remember that.
And just watch this clip.
This is a tough business to run for
I
president.
know, you're a tough guy, Jeb.
And we need to have a leader that is
Real
principled.
tough.
You're never going to be president of the United States by insulting your way to the presidency.
Let's see, I'm at 42 and you're at 3, so
Doesn't matter.
far I'm doing better.
Doesn't matter.
So far I'm doing better. You know, you started off over here, Jeb. You're moving over further and further. Pretty soon you're going to be off the end.
This
lose your
doesn't
temper
do
there.
a thing.
That basically summarizes 2016. It was this, day after day, and it killed Bush in the polls. Bush then pivoted, beginning to beg for people to clap.
Please clap.
When America became a country, there were already European land claims on the North American continent, and right next door was the French claim of the Louisiana Territory. France had previously sold the land to Spain, but they retook it once Napoleon rose to power, and in the time of the Spanish rule, they allowed America to travel the land freely. Now with France owning it, this was now void, and America wanted their land back. So, negotiations with France began, and they ended with America securing the French territory. In total, after the initial purchase and interest, we bought the territory for $20,267,622. In return, we acquired 828,000 square miles. That is massive. This was the largest land acquisition in American history, and it doubled the size of the country. We got this land for $32.93 per square mile. In modern money, that is $905.39 per square mile, for an equivalent of $748,636,465. That is under $1 billion. America has a military budget in the hundreds of billions. This was one of the highlights of Thomas Jefferson's presidency and puts him among the list of the best in historians' minds. Of the 45 unique people to hold the presidential office, just under a fifth of them have came from one state, and that is Virginia. Just under half, right at 21, states have given us a president. 14 of those 21 have only given us a president apiece. I was surprised to see that no presidents have come from Florida or Michigan. Is there a president from your state? If not, are you going to be the first? No president has came from my state, and is that going to change? Yeah, probably not. Not for a while, at least. I'm 22. Give me 13 more years and I'll run. The earliest election I can run for is 2036. On the night of April 15, 1865, President Abraham Lincoln was killed in his assassination. And on that night, we could have had 3 presidents killed. There was a conspiracy to kill Lincoln, and another target in this conspiracy was Andrew Johnson. Secretary of State William Seward was also a target, and he was attacked, but he survived, almost triggering a 3-step secession plan. Anyways, back to Johnson. He was at the Kirkwood Hotel in Washington, and his would-be assassin and friend of Wilkes Booth, George Azardot, booked a room. However, George spent the night drinking, and he lost his nerve to kill him. Afterwards, he dropped his knife into a gutter and was spotted and reported, leading to his arrest and later execution. So there's 2, who's the third? Ulysses Grant. Grant was invited to Ford's Theater by Lincoln, but he declined to go. This is because Grant's wife and Lincoln's wife didn't get along, so Grant stayed home. He later called it the biggest regret of his life, as he felt he could have stopped Wilkes Booth. So, what would have happened if Ulysses went? Would he have been killed too? On September 4th, 2009, Twitter user Writing Herd wrote the following tweet. Obama's failure is looking to be so complete that he will hand the Republicans the White House for another 8 years. Hashtag thanks Obama. Little did Writing Herd know, he just created a meme. Thanks Obama took off after this, and this saying was attached to any little minor inconvenience. The meme became so viral and well-known that Obama himself noticed it and joined in on it.
Thanks, Obama.
On October 14th, 1912, former President Teddy Roosevelt was giving a speech in Milwaukee when he was suddenly shot in the chest. But Roosevelt didn't go down. As the crowd shouted, "Kill him! Kill him!" Roosevelt said,
"No! Don't hurt him! Bring him to me! I want to see him!"
So, the assassin was brought to him, and he asked,
"What did you do it for?" "Oh, it's no use. Turn him into the police."
And he was gone. Roosevelt then addressed his crowd, stating,
"Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know whether you fully understand that I have just been shot. But it takes more than that to kill a bull moose."
Roosevelt then spoke for 50 minutes. Yes, he spoke for 50 minutes after being shot. And he was shot. The assassin's bullet didn't miss. He nailed him right in the chest. But the bullet first went through a 50-page copy of his speech and then a steel glasses case before finally hitting him. This slowed the bullet down massively and allowed him to continue. But why did this assassin target Roosevelt? Well, I'll tell you in Tier 6. So I put Millard Fillmore in here just because, no one knows about him. In my opinion, he's our most forgotten and unrecognizable president we've had. Let's discuss why. He's going to be mentioned again, but never for anything notable, just kind of odd reasons. But let's introduce him. So to begin, he was our 13th president, but he wasn't elected. He took the office right after Zachary Taylor, another forgotten president, died. While in office, he didn't do much of note. He modernized the White House kitchen, fought a fire at the Library of Congress, and helped save Hawaii from French annexation. Fillmore also had a weird relationship with slavery. He admitted California as a free state and banned slavery in the District of Columbia. However, including in this plan, which was called the Compromise of 1850, was the Fugitive Slave Act, which allowed slaves to escape their owners. They could be returned back to their slaveholders if they were captured anywhere in the United States, even in the free states. Fillmore himself hated slavery, but he signed this compromise in an attempt to keep the nation together and to bolster the power of the Whig Party, which he belonged to. Expect Fillmore to pop back up, probably more towards the bottom because of just how forgotten he is, and even more how forgotten his actions are. I'm gonna be honest, I was surprised when Biden won the election in 2020, but then I reviewed his campaign strategy and went, oh, of course he won! The thing that definitely put him over the edge was his Animal Crossing island. Animal Crossing New Horizons gives players the ability to create their own island for other players to visit, and the Biden-Harris campaign took advantage of this, creating an experience for their voters. On the island, fans could see signs encouraging them to vote, and they could even interact with Biden himself. Oh, look, there he is. And who could forget the ice cream? Yay. As the Great Depression swept across the nation, more and more people lost their houses. Because of this, massive communities began to assemble housing out of whatever scrap they could get a hold of. From a perceived lack of action on President Herbert Hoover's part, these things were called Hoovervilles. However, these were not the only thing named in his dishonor. Newspapers being used as blankets were called Hoover blankets, and turning out one's pockets meant you were flying Hoover flags. Two presidents have initials when we say their full name: Harry S. Truman and Ulysses S. Grant. There's probably more I can't think of right now, but these are the two big ones. So naturally, people are going to wonder, what do those initials mean? Well, in both cases, they mean nothing. Truman's story is simpler, so let's cover him first. When Truman was born, his parents could not decide what his middle name should be. They wanted it to be honoring one of his grandfathers, who were Anderson Shipp Truman and Solomon Young. So to compromise, the S stands for both Shipp and Solomon. Grant, on the other hand, was born Hiram Ulysses Grant. But when he was applying to West Point, a mistake listed his name as Ulysses Simpson Grant, and the Simpson came from his mom's maiden name. So, he ended up going by Ulysses S. Grant the rest of his life, even though that wasn't his name. There was also a rumor that Hiram Ulysses Grant abbreviates to HUG, Hug, and Grant didn't like this, so he changed his name. As I think we've mentioned, President Roosevelt was a popular president, popular enough to have the biggest election sweep of all time. During the 1936 election, Roosevelt's second time running, he secured 46 out of 48 states and carried 60.8% of the popular vote. His opponent, Republican Alf Landon, only won 2 states, Vermont and Maine. We discussed the richest president earlier, so now it's only fitting we discuss the other end with the poorest, and the poorest president was Harry Truman. Truman had a modest background, odd jobs and failed business ventures, and this caused Congress to double the salary of the president. This still didn't help, and Congress soon created the presidential pension. It should be stated that once Truman left the office, he refused to join any corporate boards, star in any commercials, or do any other activity for financial gain, as he felt that would stain the integrity of the office. Once again, if you want a full dive into the wealth of every president, I recommend Mr. Beat's video. On December 14th, 2008, President George Bush was a part of a joint press conference with Iraqi Prime Minister Nouri al-Maliki in Baghdad, Iraq. Suddenly, a man stood up from the audience and threw a shoe at Bush. Bush ducked, and another was thrown, but it also missed the president. The man was tackled and was arrested. After spending 9 months in prison, he was released. This man was Iraqi journalist Muntadar al-Zaidi. Al-Zaidi rightfully hates George Bush, and as he threw his shoe, he yelled at him saying, "This is goodbye from the people of Iraq, dog." Muntadir has no regrets, and he posts about the shooing occasionally on his Twitter, and he makes a post on the yearly anniversary as well. On May 30th, 1806, future President Andrew Jackson faced down Charles Dickinson. Dickinson had insulted Jackson's wife, so the former challenged the man to a duel. The two fired, and Dickinson hit Jackson, but Jackson's pistol misfired. He quickly recocked his pistol and shot and killed Dickinson. This bullet would stay in Jackson the rest of his life, but he should consider himself lucky he lived, as that was by far not the only duel he was in. The exact number isn't known, but people speculate he was a part of as many as 100 duels, and most of them were done in defense of his wife. This is President William Taft, and if you've heard that name, you know it because he's the fat guy who got stuck in the bathtub. But hold on a second, brace yourself, because I'm going to shatter your worldview. That story is a lie. President William Taft was a big man, but he never got stuck in a bathtub. This story didn't arise until 20 years after he left the office, and it is a straight-up lie. However, when Taft won the presidency, a special tub was installed, and it was big enough to hold 4 regular-sized men. The closest thing to him getting stuck in the tub was one time when in 1915, he was getting out of a bathtub, and it was too full of waters. So when he stood up, water was displaced onto the floor, and it trickled down onto the heads of the people the next floor below. On February 11th, 2006, Vice President Cheney was hunting with his friend Harry Whittington. This is the story told through Cheney. The two shot at a crowd of birds, and Harry went to get one they hit. Then, more flew high, and Cheney shot at him, and accidentally shot Whittington. He was rushed to the hospital and he survived, but he had 30 pellets left in him after all operations were said and done. Now here's the real kicker. He apologized. Now when I say he, do you think I meant the guy who got shot or the shooter? Of course I meant the guy who got shot.
My family and I are deeply sorry for all that Vice President Cheney and his family have had to go through this past week. We send our love and respect.
He apologized to Cheney. Dude, you got shot. You could have died. Why are you apologizing? Yeah, some of you knew this was coming. Maybe I could use better words, but Lyndon Johnson had a nickname for his city. He called it Jumbo, and he liked to show Jumbo off. One time, when he was peeing at the Capitol building, he had a colleague come into the bathroom, so he turned around, waving Jumbo, exclaiming, "Have you seen anything this big?" What a way to end Tier 3. This entry serves as a reminder that even the best presidents still did awful things, and we're going to discuss the lowest point of FDR's presidency. Following the attack on Pearl Harbor, FDR soon signed Executive Order 9066, which established military zones in California, Washington State, and Oregon, where a large population of Japanese Americans lived. The stated goal of this mission was to prevent espionage, and this was done by the forceful removal of 120,000 Japanese American citizens from their homes to be placed inside internment camps. I actually didn't know this next part. Canada and Mexico did the same thing, moving a combined 23,000 Japanese to the United States. Now these things were prisons, no way around it, but they were also not like the German internment camps. Citizens lived in mostly unfurnished barracks with sparse hot water. Guards were given orders to kill anyone who tried to leave, but this rarely happened. And please, throughout this, I am not at all trying to justify any of this. This never should have happened. And no matter how good the conditions of the prison were, it was still a prison. You can't lock up an entire race on suspicion of espionage. It was a gross violation of civil rights and is the biggest stain on FDR's presidency. It's a well-known fact that Abraham Lincoln was our tallest president, standing at 6'4", followed closely by Lyndon Johnson at 6'3½". But do you know who the shortest president is? That would be James Madison, standing at 5'4". We ragged on George Bush earlier for being a bad public speaker, but even a broken clock is right twice a day. As George Bush, once in a while, would have a good speech, and we're going to discuss his most iconic one. On September 14th, 2001, 3 days after the September 11th attacks, George Bush was at ground zero with first responders, speaking on their efforts. But the crowd had difficulty hearing him, to which George Bush uttered the foremost defining words of post-9/11 America. Let's take a look.
Of thousands of our citizens. I can hear you! I can hear you, the rest of the world hears you, and the people who knocked these buildings down will hear all of us soon.
While Woodrow Wilson was in office, he streamed the first movie in the White House. But the movie was not a good choice. It was Birth of a Nation, a film made in the wake of the Civil War in support of the South. Booker T. Washington was an early civil rights leader who was actually born into slavery. He later wrote a book about his time as a slave, and this furthered his popularity across the southern United States. The book was published in 1901, and in the same year, he met President Theodore Roosevelt at the White House. And this was the first time an African American visited the White House as a guest. Unfortunately, this was unpopular to some bigots, including senators from southern states, but Roosevelt himself didn't care. In 1951, Fidel Castro took power in Cuba, and this raised red flags in Washington because he was a communist. We attempted to take Fidel out so many times that he holds the world record for the most assassination attempts. However, we're not going to dive into that today. Today, we're going to discuss the Bay of Pigs invasion, the failure from the Kennedy administration to invade Cuba to overthrow Castro, and it was a mess. On April 15, 1961, 8 bombers left Nicaragua for Cuba, but due to the time difference between the two nations, the planes arrived late. This caused the ground forces to go in without air support. Even before this, the attack was leaked to our press, and Kennedy was quoted as saying, "Castro doesn't need spies over here, he can just read our papers." That's basically it. It was the lowest point of Kennedy's presidency. Well, second lowest. We're back to the line of succession now. When a large gathering of the line is together, such as the State of the Union address, someone in the president's cabinet is made a designated survivor, in case of a mass casualty event that would leave the presidency vacant. The survivor is kept in a secure and undisclosed location. This practice began during the Cold War, when fears of a nuclear attack were at their peak. The most recent designated survivor was Miguel Cardona, the Secretary of Education. He was made the designated survivor during the 2024 State of the Union address delivered by President Biden. We've thankfully never had to use a designated survivor, but on September 21st, 2016, a TV show exploring the concept came out, in which a character named Thomas Kirkman ascends from the Secretary of Housing to the President after an explosion takes out the cabinet during the State of the Union. This is what, now the third time we've said this? Most presidents serve a term of 4 years and may run for a second to make 8 years in total. But this rule is relatively new in American history. It was implemented with the 22nd Amendment in 1947. And before this, we've had several presidents attempt to run for a third term. Teddy is the best well-known case, but others such as Ulysses Grant and Grover Cleveland also tried. But Franklin Roosevelt tried and succeeded. He ran for 3 full terms and a partial 4th. In total, he was president for 4,422 days, or 12 years, 2 months, and 23 days. Teddy Roosevelt is one of the most highly regarded presidents, and this is partially why. Roosevelt hated the wealthy class, and he hated the monopolies that dominated the market, so he got to work. Before his time, the Sherman Antitrust Law was signed, which limited monopolies. So Roosevelt didn't even need to sign new legislation, he just used this, going after men such as J.P. Morgan, who was the dominant force behind all of America's railroad shipping. In a very close Supreme Court case, Roosevelt was able to break up Morgan's monopoly he had. Let's talk about false flags. A false flag is an act committed with the intention of blaming someone else, usually to justify an invasion or any other war activities. Think of the claim that Iraq had WMDs. There has been a few throughout history, and one that's debated if it was a false flag is the USS Maine. The Maine was a United States Navy ship that was stationed in Cuba because of an insurrection the nation was having, so the ship was sent there to protect American interests. 3 weeks after docking in Havana, on February 15, 1898, the ship exploded and it sunk. 260 of the 350 American crew were killed. The exact cause of the explosion is still not known, but that didn't matter to Congress and President McKinley. To them, the ship was sunk by Spain, so they declared war on Spain 2 months later. But further investigations took place in 1976, when a team of naval investigators claimed that it was more likely a fire that set off ammunition in the ship, sinking it that way. Regardless, we blamed the Maine on Spain and we went to war over it. During the Spanish-American War, a few volunteer units were gathered to go fight, and the best well-known one was the 1st United States Volunteer Cavalry, more simply nicknamed the Rough Riders. The Rough Riders were led by Colonel Leonard Wood and Theodore Roosevelt, who was the vice president at the time. The group was made of volunteers, like we said, and included in the ranks were Ivy League scholars, singers, Texas Rangers, and Native Americans. Anyone who could ride a horse could join. The Rough Riders didn't see a lot of action, but they were made popular thanks to Theodore Roosevelt accounting their time in a book, and later silent film adaptations of their actions. What nerd goes to Walt Disney World to watch a show about the presidents? Me. At Liberty Square in Walt Disney World stands 45 animatronics of the presidents who put on a show about the history of the president and how the role has changed. The show begins with the Lincoln animatronic reading the Gettysburg Address, and it ends with the incumbent president giving their oath of office. People probably know the Hall of Presidents best because of the Donald Trump animatronic. When it was speculated to originally have been a Hillary Clinton animatronic, 3 words I never thought I'd say together, and had to be hastily changed when Trump won, and I believe it. Look at these. If you're like me, when you hear the word animatronic, of course you're gonna think of Five Nights at Freddy's. Could you imagine an ultimate custom night of the presidents? Someone make it and I'll stream it. I can't believe it took us 4 tiers to mention Richard Nixon, and he's gonna pop up several times, always for the most wild, unhinged, and downright bananas reasons. But I think it's only fitting we begin our discussion with Richard Nixon with a thing he's best well known for, the thing that defined his presidency, the Watergate scandal. On June 17th, 1972, 5 men broke into the Democratic National Committee's office at the Watergate Hotel in Washington, D.C. Files were stolen and wiretaps were installed. Eventually, the burglars were caught, and after a massive investigation into them, it was found that they were connected to the Richard Nixon campaign. And even further dive into Nixon revealed that he had basically recorded every conversation he had in the White House. And in these recordings, the smoking gun tape was found.
You call him, yeah. Good deal. Play that tough. That's the way they play it. That's the way we're gonna play it. Okay.
That was Nixon ordering his connection to be covered up. This caused discussions of impeachment and removal to begin, but Nixon beat them to the punch. He resigned on August 8th, 1972, almost 2 years after the Watergate Hotel was broken into. On April 12, 1945, President Franklin Roosevelt was getting a watercolor portrait done, and he began to complain about a terrible headache. This was brushed off, but the president suddenly slumped forward, dead. What did he die of? A massive cerebral hemorrhage. The painter, Elizabeth Shorentoff, wasn't done, and the painting remains unfinished to this day. There's a common myth that Washington's teeth were made of wood, but it's not the truth. Washington had horrible dental hygiene his entire life, experiencing toothaches, decay, and loss. Washington's first set of dentures were made before the Revolutionary War, and they are fabricated using ivory and his remaining teeth. By the time he became president, he had a single real tooth remaining. After this, more sets were made, and actual human teeth were put in the denture set, and these teeth were bought from one of his slaves. There's financial records listing the purchase on the 19th from an enslaved person. This, along with the ivory of a hippo, gold springs, and screws made a set of teeth. Because of his dental issues, he was very quiet and he hardly spoke, making him very difficult to hear. In communication channels, the Secret Service used nicknames for the president, vice, family members, and other prominent people. The people in question choose their nicknames from a list, and the first person to receive one of these codenames was Edith Wilson, the wife of Woodrow Wilson, and her codename was Grandma. The first president to have one was Truman, and this was General and Super Vice. Let's list some more notable ones. JFK's was Lancer, Jimmy Carter's was Deacon, Reagan was Rawhide, Obama's was Renegade, and Donald Trump is Mogul. The current president, Biden, is referred to as Celtic. In his 8 years of presidency, George Bush became known for a lot of things. Being a gifted public speaker was not one of them. In those years, Bush misspoke several times and was mocked relentlessly for it. Let's discuss a couple, beginning with the most popular.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, "Fool me once, shame on you." It fooled me, we can't get fooled again.
I also love the time he assured us Atlantis wasn't going to be a problem.
The human being and fish can coexist peacefully.
And of course, he wanted to highlight what was important.
I call upon all nations to do everything they can to stop these terrorist killers. Thank you. Now watch this drive.
But before we end, we need to discuss the most recent Bushism, the ultimate Freudian slip.
The decision of one man to launch a wholly unjustified and brutal invasion of of Ukraine. Iraq. Anyway.
Another myth about Washington is the story surrounding him and his father's cherry tree. In the original story, 6-year-old Washington is gifted a hatchet, and he accidentally damages his father's cherry tree with it. When George's dad discovered what he had done, he became angry. He asked his son if it was him who damaged the tree, and young George said, "I cannot tell a lie, I did cut it with my hatchet." Washington's dad then hugged him and said his son's honesty was worth more than 1,000 trees. Yeah, that's complete bullshit. It never happened. So where did this myth come from? Well, when Washington died in 1799 and we rolled over to a new century, people of America were clamoring to study the life of their former leader. So an author named Mason Locke Weems took advantage of this market and released a book about the president. Weems' biography, The Life of Washington, was released in 1800. But the cherry tree story didn't appear until 1806. Mason wanted to paint Washington as this perfect, honest role model, so this story was included. From here, the story has been accepted as facts and was taught in schools. A teacher named William McGuffrey included the story in his textbooks, and he sold over 120 million copies, spreading the myth into the public conscious. Every morning, the 6th president of the United States would wake up, strip down naked, and go for a swim. He'd walk 2 miles, swim in the Potomac River, and then walk right back home. There was a story about a reporter named Anne Royal who followed Adams and hid his clothes while he was swimming and would only give them back if he agreed to an interview. I didn't know this, but it's a fake story. It was completely made up. That was news to me. On April 20th, 1979, President Jimmy Carter was on vacation at his house in Georgia and was using his day to fish. Suddenly, he noticed something in the water, a rabbit. It was swimming after him, hissing and flaring its teeth, so he splashed his paddle at the bunny, scaring it away. The event was picked up in the media, and political cartoons were drawn, and a segment on SNL was dedicated to the incident. On February 14th, 1880, Theodore Roosevelt unfortunately lost his mother to typhoid fever. In the same house, just a floor below this, his wife passed away from kidney failure. Roosevelt then turned to his journal, summarizing the day with one quote, "The light of my life has gone out." Teddy Roosevelt is known as the president who started the national park, so he's revered as this hippie who loved conserving nature. But he wasn't Mr. Innocent. He was a big game hunter. And it wasn't just deer or turkey. Roosevelt went on several big game hunting trips across Africa, hunting elephants, hippos, and white rhinos. However, they give him just a little bit of credit. He was against hunting for the sake of killing. It was all about the sport and being in nature for him. It's said Franklin Roosevelt was the first president to truly utilize the radio, and this comes from his fireside chats. This was the way FDR communicated economic relief plans he was implementing to fix the Great Depression through the radio. The first ever one took place on March 12, 1933, a mere 8 days after he took office. These 8 days were eventful. FDR closed the entire banking system on March 6th, passed the FDIC Act on the 8th, which furthered protection on banking to make it very simple. And then he delivered his first fireside chat 4 days later, speaking to 60 million people about his actions. These continued throughout his entire presidency, highlighting progress on the economy and updates regarding World War II. On June 12, 1944, FDR would deliver his last fireside chat, detailing the opening of a 5th war drive. Fireside chats leave behind a legacy of a president connecting to their citizens, and gave rise to an eventual growth of social media to connect to a never-before-seen number of people. The nuclear football is not a football. It's a suitcase containing communication apparatuses with the ability to launch a nuclear strike should the president be away from his appropriate channels. The football was made in the last year of Dwight Eisenhower's terms and has been carried around since. It's said to contain 4 things: a black book with retaliatory options, another book with classified nuclear silo sites, a manila folder containing 10 pages detailing procedures of the emergency alert system, and the holy grail, a note card with the nuclear launch codes. The football is never far from the president, and usually pops up in photos when they leave the country. There have been several instances of the football coming close to hostiles, and the most recent example comes from the January 6th insurrection, where it came within 100 feet of protesters inside the Capitol. Eleanor is the 5th cousin to Franklin Roosevelt and was his wife. She's one of the most famous first ladies, so let's run through her accomplishments. Starting simply, she held her own press conferences and radio broadcasts and traveled to every end of the country. She was a champion for child welfare, housing reform, and civil rights. After her husband's death in 1945, she was made a delegate to the United Nations, where she served as the chairman on the Commission of Human Rights and played a major part in the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Her health began to wane, and she passed away in 1961, being buried beside her husband. Hurricanes are one of America's most devastating natural disasters, and we spend tens of billions of dollars a year in cleaning up the damage from them. But Donald Trump had an idea for stopping them at their source: nuke them! According to sources inside the National Security Council, Donald Trump said that when hurricanes form at the coast of Africa, why not just drop a nuke into the eye to disrupt the storm? Now, all of this is hearsay. The news site Axios took statements from anonymous sources inside the meeting, and Trump has since denied saying it. We almost had 4 presidents die in World War II, and each of their stories are featured throughout. And I believe this is our first one to discuss. Lyndon Johnson. LBJ did not see active combat during the war, as he was an intelligence officer who sometimes went on bomber runs to watch the action. Before the Wabash Cannonball, the B-26 he'd be riding on, took off, he had to use the restroom. When he finished, he returned to the plane to see a fellow observer. Francis Stevens took his spot. So LBJ went to another plane, and that saved his life. Because later in the day, the Wabash Cannonball, the plane LBJ was supposed to be on, was shot down and the entire crew died. When George H.W. Bush announced his pick for vice president, Dan Quayle, he kind of surprised everyone because he was kind of regarded as an idiot. During the vice president debate in 1988, Michael Dukakis' vice, Lloyd Benson, was debating Quayle, and he began to brag on himself, and Lloyd didn't like it. Let's just finish with this clip.
I have as much experience in the Congress as Jack Kennedy did when he sought the presidency.
Senator, I served with Jack Kennedy. I knew Jack Kennedy. Jack Kennedy was a friend of mine. Senator, you're no Jack Kennedy.
During Andrew Jackson's presidency, he was gifted a massive 1,200-pound wheel of cheese. For a while, he had no idea what to do with it. But on February 22nd, 1837, he hatched a plan. He hosted a party and would invite citizens to eat the cheese and to discuss the country's issues. By the time the cheese was gone, it wasn't, because the White House stunk of cheese for months later. John Tyler was the 10th president of the United States and was born in 1790 and passed away in 1862. And get ready, because I'm about to blow your mind, because John Tyler, who died over 150 years ago, has a living grandson. Think about your grandpa if he's still living. Think about him if he was born in 1862. John Tyler had a lot of kids, 15 in total, and he had them throughout his entire life, way well into his 60s. His last son was born in 1853, Lyson Gardiner Tyler Sr. He followed a similar lifestyle, having children his entire life, and he had 2 sons of note, Lyon Tyler Jr. and Harrison Tyler, born in 1924 and 28 respectively. Unfortunately, Lyon passed away in 2020, leaving Harrison Tyler as the sole grandson of John Tyler at age 93. So a quick recap. John Tyler was born in 1790, has a kid in 1853 at age 63, and this kid has a kid in 1928 who is still alive at age 93. In the 1980s, America was funding fights against many communist groups across the globe, and the Sandinistas in Nicaragua were one such group. There was a group fighting them, the Contras, and America wanted to back them up. However, Congress passed the Boland Agreement, which limited support to the Contras because they were actively trying to take over a fairly elected leader. But the Reagan administration wanted to continue to fund the Contras, so a workaround was in order. Meanwhile, over in Iran, The Middle East nation had American hostages, and they were willing to exchange them for weapons. Reagan then had an idea: sell the weapons to Iran, get the hostages released, and use the money from the sale to fund the Contras, all behind the back of Congress. 1,500 American missiles were sold to Iran for $30 million, and this money was then sent to the Contras, where it was immediately discovered. Reagan initially denied negotiating with Syria, but retracted the denial a few weeks later. So, Reagan was in trouble, until the American hero Oliver North stepped forward and took full blame. So Reagan never faced any charges, and Oliver North got a slap on the wrist. When Thomas Jefferson was writing the Declaration of Independence, he grew frustrated at his lack of movement his chair had. He quickly began to modify it, and it now allowed the chair to revolve. He took this invention back home to Monticello and modified it more, and now he had the first ever swivel chair. You all probably knew that from epic rap battles of history, but yes, it's true, Thomas Jefferson invented the swivel chair. Did you know the Monroe Doctrine wasn't called the Monroe Doctrine until 30 years after it was given? This is what most people know James Monroe for, and it was a speech given during his 7th State of the Union address in 1823. The main point of the Monroe Doctrine was to end European colonization on the American continent. Monroe made clear that Europe was to not mess with America, and if they were to, it would be viewed as an act of war. In return, Monroe stated that America would not colonize the European continent. Since America's navy was pretty lackluster at the time, Europe basically laughed in our face. Well, most of Europe. Britain supported the doctrine, and Simon Bolivar thanked the United States for issuing it. This photo goes viral once in a while, and is usually attributed to the cursed image genre, and yeah, it's kinda weird, but we're gonna explain it. This thing was built in the 1976 election for Jimmy Carter because of his previous history as a peanut farmer. Carter says he doesn't like the smile on the thing, but it was put there to model his own smile, one he would flash during his campaign. The presidents have a long history of having pets in the White House, and the stranger ones will be discussed later, but the best well-known one, and probably most normal one, is Socks the cat. Socks was Bill Clinton's cat, and was adopted by his family in 1991. He lived with Clinton while he was governor of Arkansas, and later moved into the White House for both of his terms. He kind of became a mascot for the Clinton administration. On the White House's website, a cartoon Socks would help guide visitors around, and he was the star of his very own game on the NES. Hillary Clinton also wrote a children's book featuring Socks, and he would be featured in many political cartoons of the time. Socks survived into Obama's first term, passing away in 2009 at age 20. Before he was president, Ronald Reagan was a governor, but before this, he was an actor. He acted in a handful of films, beginning in 1937. However, in 1951, Reagan would star in a movie that almost killed him, Bedtime for Bonzo. During production of the movie, Bonzo grabbed a hold of Reagan's necktie and began to strangle him. The crew finally pulled the monkey off, and Reagan's tie had to be cut free from his neck. He survived and went on to become president. Yay. If there was ever someone who had one job, it was you, Bonzo. When the 11th president, James Polk, was campaigning, he laid out some promises. He wanted to gain Oregon, California, and New Mexico, and to settle the Texas border dispute, and would not run for a second term. Polk stretched the U.S. land to California, obtained New Mexico and Oregon, settled the Texas border dispute, and true to his word in the end, did not run for a second term. When you're campaigning, do you want to lay out your policies and goals? Of course not. You want to be remembered. Dwight Eisenhower was the first man to get this, releasing the following political ad.
Ike for president, Ike for president, Ike for president, Ike for president. You like Ike, I like Ike. Everybody likes Ike for president. We don't want John or Dean or Harry. Let's do that big job right.
The ad was actually animated by the Walt Disney Company and doesn't set out any goals. It just tells you that you like Ike, and it makes fun of his opponents, and did it work? Well, here's the electoral map. Was that all due to Eisenhower's commercial? Not likely. This was the man who led the Allied powers through World War II. He was already insanely popular. Back to James Polk, the guy who made promises, accomplished them, and did not run for a second term. Unfortunately, Polk died 33 days after leaving the office, giving him the shortest retirement of any president. When he died, his last words were, "I love you, Sarah. For all eternity, I love you." Sarah, his wife, lived for another 42 years and never remarried. On the other end, Jimmy Carter is the president with the longest retirement, living 43 years after leaving the office, and he's still chugging along. He's 99, making him the longest living president. Okay, one more note about James Polk. He had office hours, and during this, anybody could come in and talk to him, letting him know what he was doing right and what he was doing wrong. Could you imagine this nowadays? Just anyone being able to schedule a meeting with the president? The Resolute Desk is where every president does their job at, and it's old. First being given to the 19th president, Rutherford Hayes, in 1880. But the desk is even older than this, as it was on a British ship called the HMS Resolute that was lost in the 1850s but was later found. The Queen at the time, Victoria, sent one of these desks to Hayes as a gift, and history was made. The desk remained in the White House, but was moved during the White House's reconstruction under Harry Truman. When the Kennedys got into office, Jacqueline found it stashed away in a broadcast room and had it moved to the Oval Office, where John Kennedy began to work from, and where the most famous photo of the desk was taken. That is Kennedy's son hiding in the desk while his dad works. Once Kennedy passed away, the desk was removed and it traveled with him along with other artifacts. Later, Jimmy Carter purchased the desk and brought it back to the White House, where it has remained since. In 2016, the televised debates of Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton is what really made people interested in the election. People would tune in to see the, excuse of the 2016 of me, but how Donald Trump would roast Hillary Clinton. This got people interested in televised debates, but this was something that was already happening for years. And the story of the very first televised debate is an interesting story. The first televised debate by presidential candidates took place on September 26, 1960. And was between Richard Nixon and John F. Kennedy. Television was still decently new at this time, so a large percentage of people listened to the debate through the radio instead. Now, the people who watched the debate on the TV said they felt like Kennedy had won, but the people who listened to it on the radio said they felt Nixon won. This is because Nixon kind of looked like a mess on the TV. He hadn't shaved and he wasn't wearing makeup, so he began to sweat profusely while Kennedy looked calm and collected. But of course, people listening on the radio couldn't see what the candidates looked like, and they had felt Nixon had won. At the turn of the century, George Bush was running against Al Gore for president, and it was a fierce race, and it was close, probably the closest ever election in American history. The election came down to one state, Florida, and this state was won by 537 votes in favor of George Bush. Of course, this decision had a long road and was surrounded in controversy. Originally, the state was called for Al Gore, and this decision was based on exit polls. However, between the hours of 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern Standard, the state began to favor Bush more and more, so Florida was moved back to undecided. By 2:30 that night, with 85% of the vote counted and Bush beating Gore by 100,000 votes, it was called for Bush, and it was decided he was to be the president. Gore conceded to Bush. However, the 3 Florida counties left to be counted, Broward, Miami-Dade, and Palm Beach, were all heavily Democratic. As these votes were counted, the margin of the two lowered to just 2,000. And once again, the state was placed back in undecided, and Gore retracted his previous concession. The final vote had Bush's lead to just 300 votes, and this led to a recount. A count of the overseas ballots also increased Bush's margin to 930. Now we should probably mention hanging chads. The ballots in Florida had to be hole punched, and if the holes weren't punched properly, the vote was made ineligible. Also, the ballots in Florida were laid out weird. Look at this. I'm sure some people ended up voting for the wrong person by accident. In the end, the United States Supreme Court got involved, and in a 7-2 vote in favor of ending recounts as Florida was mishandling the process, making Bush the 43rd president. On August 24th, 1812, Britain made history as they had been the only nation to capture the American capital. This was a part of the War of 1812, being led by James Madison. On that same day, the British saw a major win of the Battle of Bladensburg, and this left DC wide open for an attack, and Britain went wild in the city, burning down several buildings, including the White House. Before this, once America lost at Bladensburg, James Madison was escorted from the White House. However, Dolly Madison stayed behind to save a massive portrait of George Washington. Like we said, the portrait was massive, standing at over 8 feet tall, and was bolted to the wall. So the frame was broke, and the painting was taken away from Washington. Dolly instructed the handlers to destroy it before letting the British take it if it came to that. But it didn't, and Washington was saved as the White House burnt. We've previously established that LBJ was a filthy man, and this adds to that. LBJ would often conduct meetings while on the toilet. He did this as a part of his intimidation, and part of creating an awkward environment to allow the person he was convincing to give in and end the discussion quick. He also had phones installed to all White House bathrooms to ensure that he never missed a phone call. Vice presidents are kind of forgotten about, especially in past American history. The role has kind of been deemed useless, and there have been a few periods in history where the country was led without a vice president. Most of the time, it was from a death with no replacement, beginning with the death of George Clinton. He was Thomas Jefferson's vice, and later James Madison's vice. He died in 1812, when Madison had 1 year left in his term. He died and was replaced with the ascension of the next president. The longest period we have without a vice president was when Abraham Lincoln died, and his vice president, Andrew Johnson, became president. And Johnson did not pick a new vice, leaving the country without one for 3 years and 323 days. The shortest time we never had a vice was when Spiro Agnew resigned, and Nixon picked Gerald Ford as his replacement. On January 6, 1919, Teddy Roosevelt passed away in his sleep from respiratory problems culminating in the passing of a blood clot that traveled to his lungs. This was unexpected, as he received treatment mere hours before this, and he said he felt better. As his doctor left, he told his family servant to put out the light, and these were his final words. The next day, Thomas Marshall, the sitting vice president, said death had to take Roosevelt sleeping, for if he had been awake, there would have been a fight. Douglas Arthur was one of the top generals in World War II, giving him a lot of prominence in the United States. As we stretch into the Cold and Korean Wars, President Harry Truman personally selected Douglas to lead the soldiers in South Korea. He assured the president it would be over by Christmas, and had some wild ideas to accomplish this goal. Perhaps his most infamous one is the Sea of Irradiated Cobalt, where MacArthur wanted to drop 30 to 50 atomic bombs in China to slow the halt of support to North Korea. Truman was kind of flabbergasted, as he wanted a peaceful end and actually had a ceasefire negotiation lined up, to which MacArthur ruined by ordering his soldiers to invade North Korea to push past the 30th parallel, the one that separated the two Koreas. In response, Truman fired MacArthur, a decision that was controversial in the States, and even sunk his approval rating to 22%. MacArthur, on the other hand, was more popular than ever, and even considered running in the 1952 election for president. But his popularity waned, and the superior general, Dwight Eisenhower, won the presidency. On April 25th, 1865, Abraham Lincoln's funeral processions went through New York City, and this photo was taken. Nearly 100 years later, and a man named Stephen Laurent was researching Lincoln when he came across this exact photo, and he studied it, noticing something familiar. He identified a house on the corner as one that belonged to Teddy Roosevelt's grandfather, and he noticed two young boys in the photo watching the procession, and Stephen wondered if it was Teddy and his brother. Sure enough, he was able to contact Teddy's wife and ask her about it, to which he did identify the two as Teddy and his brother Elliot. On the outskirts of Williamsburg, Virginia, sits a field of 43 concrete busts of United States presidents. Why? No, this is not a tease for Monument Mythos Season 3. There's not I'm flabbergasted. I don't know what I was trying to write here. There's not an exciting reason why they're there. When David Akades left Mount Rushmore, he became inspired to make this field a presidential bust, and he did exactly that. He kept them open to the public in a park, but this park was soon sold, and the new owner had no interest in 43 presidential heads. Instead of allowing for them to be destroyed, Howard Hankins, who helped design the previous park, purchased them and moved them to his ranch. It took him a week to move the 10-ton heads mere miles away, and they remain in Hankins' possession since. Did you know there's a statue of Bill Clinton in Kosovo? Let's talk about why it's there. The 11-foot-tall Bill Clinton statue is on Bill Clinton Boulevard in Pristina, Kosovo. So why does this random European nation have such an affinity for the 42nd president? Well, Kosovo had a hard time fighting for independence, and Bill Clinton helped them achieve this. You see, when Kosovo broke away from Serbia, a war broke out. President Clinton stepped in and ordered NATO bombing strikes against Serbia. Soon after this, the war ended, and Kosovo became independent. To show their gratitude, a statue was made in his honor. The largest denomination of American money is the $100 bill, but this hasn't always been the case, and this is our first example of a bigger bill. The $500 bill has been minted a few times, and it features President William McKinley on it for some reason. Yeah, there's no real reason for him being on it. The bills were last minted in 1945, and if you get one, they're worth a lot more than their face value. Could the White House be haunted? Well, President Harry Truman thought it was. Truman lived alone in the White House for some time, but he was never really truly alone. At night, he would report the ghost of Andrew Jackson stomping and cursing and arguing with the ghost of Teddy Roosevelt. But the most commonly reported ghost is that of Abraham Lincoln. Harry Truman was once spending the night in Lincoln's old bedroom before he was awoken by a knocking at the door. He opened it, and there stood Abraham Lincoln. Other prominent figures, including Eleanor and Theodore Roosevelt, Grace Coolidge, and the most interesting example, Winston Churchill, all reported sightings of the former president. Winston, while staying in the White House, once stepped out of the bathtub naked with a cigar. He walked into an adjacent bedroom where he saw the ghostly leader, to which he said to him, "Good evening, Mr. President. You seem to have me at a disadvantage." Lincoln then smiled before fading away. This sounds like a kick-ass sitcom, Haunted White House, starring Chris Pratt and no one else. When George Washington became president, he ran completely unopposed. In his second term, he also ran unopposed, but a man named George Clinton ran for vice president and he almost beat John Adams, but Adams won in the end. There was only one other election that had a candidate run unopposed, and it was in 1820. When James Monroe ran without an opponent. I'm sure every United States president indirectly killed at least one person, whether it's through our wars or various policy changes, but this entry refers to presidents who directly killed people by their own hands. First of all, it would be a shorter list if we were to name presidents who were not soldiers in a war, so we're not going to discuss wartime killings. We mentioned earlier that Andrew Jackson was in several duels and killed many people in them, most famously Charles Dickinson. But a story we haven't mentioned is Grover Cleveland. Before he was the president, he was the sheriff for Erie County, New York. While doing his job, he personally hanged 2 men. He had the option of hiring someone else to do the executions for him, but he declined, saying it was his responsibility. On March 30th, 1981, a man made the Secret Service earn their pay when he attacked the current president, Ronald Reagan. Reagan was rushed to the hospital and the attacker was arrested. This attacker was John Hinckley Jr. Now, Hinckley did have a reason for attacking the president. Did he disagree with him, or did Reagan hurt him personally, or is there some other semi-reasonable reason? Even better. He did it to impress Jodie Foster. And would you believe me if I told you it worked? John Hinckley was released in 2022 and is very much in the public sphere. He's making these crappy cat paintings that are selling for thousands of dollars because it's the guy who shot Ronald Reagan, aka a national hero. And he's making music. He keeps trying to host concerts, but they keep getting canceled once the venues find out it's the guy who shot Reagan coming to town. In March of 1990, George H.W. Bush began his downfall by sharing his opinion, and his opinion was that broccoli was disgusting, one I agree with. I'll read his words. I do not like broccoli, and I haven't liked it since I was a little kid and my mother made me eat it. And now I'm president of the United States, and I'm not going to eat any more broccoli. This upset Americans, as broccoli was kind of a symbol at the time. It was at an all-time high, I'm not making this up. It was deemed the vegetable of the 80s, and it upset Californians, who were responsible for growing 90% of America's broccoli. So the state pledged to send truckloads of the vegetables right to the White House. Bush wasn't backing down. He continued his crusade against the vegetable by banning it on Air Force One. However, Americans continued to love this vegetable. Consumption doubled across the states, and Bush's political opponents took advantage of this. The wives of Bill Clinton and Al Gore, Hillary and Tipper, began to advertise broccoli in their campaigns, pledging they would put broccoli back in the White House. And this must have worked because he lost. Finally, when H.W. passed away in 2018, his son mentioned his disdain of the vegetable as a part of his eulogy.
To us, he was close to perfect, but not totally perfect. His short game was lousy. He wasn't exactly Fred Astaire on the dance floor. The man couldn't stomach vegetables, especially broccoli.
On December 14th, 1799, after a long and drawn-out period, George Washington passed away, and we're going to get into exactly how long and drawn-out it was. George had came in that day from a storm, and he was soaking wet. For some reason, he stayed in his soaking wet clothes through all of dinner, and he developed a sore throat through the night. His doctor was fetched, and he began his treatment of Washington's disorder. He began by giving him a mixture of sugar, butter, and vinegar to soothe his throat, but this instead almost choked him to death. And then he began bloodletting Washington. If you're unfamiliar with bloodletting, it's basically where you make a cut in someone and you take out their bad blood, in quotes. This basically happened between every treatment option, and I'm not going to mention it every time, just know it's happening. And in total, nearly 3 liters, or 40% of his blood was taken out. Washington also had blisters induced onto him in an attempt to draw out the poison in his body, but instead, this just weakened his immune system. Finally, after 9 hours of this, Washington passed away. And the real kicker? Washington died of epiglottitis, which is a fancy way of saying a sore throat. Are you a fan of tomatoes, french fries, mac and cheese, or ice cream? If so, you can thank Thomas Jefferson, as the president made them insanely popular. First of all, tomatoes. Thomas Jefferson grew several strange crops at the time, and he was one of the first to popularize tomatoes. At the time, people thought they were poisonous. During a dinner party, Jefferson stood up and bit into one, and people thought he just publicly committed suicide. Next, french fries. When Jefferson left France, he brought several recipes home with him, and one of these recipes was pommes de terre frites en petites tranches, which is butchered and it's French for deep fried potatoes cut into small pieces. Also, while in France, Jefferson had ice cream, and he brought this back home, and began to serve it at all dinner parties, making it popular across the nation. Finally, mac and cheese, and I left this one at the end for an important reason. This is another recipe Jefferson ate in France, and it was brought back with him into America. But mentioning Jefferson's popularization of these foods without mentioning James Hemings would be criminal, and it wouldn't be telling the story in a correct manner. James Hemings was a slave owned by Jefferson. It was brought to France with him so that he could learn to cook. It was here that James learned the recipe for macaroni and cheese, a dish that Jefferson loved and wanted to take back into America. Once back into America, Jefferson hosted all of these dinner parties, yes, introducing these foods into America, but he wasn't the one making them. That was James Hemings. So next time you enjoy mac and cheese or french fries or ice cream, thank James, not Jefferson. In 1952, a Canadian reactor began to melt down, and the facility's basement was soon flooded with radioactive water. A crew was immediately gathered to fix the reactor, and they were loaded into the site for 90 seconds apiece, where repairs began. One of these men was Jimmy Carter. Carter was a part of the United States Navy and was a part of the crew on the first ever nuclear submarine. So he had experience working with the technology. The reactor was fixed, but the crew, including Carter, had some side effects. The most notable one was their urine. They had radioactive pee for 6 months after the incident, but no one died, especially no Canadians, thanks to the actions of Carter and his crew. Calvin Coolidge, the 20th president. He had a reputation for being quiet, and he hardly talked. Let's begin with his inauguration, as he was the vice president to Warren Harding, who died before his term was over, so this moved Coolidge to president. He was sleeping when Harding died and was woken up to be sworn in, but after swearing in, he immediately went back to bed. Coolidge then furthered his reputation for being quiet by leaving state dinners early and kind of just napping a lot. At one of these dinners, a man sat to Calvin and told him, "I was bet $100 I could get more than 2 words out of you." Calvin simply replied, "You lose." If I had a nickel for every time Jimmy Carter had a major translation mistake, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it is strange it happened twice. In the year of 1977, Jimmy Carter visited the nation of Poland, where he told the people of Poland he was happy to visit the nation. Well, that's what he wanted to say. His translator told the Polish populace he left the United States permanently and was there seeking carnal relationships, sure. Later in Japan, Carter was giving a speech when he told a joke to a roaring applause. Carter was ecstatic, but also curious as to how his translator delivered the joke so well. When he asked him later, the translator dropped his head in shame, revealing that he told the Japanese citizens, "President Carter told a funny joke. Everyone needs to laugh." President Biden is the 46th president of America, but he's the 45th unique person to hold the office. This is because of Grover Cleveland. Grover Cleveland began the presidency in 1884, making him the 22nd. He ran for a second term, but lost to Benjamin Harrison, making him the 23rd president. When Cleveland left the office, his wife told the staff they would be back in 4 years, and she was right, because Grover Cleveland won the 1892 election, making him the 24th president. Now in 2024, we have Donald Trump running for a second term, and he was the 45th president, lost re-election to Biden, making him the 46th, and now it's possible Trump can win in 2024, making him the 47th. But until then, Grover Cleveland is the only president to serve 2 terms non-consecutively. For years, probably starting in 2016 or 15, this photo has been circulated quoting Donald Trump as saying, "If I were to run, I would run as a Republican. They're the dumbest group of voters in the country. They believe anything on Fox News. I could lie and they would eat it up." People's Magazine. People have taken this quote as gospel, but it's only more recently that people have tried to find evidence of him actually saying it. Now, Trump was on People's Magazine several times, but he never discussed his own politics there. He mostly discussed personal relationships. However, Trump did have a very politically charged discussion about the presidency on Oprah's show, and he says on it he probably wouldn't ever run for president. But that's it. He never discussed parties with her. Trump has discussed his party and has switched it several times, but he never called the Republicans the dumbest voter base. However, I will. You might have messed up, but have you messed up to a point a word was created to describe your mess up? This is President George H.W. Bush, and on January 8, 1992, he was scheduled to visit a banquet hosted by the Prime Minister of Japan, Kiichi Miyazawa. President Bush was scheduled to give remarks at the banquet, but things didn't exactly go to plan, as Bush suddenly fell ill and threw up all over the Prime Minister and fainted in his chair. Now, Bush just had food poisoning, so he was fine. The only permanent damage was to his pride, as this event was mocked all through pop culture. It wasn't just America, as he was mocked in Japan so much that a new word was created. Bushusuru, literally meaning to do the Bush thing or bushing it. Remember back in Tier 3 when we mentioned Teddy Roosevelt getting shot and almost dying, and I wouldn't tell you why until Tier 6? Well, here we are, what, like 2 hours later? I don't know. The man who shot Teddy Roosevelt was John Schrank. Schrank claimed that the ghost of William McKinley came to him in his dreams, and he told him to avenge his death. You see, William McKinley was the president before Theodore Roosevelt, and he himself was shot and killed. So Schrank took this dream as gospel, setting out to kill the president. Here's our first weird White House pet. The animal itself isn't strange, but the story is. In 1827, Andrew Jackson purchased an African gray parrot for his wife for $25, which is an equivalent of $775 today. Anyways, his wife passed away a year later, and Jackson grew attached to the bird, which he named Pole. He taught his parrot how to swear, and when Andrew Jackson passed away in 1845, the parrot swore uncontrollably at the funeral. He wouldn't quiet down, so he had to be removed, and there's no records of the parrot afterwards. Throughout his entire life, JFK had several close calls with death. In fact, by the end of the 1950s, JFK had been read his last rites 4 times. Being read your last rites is a concept in Catholicism and some branches of Christianity. They're given to people who are about to die and are just meant to be the last prayers of a person. Beginning when he was just 2 years old, JFK contracted scarlet fever that got so bad, a priest was called in to read his last rites. Just a few days later, he recovered and lived a healthy life, until he was 30 years old. After his World War II service, the now Representative Kennedy was in London when he fell ill and was diagnosed with Addison's disease, an adrenal issue that ran in his family. On his way back home, he was read his last rites as his condition worsened. Then later in life, he was traveling Asia with his brother when his Addison's flared back up and worsened, causing another priest to read his last rites. Now in 1954, he survived. Sorry, what I actually meant to say was, now in 1954, Kennedy underwent back surgery to correct his lifelong problems. During surgery, he contracted a UTI, and it worsened due to his Addison's disease, sparking another last rites reading. So that's 4 last rites reading, a time he almost died in World War II and we didn't mention it, and a failed assassination attempt. 6 brushes with death. How much can God hate one man? Have you seen this photo before? That is Teddy Roosevelt riding a moose. And it's found itself on several posters, mugs, and memes, and it has a deep history. This picture was created as a part of the 1912 election. This was being ran between Roosevelt, Taft, and Wilson. And 2 other pictures were made with the other candidates, Taft with an elephant, kind of rude, and Wilson on a donkey. But the animals were chosen to reflect each of the candidates' parties. A moose was chosen for Roosevelt because he was running with the Bull Moose Party, one he created. The picture lay dormant for a while and was only published in 3 newspapers, already limiting its exposure. Then suddenly, it exploded in popularity in the early 2000s, leading to its widespread use and attribution to the former president. If Gerald Ford didn't already ruin his chances of re-election by pardoning Richard Nixon and eating a tamale wrong, stories we will discuss later, he put his final nail in the coffin in the 1976 presidential debate when he was debating Jimmy Carter. And the question of Soviet control came up. Let's just play the clip.
There is no Soviet domination of Eastern Europe, and there never will be under a Ford administration. I'm sorry, could I just follow? Did I understand you to say, sir, that the Russians are not using Eastern Europe as their own sphere of influence?
Yes. He told the audience there was no Soviet domination of Eastern Europe under a Ford administration, while Russia was currently dominating Eastern Europe under a Ford administration. James Madison was one of the biggest contributors to the Constitution, and Thomas Jefferson helped and urged him to include a certain guarantee. In a letter written in 1787, Thomas Jefferson said, "The earth belongs to the living. The dead have neither power nor rights over it." He used this to justify his belief the Constitution should be rewritten every 20 years, but James Madison shot this idea down. What do you think? Should the Constitution be rewritten? Honestly, I don't. With the division in American politics, it raises the question of who would even rewrite it. I do think the Constitution should be updated and reinterpreted, but a complete rewrite every 20 years? I don't think so. What do you think? When Lincoln won re-election, letters were pouring in from all over the world congratulating him, and most of them were ignored or just briefly acknowledged. And one of these letters came from Cologne, Germany, addressed from the International Working Men Association, an organization created by Karl Marx. And yes, he wrote this letter personally. Marx was heavily invested in what was going on in America at this time. the Civil War and the abolitionist movement. And the letter was made to congratulate Lincoln, the American people, and called for an end to slavery and furthered civil rights for African Americans. And Lincoln responded. The president wrote back thanking the IWA for the letter and stating that the defeat of the South would be a victory for all humanity. The Skull and Bones Society is the oldest secret society of Yale University that is surrounded in mystery. Members are referred to as Bonesmen, and the reason it's on a president's iceberg is the fact that several future presidents were members, including William Taft, George H.W. Bush, and his son, George Bush. Also, the society is rumored to have several stolen skulls, including that of Martin Van Buren and the Native American leader Geronimo. All of this combined leads the people to wonder what the society's real purpose is. President Abraham Lincoln was born in 1809, and he died in 1865, and in this time, the fax machine was invented in 1843. Now let's get over to Japan, in which the age of the samurai lasted from 1185 to 1868. So this means there was a 22-year time frame in which a samurai could have sent a fax to Abraham Lincoln. But we can take it a step further. The first modern submarine was made in 1863, giving us a 3-year time frame in which a samurai could have sent a fax to Abraham Lincoln from the inside of a submarine. At the 1988 Republican National Convention, George H.W. Bush was accepted as the Republican candidate, and he made the following pledge.
Read my lips. No new taxes.
However, just 2 years later, George H.W. Bush raised taxes. H.W.'s previous statement was based off the strong economy of the 80s, which he assumed would continue, but we instead entered a recession. The Congress was being led by Democrats, and they proposed a new tax increase to reduce the United States deficit, and H.W. did try to stop it, but he had to reach a compromise. He increased some taxes. You would assume this would destroy H.W., but it really didn't, because the Gulf War was on the horizon, and it pushed the tax rates out of the news headlines, and it pushed H.W.'s approval rating even higher to 89%. A subject of controversy in the early 2000s was that of Barack Obama's birthplace, and people pointed fingers at every corner of the globe. And one set of researchers pointed at Ireland, and they were right. Two researchers named Stephen Neal and Henry Healy began their dig into Obama's ancestry after Healy heard a news reporter mention the name Kearney, and he knew that his Healy side was connected to the Kearney side. And after further research, this is what they found. In a tiny town called Moneygall, the Kearney family were shoemakers by trade, but as the Great Famine began, they joined one of their family members in America. Falmouth Kearney was one of these Irish citizens who left, and when he arrived in the States, he met a woman named Charlotte Holloway. They had children and resettled, eventually landing in Indiana, where their children then had children of their own, and then these children had children. And one of these children was Barack Obama's mom, who then, of course, had Barack Obama. So if we back up, this means that Barack Obama's great-great-great-grandfather was an Irish-born citizen. Obama absolutely embraces his Irish ancestry and even visited Moneygall in 2011, where Obama met his 8th cousin Henry Healy, the guy we mentioned earlier. Barack and Michelle visited the president's ancestral home and met other distant family members. 3 years later, a Barack Obama Plaza was built and includes statues of the two. If you knew about this, it's probably because of the There's No One As Irish as Barack Obama song, which recounts his story in a musical format, and it's great. Is anyone happy to vote for our two candidates in November? I know we're not, because there's such a common sentiment around the statement, is this the best we can possibly get? And it's not. There's other choices. And one of these other choices has been running for the presidency since 1992. Vernon Supreme, the guy who wears a big boot on his head. He runs on policies such as time travel research, zombie apocalypse awareness, and providing a pony for every American. He also stated that he wants to pass laws enforcing dental care, which lost him the support of British Americans. He's also become famous for throwing glitter on people he disagrees with at debates, and he gained infamy in 2016 when he disrupted one of Hillary Clinton's book signings. He is running for the presidency in 2024, so just know in November, you have options. We discussed presidents on cash earlier, and now we'll discuss why a president is on a coin. FDR is the president on the dime, and he's on there for a good reason. This is because Franklin Roosevelt began the March of Dimes Foundation in an attempt to cure polio, something he himself suffered from. Roosevelt presented the message that it would only take a dime from each person to cure polio, and that everyone, including children, had at least one dime to send in, and maybe even several. The math was included, stating that it only takes 10 people to send in one dime to get $1, and if 1 million people send in one dime apiece, they would have $100,000. At first, the March of Dimes was a failure. In 2 days, the White House only raised $17.50, but what followed was a flood of biblical proportions. On January 29th, one day before Roosevelt's birthday, 80,000 letters including dimes, quarters, and dollars flooded the White House. After the amount was counted, the United States has raised $268,000. The following day, on Roosevelt's birthday, he went on the air with the following message: "It is glorious to have one's birthday associated with a work like this." Roosevelt passed away in 1945, and 1 year later, in 1946, he was added to the dime and has remained on it since. Before this, the Roman god Mercury was on it, so if you hear the term Mercury dime, that's what it means. I'm going to be completely honest, I had no idea what the Teapot Dome was. I knew Warren Harding was a part of it, but I had absolutely no idea what it actually entailed. This part was all learning to me. The Teapot Dome scandal took place between 1921 to 23, which was under Warren Harding's terms. This entailed the Secretary of the Interior, Albert Fall, leasing petroleum reserves at the Teapot Dome oil field in Wyoming to private oil companies. These oil reserves were set aside for emergency use for the United States Navy and were first established by President Taft. However, Fall took a bribe to give these reserves to a private company to later be sold at a higher rate. This was found out, and Fall became the first member of a presidential cabinet to go to jail. This was the biggest presidential scandal pre-Watergate and has been permanently associated with the Harding administration. I didn't know a lot about Robert Oppenheimer pre-movie, but one thing I did know and really wanted it to be in it was his and Harry Truman's relationship, and part of it was adapted, but there's even more to the story. After Oppenheimer developed the bomb and it was used on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Truman wanted to meet with the scientist. They did meet on October 25th, 1945, and each of them held different ideas about the bomb. Truman wanted more to be made, but Oppenheimer said he felt like he had blood on his hands. To which Truman said, "Blood on your hands? He doesn't have half the blood on his hands as I have. He didn't drop that bomb. I did." This was later, but in the moment, Harry Truman did hand him a rag like in the movie and told him that the blood would come out in the wash. He also called Oppenheimer a crybaby scientist and informed his staff, "I don't want to see that son of a bitch in my office ever again." We discussed earlier how LBJ would host meetings on the toilet to get what he wanted, but this was only one part of his intimidation tactics he would use while in the White House. Johnson would invade people's personal space and would bully senators into voting for him through threats, reminders of past favors, and promises of future rewards, and anything else he needed to say to get his way. You saw that picture, now look at this one. Johnson was a big man. He was 6'4" and 200 pounds, and he used his size to his advantage, persuading any congressman he needed to get what he wanted. Sarah Sally Hemings was born to Betty Hemings, an enslaved woman owned by Thomas Jefferson's father-in-law. So this means that Thomas's wife and Sally were half-sisters. Another notable person in this is James Hemings, Jefferson's cook we mentioned earlier. He was the brother to Sally Hemings. In 1787, Sally joined Thomas in France, where the two likely had intimate relationships, while Sally was just 14 years old. According to Sally's son, Madison Hemings, Sally told Thomas that she would return to America with him and become a slave again if he promised that their children would be set free, and the future president agreed. It's likely the two had multiple children together, as multiple modern DNA tests have traced back to Sally and Thomas. Smaller branches of scientists have claimed that these tests are wrong, but the community as a whole has pretty much agreed to it. In June of 2018, the Thomas Jefferson Foundation at Monticello opened an exhibit on Sally Hemings, detailing her life and experience with the president. During the 1948 election, it wasn't a sure thing that Harry Truman was going to win, and the Chicago Daily newspaper ran a newspaper with the headline, "Dewey defeats Truman." However, Dewey did not defeat Truman. Truman won by a pretty big margin. So the next day, he held the paper up high, laughing about the incident and exclaiming, "That's not the way I heard it." During the investigation into Nixon during the Watergate scandal, some strange things were discovered, and perhaps the strangest was an 18.5-minute-long recording of nothing. Richard Nixon basically recorded every conversation he had in the Oval Office, and in the investigation of these recordings, the so-called smoking gun tape was found. This consisted of Richard Nixon audibly ordering the Watergate break-in to be covered up. During the investigation, an 18.5-minute-long recording of silence was found. Nixon's secretary, Rosemary Woods, claimed that she had accidentally recorded over 5 minutes of this 18, and the rest of it was wiped when she was listening to the re-recorded portion. Not everyone agrees with this story, and some believe that Nixon or Woods wiped this footage on purpose, and some of the conspiracies surrounding the wiped audio get wild. From war deals with the Soviet Union, to deals with terrorists, to a slightly more believable explanation that it contained more evidence to the Watergate break-in, considering the audio was recorded and wiped 3 days after the hotel robbery. With all the bad stuff that happened to the Kennedys, people do believe they are cursed, and who could blame them? Joseph Kennedy Jr., John's older brother, was piloting a plane when it suddenly exploded. One of his sisters died when their plane crashed in France. Of course, JFK died in his assassination, and had 6 close calls of death before this. Then Robert was killed in his assassination. Then later, Ted Kennedy survived the plane crash, but then accidentally drove his car off a bridge 5 years later, and so much more happened to the entire Kennedy family, causing people to believe they have some kind of bad luck curse on them. And do I think this? No. Here's why. Every family has bad stuff happen to them. Now, I was going to write out some nerd explanation about statistics, but never mind. Yes, the Kennedy family is cursed. In 2002, George Bush was almost assassinated. Was his would-be assassin disillusioned with the president's actions, or were they just crazy? No, they were just stupid. Because the guy who almost killed George Bush was George Bush. On January 13th, 2002, George Bush was in his bedroom at the White House watching a football game. He was eating a pretzel and he began to choke on it. It got so bad that he fainted and hit the ground. Bush got it free and was able to walk himself to the doctors, and all results came back positively. What a shame. Speaking of presidents almost choking to death, Gerald Ford did it to himself and lost the election because of it. While on the campaign trail for re-election, the president was in San Antonio, Texas when he was offered a tamale. Now, I've never had a tamale, but from what I understand, they're wrapped in a corn husk and you have to take that off before eating it. Gerald Ford did not do this. He bit right into it and got choked on it, embarrassing himself in the entire South. For the entire weekend, every station in Texas broadcasted the story that Gerald Ford did not know how to eat a tamale. He lost the state of Texas, and many people believe this is because of the tamale incident. If he won Texas, he still would have lost by 5 electoral votes. But like we said, he lost the entire South, and tamales are a dish across them. It's very possible this influenced the entire election. This is probably the strangest pet to call the White House home. John Quincy Adams' gator. Marquis de Lafayette, yes, the same one from Hamilton, was originally gifted the alligator when he was touring the states in 1824. And when he made it to the White House, he showed it off to President Quincy Adams, who absolutely fell in love with it. Lafayette let Adams keep it, and he kept it in a bathtub, to which he would use it to scare people when they visited the White House. President William McKinley was superstitious, and he believed in luck. Once, he was given a red carnation from his friend and political rival L.L. Lambrum. The two ran against each other, and McKinley won, attributing it to his carnation. He became absolutely obsessed with the flower, as he grew them in the Oval Office, gave them out to his friends and voters, and never took off his personal one. This was until a meet and greet was taking place in Buffalo, New York. A young girl asked him for his personal carnation, so McKinley gave it to her. A few handshakes later, and McKinley was shot and killed. But McKinley could have survived this, as his aides urged him to not visit the Temple of Music where he was killed for safety reasons. But McKinley assured them that no one wanted to hurt him, but he was wrong. We can end Tier 7 with a pretty simple story. The painting of George Washington on the $1 bill was unfinished. This portrait was made by Gilbert Stuart and was commissioned by Martha Washington. However, Gilbert loved his work so much that he decided to keep it, and he began to sell copies. This picture became so famous that it eventually served as the basis for Washington's portrait on the $1 bill. When Jimmy Carter became president, he began to carry the previously mentioned card with the nuclear codes on it in his jacket pocket. I guess he was really expecting he was going to need to use it. In doing this, he accidentally lost it. He sent his jacket to the dry cleaners and accidentally left the card in the pocket. Thankfully, they weren't used. But Ronald Reagan also kept the codes in his jacket, and when he was shot, his jacket was taken off so he could be operated on. The codes were found and were tossed in the trash, to which the FBI later retrieved them. It should be said, the codes are changed daily, and if you get the codes, so what? The code is 5123. What are you going to do with that? Go ahead, launch a nuke. Let's just roll the clip, it needs no context.
Jonas brothers are here. Sasha and Malia are huge fans, but boys don't get any ideas. I have 2 words for you. Predator drones. You will never see it coming.
On November 4th, 1905, Upton Sinclair released his most popular book, The Jungle. The book exposed the disgusting practices of the meatpacking industry in America in grotesque details. This book became immediately popular and reached every corner of America, including the president, Teddy Roosevelt. There's a commonly reported story that Teddy Roosevelt was eating his breakfast while reading the book and was so disgusted he threw out his sausage. Mere months later, Teddy Roosevelt signed the Pure Food and Drug Act, which provided the first regulations on sanitary practices in the food industry. Robert Todd Lincoln was Abraham Lincoln's son, and he watched 3 presidents die. While not present at Ford's Theater when his dad was shot, he quickly rushed to his family's side and was at his father's deathbed. Later, he began a career in politics and became James Garfield's Secretary of War. This put him with the president when he was shot by Charles Guiteau. Finally, he was right around the corner from the site where William McKinley was shot. Now, Lincoln recognized all of this and began to refuse any invitation that would put him in any form of contact with the president, stating, "I'm not going and they'd better not ask me, because there is a certain fatality about presidential functions when I am present." Have you seen this photo of Richard Nixon levitating? Unfortunately, Nixon did not have psychic powers, but instead, this photo was taken as a part of a series from photographer Philippe Halsman. His specialty was taking photos of people mid-jump, and that's what's happening with Richard Nixon. Or, he's the god of this universe, and is about to fight the Queen of the Luminarians in the D-Day night, whatever you want to believe. Teddy Roosevelt had several strange pets in the White House, but perhaps the strangest was his pet bear. It was a black bear named Jonathan Edwards, what a weird name. But as the bear got older, it became more violent, so had to be relocated to the Bronx Zoo. Hey, remember Millard Fillmore, the guy we mentioned in Tier 2 for being so obscure? Here he is again. What, like 2 hours later? In like the middle of the iceberg. If you know who Millard Fillmore is, and you aren't really in the political scene, you probably know him because of his likeness of a well-known actor, Alec Baldwin. Take a look, they're pretty close. But they can't be the same person, because Millard never shot and killed anybody. James Garfield was the second president to be assassinated, and his assassin had a weird reason for targeting him. The man who shot James Garfield was Charles Guiteau, and he was a supporter of Garfield. In fact, he even tried to join his campaign. He wrote a speech highlighting Garfield and distributed it, but it was widely ignored. However, when James barely won the presidency, Charles thought he was solely responsible, now hoping to get a spot in the president's cabinet. He did not get a spot in the cabinet, and was now spending his days loitering around DC, plotting revenge. Charles' family noticed this and tried to have him institutionalized for insanity, but he escaped in 1875. He was now manic and was really seeking revenge. He purchased a pistol and waited. It was revealed in the papers that Garfield was going on vacation, so Charles waited for him at the train stop, and once he got there, he shot Garfield. He was apprehended and he was asked why he did this, to which he said, "I want Charles Arthur as the president," sparking a conspiracy that Arthur put him up to it, which he didn't. The man was just insane. The pistol that Charles used was stored in the Smithsonian, but has since been lost. As for James Garfield, he didn't die right there on the spot from being shot. He instead was tortured to death in an attempt to save him, but we'll get into that later, I think. On August 28, 2014, Barack Obama had the biggest controversy of his presidency. Did he start a new war, or downplay a sickness, or call someone fat? Nope. He wore a tan-colored suit. Obama was holding a live conference about the presence of ISIS in Syria and the escalation of American involvement. During this conference, he was wearing a tan suit, which he was mocked for, mostly on conservative networks, as they felt like the suit was unprofessional and offensive to a lot of people to have such a non-serious outfit on for such a serious topic. Representative Peter King said, "There's no way, I don't think any of us can excuse what the president did today. I mean, you have the whole world watching. They make it sound like he ate a baby live on stage. He wore a tan suit." Obama had no regrets about his choice of attire, as many presidents in the past also wore a tan suit. I mean, why would he? It's a tan suit. On the week of Obama's 60th birthday, Biden showed up wearing a tan suit, and people believe this was done on purpose, as it was also close to the anniversary of the incident.
To me, just detracted from the seriousness of the moment, and I thought the suit was a metaphor for his lack of seriousness.
Harry Truman wore glasses his entire life, and first got them after a 4th of July celebration. He could hear the fireworks, but he could not make out the shapes of their blasts. Truman's eyesight worsened, and he wanted to join the Missouri National Guard, but he couldn't pass the exam because of his poor eyes. So Truman instead memorized the vision chart and recited it, passing the vision screening. The JFK assassination has been shrouded in conspiracy since it happened, and one school of thought I kinda subscribe to is the fact that LBJ might have killed Kennedy. LBJ was Kennedy's vice president, but this is not the position he wanted. He wanted to be the president, and he's wanted it for his entire life. He served in Congress for 36 years and then ran for the presidency in 1960, to which he lost the Democratic nomination to John Kennedy. And by all regards, he was a newcomer to Washington, and Lyndon was a lifelong politician. After the two won the presidency and re-election campaigns began to creep up, the topic of Texas was discussed. Kennedy barely won the state, and he was losing ground there, so it was a big place to campaign in. This was also Lyndon Johnson's home state, so the both of them went on the campaign trail. This is where it gets weird. A woman named Madeline Brown was a lifelong mistress of LBJ, and she claimed that LBJ told her the night before Kennedy died that, "After tomorrow, those Kennedy brothers will never make a fool of me again." She also stated that she saw Lee Harvey Oswald, the guy who shot Kennedy, and Jack Ruby, the guy who shot Oswald, the day before Kennedy was killed, standing in a bar, talking about something. These claims have been challenged, of course, and honestly, there's a lot more to that story, and it's a major piece. I'm very interested in it, and I want to dive further, maybe in a video of its own. If that's something you're interested in, let me know. This is the meal Richard Nixon ate on his last day of office. Yes, that is slices of pineapple with cottage cheese on top, all with a glass of milk to wash it down. This is hardly the only weird food choice Nixon liked. He often stated that his favorite food was a mixture of cottage cheese and ketchup, which he ate for breakfast. This is the real reason he should have been impeached. Will America ever have a female president? Well, we kinda already did. This is Woodrow Wilson, who is most certainly not a female, but his wife was. During Wilson's second term, he had a massive stroke that almost killed him. Wilson was paralyzed and running the country from his bedside. He refused to resign, but he was not in any state to carry out executive duties. But Edith Wilson was. She read every paper sent in from every senator and made decisions based on her own judgment, effectively making her the president for the remainder of Wilson's second term. On one instance, Calvin Coolidge pressed the panic alarm he had at the Resolute desk, and his Secret Service agents burst into the room, only to see that the president was gone. They then began to panic, and they searched up and down the Oval Office for the president, but they couldn't find him. That wasn't until Calvin appeared. He hid inside the desk and came out, laughing at his prank. this was something he'd do on multiple occasions. Dwight Eisenhower is probably better known as the guy who led the Allied powers through World War II. He was the supreme commander for all Allied forces, so it was his job to be informed on all things Axis powers. However, no amount of knowledge could have prepared him for what he saw as the Allied powers began to liberate concentration camps. The sheer amount of brutality left him speechless, but as he stood there, a thought crept up on him. He wondered if one day people would deny that any of this happened, and he wanted to prevent that. So, he ordered everything there to be documented. Every single piece of brutality there was photographed and logged, so that one day Eisenhower could personally testify to its existence. He even invited local German citizens, journalists, and other people there to witness firsthand what the victims of the National Socialists of Germany had to go through. The White House has a basement, and this was added in 1950. It contains areas for storage, an incinerator, an area for carpentry, and most notably, the White House bowling lane. This was first added in 1973 for Richard Nixon, who was an avid bowler, but couldn't play as much now that he was the president. The bowling lane was put in, and it's still there and in use to this day. Quentin Roosevelt was the youngest son of President Teddy Roosevelt, and he earns his spot on the iceberg due to his strange death. At the onset of World War I, Quentin joined the United States Air Force, where he would unfortunately lose his life. During the Second Battle of the Marne, Quentin Roosevelt was shot down over France and unfortunately was killed. The German military buried him with full battleground honors and turned his death into a propaganda piece. His gravesite was soon overtaken by the Allied powers, and thousands of American soldiers visited it. It was also said that Teddy Roosevelt never fully recovered from the grief experienced by the loss of his son, and he himself would pass away 6 months later. When Washington became president, he ran completely unopposed. It wasn't until the 1796 election when we had two candidates running against each other for the title. And this is when the long, complicated history of back and forth of John Adams and Thomas Jefferson begins. Actually, let's back up a second. In George Washington's terms, the two worked very closely together because Adams was the vice president and Jefferson was the Secretary of State. And even before this, the two were friends and traveled to Europe together. But once 1796 came along and both of them had a shot at the presidency, that's when the gloves came off. In this election, the two dug at each other hard and hurled comments back and forth, and probably the funniest one was when Jefferson's campaign called John Adams his rotundity, calling him fat. Adams won this election, but in 1800, it got even worse. Adams' supporters claimed that adultery, incest, and prostitution would be allowed under Jefferson, and Jefferson's crew made fun of Adams for looking like a hermaphrodite. Keep in mind, the two were president and vice president at this time. Anyways, Jefferson won the election and the two broke apart. Once Jefferson's 2 terms were over, a man named Benjamin Rush, who helped work on the Declaration of Independence, worked to get the two friends back together. He wrote letters for years, but they fell on deaf ears. What brought them back together was when one of Thomas Jefferson's neighbors visited John Adams and heard him say, "I have always loved Jefferson and I still do." Jefferson heard this and wanted to reconvene with Adams. The two then became best friends once again, and it stayed this way for 15 years, before both of them passed away on the same day, July 4th, 1825. John Adams' final words were Thomas Jefferson lives, not knowing he had passed away mere hours before him. Here's a historical butterfly effect for you. A president ignores the letters that later gets over 3 million people killed. The person writing this letter was Ho Chi Minh. The man who ignored this letter was Woodrow Wilson. We're going back to World War I, when Woodrow Wilson was a part of an Allied forces meeting that was discussing peace terms for the defeated countries. Previously, Wilson had outlined his 14 points declaration, and one of these points called for self-determination of all people. Vietnam at this time was a French colony, so Ho Chi Minh reached out to Wilson to negotiate their independence. Wilson ignored him. But this wasn't the only president to ignore a letter that could have prevented the Vietnam War, because Harry Truman did the same thing. Once again, this was a letter calling for Vietnamese independence, and once again, it fell on deaf ears. The capital of the African nation of Liberia is called Monrovia, and it's named after United States President James Monroe. Let's discuss why. In the 1820s, the number of free African Americans was rising, and an organization called the American Colonization Society came up with a plan to relocate them, along with some other slaves, to a colony in Africa. The ACS purchased some land, and thus the colony of Liberia was formed. And the capital was called Monrovia because of James Monroe, who supported the ACS. As a child, Theodore Roosevelt was thin and sickly, and suffered from asthma. As he got older, he became healthier, and he turned to a life of athletics. One of his favorite sports to participate in was boxing, and he was pretty good at it. He did this through his entire life, in college and especially in the White House. One person he boxed with on occasion was Colonel Daniel Moore, a military aide and a cousin to Teddy's wife. During a match sometime in 1905, Teddy was hit hard in one of his eyes, and he never fully regained eyesight in it. Roosevelt kept this a secret, and Moore didn't even find out until a decade went by. This did slow Roosevelt down, but not entirely. He continued to box even though he was dealing with poor eyesight, joint pain, muscle tears, and an old age. Do you remember Millard Fillmore? I doubt it, but here he is again, and now we can discuss my favorite story about the president, his final words. Millard died on March 8, 1874 from a massive stroke, and his final words were, "This nourishment is palatable." That's basically the 1800s equivalent of saying, "This shit's busting." And he was talking about a bowl of soup he was eating. I like to imagine he face planted into it as he died. Don't you love being called by political candidates running for office? Oh wait, it's not 2005. That doesn't happen anymore. But for a very long time, this is how politicians got their names out there. The very first president to campaign by telephone was William McKinley. In fact, he spent the majority of his campaign at home, calling people with his message. Thomas Jefferson had a weird relationship with religion, picking and choosing what he wanted to practice in the Bible, or more appropriately, cutting and pasting what he wanted to believe. Because Thomas Jefferson edited the Bible so much to the point it's been published under a new title, The Life and Morals of Jesus of Nazareth, or what is more commonly called the Jefferson Bible. Jefferson made this in an attempt to reduce the Gospels down to their core message. Some things left out of the Bible are any mentions of Jesus' miracle work, his resurrection, and much more. All in all, the Jefferson Bible is only 84 pages long, and a typical Bible is about 3,000 pages long. So only 2.8% of the Bible mattered to Jefferson. Did Abraham Lincoln invent pancakes? No, he did not. That's a myth. They date back to prehistoric times. So where did this myth come from? Well, Lincoln did invent something, this thing we'll talk about later, but this thing is far from a pancake. The first mention of Lincoln inventing a pancake comes from an old Twitter page that posted jokes about Lincoln. And one of the tweets featured is a joke about the president inventing the pancake. But the myth had been circulated before, and it's believed the myth came from Log Cabin Syrup, a brand that was made in Lincoln's time and was focused on his life. Finally, Lincoln did like hoe cakes, which are similar to pancakes. All of this, and a mention in the Santa Clarita Diet, caused the myth to be circulated. In May of 1918, Boy Scout Troop 13, based out of Springfield, Massachusetts, was about to be recognized by former President Teddy Roosevelt, as they had raised quite a considerable sum for the war effort. World War I, that is. One of the boys in the troop was Theodore Geisel, or as you might know him, Dr. Seuss. Seuss had done a lot of the fundraising himself, as his rich grandfather bought $1,000 worth of war bonds from him. This was a considerable sum, and Theodore Roosevelt was going to award all 10 of the Boy Scout troop. However, Roosevelt was only given 9 awards by mistake, and Seuss happened to be number 10 in line. So when Seuss stepped forward to get his award, Theodore Roosevelt bellowed, "What's this boy doing here?" Seuss was embarrassed and was quickly hustled off the stage. This sparked a lifelong fear of appearing before a crowd. I can't believe I feel bad for Dr. Seuss. In 1920, Carl Panzram, an infamous serial killer, broke into a house where he stole money, jewelry, and a .45 caliber handgun, which he used for the next 8 years in a murder spree, killing at least 10 people with a stolen gun. The gun, and the house burglarized, belonged to President William Taft. This was not an accident. Carl hated Taft. While serving as Secretary of War, Taft approved Panzram's sentence to Fort Leavenworth, a brutal military prison. Now, Carl had a life of crime, murder, theft, forced relations, Whatever was illegal, Carl was doing it, and only furthered it after leaving Fort Leavenworth. It's not said what was done with Taft's gun after the fact, but I'd assume it's gone, probably being lost after one of his many murders. Before Abraham Lincoln was sworn in to begin his second term, his new vice, Andrew Johnson, also had to be sworn in, and he was sloshed, big time. His speech was described as incoherent, hostile, repetitive, long, and sloppy, and he was said to kiss the Bible repeatedly and was too drunk to swear in new senators. Before he was president, Gerald Ford was a college football player, and after this, he had a successful career as a male model. Through the early 1920s, Gerald was a model for Cosmopolitan, and actually featured on the front page wearing his Navy outfit. Before becoming president, William Henry Harrison fought in the Battle of Tippecanoe against Tecumseh. Harrison won, and Tecumseh was said to curse the leaders of the nation, killing his people, stating that any president elected on a year divisible by 20 was to die in office. Seems pretty specific, but Harrison was elected in 1840 and he died in 1841. Same thing with Lincoln, Garfield, McKinley, Harding, Roosevelt, and JFK. That's pretty convincing. However, Ronald Reagan and George Bush broke this curse. Reagan was elected in 1840, and he was shot, but he recovered. George Bush was elected in 2000, and he almost choked to death on a pretzel. Now in 2020, Biden was elected, and he's got a year left to break this curse or continue it. George Washington died on December 14, 1799. And dinosaurs were not discovered until 1824, 25 years after he died. A quarter of a century after he died. This makes him the only president to not know about dinosaurs, as the next two presidents to die were John Adams and Thomas Jefferson on the same day in 1826, 2 years after dinosaurs were discovered. But if we back up, the very first dinosaur bone was discovered in 1677, 55 years before Washington was born. But the scientists of the time thought it belonged to a race of giant humans, not giant lizards. It wasn't until 1824 when the jaw, vertebrae, and leg bone of the Megalosaurus was discovered, when William Buckland pieced this together into a giant lizard. Red Dead Redemption fans, did you know that the Pinkertons were a real organization? The Pinkerton Detective Agency was founded in 1850 by Alan Pinkerton. The group originally specialized in catching train robbers and providing rail security, but they also served as Lincoln's personal bodyguards during the Civil War. They also ran espionage missions against the Confederacy. Lincoln was an unpopular president. I mean, the country split in half because of his election. So the Pinkertons were given this important role of protecting the president. Alan Pinkerton put a woman named Kate Warren in charge of his protection, where she uncovered and foiled a conspiracy to kill Lincoln, the Baltimore plot, something coming up later. So, the Pinkertons may have saved one of the most important presidents, but they also killed John Marston, so it kind of equals out. We discussed the shortest presidencies with William Henry Harrison having a presidency of 30 days, but now we're going to discuss a guy who was president for a day. Kind of. George Dallas was the vice president of James Polk. And in those days, the vice president could elect to have a senator elected as the temporary Senate president if the vice was going to be temporarily unavailable. With the transition of presidents coming up, George Dallas took an early leave. So now David Atchison was the Senate president and the vice. Now Zachary Taylor is going to be sworn in on March 4th, and he didn't want to work on a Sunday, so he waited until the next day. Before this, on March 4th, James Polk, who was the current president, ended his term. So now what? Who was president? The vice, but he was already gone. So next in line was David Rice Atchison, who was the president for a day before Zachary Taylor was sworn in. So should he really be considered the 12th president? Well, no. Substitute teachers don't get a picture in the yearbook. So David shouldn't be considered a president at all. His grave is marked president for a day, though. In George Bush's senior year of high school, he was on his cheerleader team and was actually the head of it. This didn't end here, as he was also a cheerleader while in college. He's not the only president to be a cheerleader, though. Dwight Eisenhower, Ronald Reagan, and FDR were all cheerleaders at some point. What do Ulysses Grant and Donald Trump have in common? I'll give you a second. Don't comment your answer because by the time you do, I've already said it. They're the only presidents to be arrested. We're focusing on Grant. And you know what? Let's have another Pawn Stars quiz segment. What was Grant arrested for? That's right, he was arrested for speeding 14 years before the first car was made. In 1872, Ulysses Grant was racing horses outside of the White House on a very populated street, and an officer named William West pulled the president over and scolded him for setting a bad example. Grant apologized and said he wouldn't do it again, but this was a lie. He was pulled over the next day for the very same thing. This time, he and 6 of his friends were arrested. Grant was given a $20 fine, equivalent to $517 today. On June 2nd, 1924, President Calvin Coolidge signed the Indian Citizen Act, which made all Native Americans birthright citizens of the United States. The act read that all non-citizen Indians born within the territorial limits of the United States be, and they are hereby, declared to be citizens of the United States. This gave Native Americans several rights that were not previously accessible, and perhaps the biggest one was the right to vote. Unfortunately, this did not include full voting rights, and it wasn't until 1964, the Civil Rights Act, that full voting rights were given. Back to Coolidge. 3 years after this, he was invited to the Lakota tribe. This included a ceremony in which a headdress of eagle feathers was placed on his head, and he was given the honorary title of Leading Eagle. Herbert Hoover gets a lot of hate for his presidency, but I feel his humanitarianism is greatly unappreciated. During the First World War, Hoover was a millionaire living in London from his endeavors as an engineer, but the war soon turned him to a life of public service. In the first few weeks of the war, tens of thousands of American visitors in Europe fled to London for safety, where Hoover, with the help of others, established shelter and food for them. The war ended, but Hoover wasn't done. Now leading the ARA, Hoover began to help a struggling Soviet Union, as the nation was about to enter a famine. In just 5 years, the ARA was feeding 11 million people in 19,000 kitchens. But the United States didn't like this because, we were feeding communists. But Hoover responded with, 20 million people are starving. Whatever their politics, they shall be fed. But it wasn't just the Soviets. 23 war-torn countries in Europe were fed by the ARA. James Buchanan was the president right before Lincoln, and is often referred to as the worst president we've ever had for a myriad of reasons that aren't important right now. James Buchanan is also known as our only president to never marry, and this entry may explain why, because it's very likely that James Buchanan was our first gay president. This is William R. King, the 13th vice president and maybe the secret lover of James Buchanan. Historians have long dug into the relationship between these two men, and I'll present some of the findings. Let's begin with the fact that these two men lived together in the same house for 10 years. A practice that was not rare at the time, but let's build upon this. William King referred to the relationship as a communion, and they would often go to social events together, sparking comments from several political figures of the time. As the Minister of France, William King would take several trips to Europe, and on one trip away, James Buchanan would write in a letter, "I am now solitary and alone, having no companion in the house with me. I have gone a-wooing to several gentlemen, but have not succeeded with any one of them." The two even plan to run as president and vice president together, but these plans and ambitions will be cut short, as William King would pass away on April 18th, 1853. James Buchanan would describe him as among the best, the purest, and most consistent public men I have ever known. So what do you think? I personally believe Buchanan was gay or bi or something fruity, because if that's the information we have in the public, who knows what was lost in the years since, but what do you think? And now, we discuss one of my favorite musicians, Johnny Cash. I'm worried though, because if I start talking about Johnny Cash, I'll never want to shut up about Johnny Cash. He's my favorite solo musician, and I'm going to be discussing my favorite Johnny Cash song, Man in Black, his anti-Vietnam War song. While Johnny Cash initially supported Richard Nixon's handling of the war, after he expanded into Cambodia, he quickly changed his mind, and would release his Man in Black album a year later. And at the center of this album was the song, Man in Black. The song doesn't only voice concerns about the war, he also voices concerns for the disenfranchised, the so-called poor and beaten down. He spoke about drug users, and the people who were being over-sentenced and were being kept in prison due to the littlest of charges. But what the song is best well known for is his stance against the Vietnam War. Johnny said he wrote the song for the soldiers who were yearning for home, and the ones who were dying and would never make it home. Overall, he felt our involvement was pointless. 3 years after Richard Nixon expanded the war into Cambodia, so 2 years after the Man in Black album came out, Johnny met with the president. I love this photo because it looks like he's about to strangle Nixon to death. He doesn't look happy, and it's because he wasn't. Earlier that day, Cash stood in front of a Senate subcommittee and spoke about the nation's problems and advocated for widespread prison reform. Later in the day, Nixon asked Johnny to play at the White House, and he suggested some songs for him to perform, like Okies from Muskogee and Welfare Cadillac. The first one speaks out against protesters, and the second one, Welfare Cadillac, criticizes people on welfare. Johnny Cash then told Nixon, "I don't know those songs, but I'll play some of mine." And then he performed several songs that were protesting our efforts in the war. The first song he played was What Is Truth, a song with a very blatant anti-war message in the second verse. The next song he played was the aforementioned Man in Black, and he ended his concert with the Ballad of Ira Hayes, a song about the plights of Native Americans, and about the titular Ira Hayes, a Native American veteran who couldn't deal with the guilt of losing his friends during the war and in turn drunk himself to death. Did you know the death of President Abraham Lincoln created the funeral industry? Before Lincoln's death, funerals were much simpler. You'd die, and your family would clean your body up, dress you in nice clothes, and if you were rich enough, a carpenter would make you a coffin, and that was it. During the Civil War, many of the people killed would simply be left there to rot, but the richer families paid to have their families' bodies preserved with this new technique, embalming. Now, embalming wasn't new to the world. The ancient Egyptians had been doing this for thousands of years, but it was becoming a new practice in Europe and North America. So once the Civil War ended, Lincoln gets shot and embalmed, and then after this, his body was paraded across the country. For many Americans, this was the first time they saw a preserved body, inspiring them to do the same thing for their family. Fast forward to today, and most every person who dies is embalmed to have plenty of time for family members to pay their respects. Minnie Cox was the Postmaster General for Indianola, Mississippi under 3 presidents, Benjamin Harrison, William McKinley, and Teddy Roosevelt. She lost her job under Cleveland, which was between Harrison and McKinley, but got it back once McKinley entered the office. Now, this was a very lucrative position, paying $1,100 a year, which is about $40 grand a year this year. Unfortunately, Minnie was the victim of racial attacks, and the white populace of Indianola protested for her to leave. Minnie said she wouldn't seek the post again, but had a year left to finish her current outing. But this wasn't good enough for the crowd. They wanted her out now. So Minnie gave in and resigned. This is when Teddy Roosevelt found out about her treatment and wouldn't accept her resignation. Roosevelt voiced an outrage at this and demanded that mail not be delivered to Indianola until Minnie got her job back. Fearing for her safety, Minnie fled the state with her husband. They then opened the first black-owned bank in the States. We've rightfully ragged on Andrew Johnson throughout this entire iceberg, but now we can give him just the slightest bit of credit for this entry. Andrew Johnson purchased the land of Alaska, something that was mocked heavily at the time, but has proven to be worthwhile since. In the 1800s, Russia was broke, and they were fighting and losing several wars. To make some money, they looked towards selling their Alaskan land. They did this for a few reasons, beginning with the fact that it was very remote and useless, and combined with the fact that this was connected to Canada, which was owned by Britain, who they were currently fighting with, giving them major access to Russian land. The United States was very interested in the Alaskan land, and at the head of the buying debate was William Seward, the Secretary of State. After negotiations, the Alaskan land was sold to America for $7.2 million United States dollars, which equated to less than 2 cents per acre. At this time, the purchase was mocked, being called Seward's Folly and Johnson's Polar Bear Garden, but the opinions on the Alaskan purchase was about to shift rapidly. Just 30 years later, gold was discovered in Alaska, and a new major gold rush began. Also, massive deposits of oil were found that were still being tapped to this day. In fact, a quarter of America's oil comes from Alaska alone. Did you know the first 7 presidents weren't born in America? That's the truth, but it's kind of misleading. The first 7 were born on the North American continent, but this was before they declared independence, making them the United States of America. The first president to be born in the American country was the 8th, Martin Van Buren. He's also the first president to speak English as a second language, with Dutch being his first. While he spent his time in office, Jimmy Carter was a big advocate for renewable energy, stating we could harness the power of the sun to end our crippling dependence on renewable energy, and we listened to him, and now our world is powered with solar, wind, and nuclear energy. Well, that's what would have happened if Ronald Reagan wasn't elected. During Carter's State of the Union in 1979, he made a bold pledge to have 20% of the United States power come from renewable resources by the year 2000. Later in June, solar panels were installed on the roof of the White House after Carter advocated for them for years. Some 32 of them were installed, and it cost $28,000 to do so. They were very primitive, and were only used to heat the White House's water. The panels lasted for 7 years, up until Reagan's presidency, but they weren't lasting any longer, as Ronald Reagan had them tore down. There really wasn't a reason for their teardown, but people speculate about the reason. You see, previously, Jimmy Carter had offered tax credits to families installing solar panels, and Reagan ended this. Months later, the solar panels were tore down. After the attack on Pearl Harbor, the safety of the president was top priority, as fears of an assassination attempt were at an all-time high. So the Secret Service began to plan on how the president could be safely transported from place to place. They didn't have neither the time or the technology to make a car capable of keeping the president safe, but they didn't need to. They already had one. 10 years earlier, the infamous gangster Al Capone was arrested, and all of his assets were seized by the federal government, including a black and green 1928 Cadillac sedan with 3,000 pounds of bulletproof armor and bulletproof tires. The car also had sirens and a police scanner built into it, and it worked great and it got FDR to where he needed to go. Not only is Franklin Pierce one of the worst presidents, he's also the president with the worst life. He lived for 64 years and never saw a second of happiness in these 64 years. Franklin Pierce's awful life begins when he had 2 sons die when they were incredibly young. However, the saddest story of loss was his third son, Benjamin. When Pierce won the presidency, his family was traveling via train from their home in Concord to Washington, D.C. when the train suddenly derailed. Franklin and his wife were fine, but their son was not. Benjamin was decapitated, and Pierce tried to cover his body so his wife wouldn't see, but she saw and never forgave Franklin for this. She blamed him for this, as she wanted him out of politics for years, but he wouldn't leave. And here he was on the way to become president, now with a dead son. Then Pierce had a horrible presidency, and through all of this, he became a heavy drinker. He later died of cirrhosis, and to end his horrible life, his final words are not known because he died completely alone. After America won their war for independence, France began their own uprising known as the French Revolution. Over in America, this was viewed very favorably by some, who began to wonder if the same thing should be done to their current leaders, the Adams administration. In response, Adams, his cabinet, and the Federalist Majority Congress passed the Alien and Sedition Act, which was a set of 4 acts that tightened restrictions on free speech and immigration. The law raised the residency requirements to obtain citizenship from 5 to 14 years, and allowed the president to deport any immigrants during time of war. The Sedition Act made it a crime to print or discuss any false or malicious writing about the government in times of war. This was controversial. It was a major strike against the First Amendment and was the biggest controversy of John Adams' presidency. In 1862, a man named William Mumler began to take spirit photographs. These were pictures that were said to hone into spiritual energies, capturing them in a photo format. He took one such photo in 1872 of Mary Todd Lincoln, and behind her was the ghost of her husband, Abraham Lincoln. This was far from the only photo Mumler had taken. In fact, he was kind of a celebrity. At the end of the Civil War, many mournful people were missing their loved ones, so they turned to William to help reconnect them. Now, he had been accused and sued on basis of fraud, to which he was found not guilty because it couldn't be proven how he was faking these photos. So he did it for the rest of his life, taking his most famous one in 1872. Today, people have attempted to recreate their photos, and it's not known exactly how he did it. but it's thought he was able to combine two negatives into one somehow. With Teddy Roosevelt being such an outdoorsman and a big game hunter, it was only a matter of time before he ran into Bigfoot, and it's quite possible he did. In a hunting journal, Teddy talks about his time in the woods with a German hunter named Bowman. Bowman and Teddy noticed their camp had been trashed, and weird prints circled it. They figured it was a bear, and cleaned it up and slept off the incident. That was, until that night, they smelled a foul stench, and they stepped outside to see a monster, to which Bowman shot at, causing it to flee. They were shocked, and Teddy was the first one to speak, stating, "Bowman, that bear was on two legs." During the 1964 presidential election, Lyndon Johnson pulled a move that would fundamentally change how politicians advertise themselves from now on, scaring their voters. Lyndon and his team released the Daisy Girl ad, which features a young girl picking flowers before being obliterated by a nuclear weapon. Let's take a look.
2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 6, 8, 9,
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
These are the stakes. To make a world in which all of God's children can live, or to go into the dark. We must either love each other.
This ad was only aired once, but that's all it was needed. Previously, Barry Goldwater, who was running against Johnson, refused to sign the Nuclear Treaty Act, which would have banned the use of nuclear weapons in the Vietnam War. This ad was made in a direct response to Goldwater's refusal to sign. Like we said, the ad was only aired once, on September 7th, 1964, during a showing of David and Bathsheba? During a showing of David and Bathsheba, which was a family show. And this was done on purpose, as Lyndon Johnson's team thought it would have the most impact on the most amount of people. And did it work? Well, let's look at the electoral map, and you can tell me. In April of 1865, Abraham Lincoln walked into the East Room of the White House to see a small group, including his wife and bodyguard, huddled over a covered body, to which Lincoln asked what was going on, and then a soldier revealed the president. He was killed by an assassin, to which he jolted awake. It was a dream. Lincoln revealed this to his close friend Ward Lamon, and this was mere days before Lincoln was shot and killed for real. The story is brought forward by Lamon 20 years after the president was killed, and has been questioned if it's true. If you've heard that Ulysses Grant was a corrupt president and you wondered why, you're about to find out, as the whiskey ring was Grant's biggest corruption. This was a conspiracy among Grant's cabinet members, revenue agents, and whiskey producers, in which it was thought that tax money that was supposed to be given to the federal government from the whiskey business was instead being used to fund Republican campaigns. The tax to be collected on whiskey sold was 70 cents per gallon, and revenue agents were underreporting sales and pocketing the difference. This spread through the entire Midwest and involved hundreds of politicians and distillers. The money went in several directions, including Grant's re-election campaign. The plan was eventually caught by Grant's Secretary of Treasury, Benjamin Bistro, and $3 million of untaxed revenue was added to the United States Treasury. Just a quick note about Tier 10 before we get into it. My good friend Penny Pincher actually made this tier, and he has his own channel, so if you like his editing job, for sure check him out. It'll be the first link in the description. So let's get into Tier 10. When presidents are sworn into the office, they take the oath on a Bible. All 46 inaugurations followed this pattern, save for one. John Quincy Adams, the 6th president. He decided to take his oath of office by swearing on a book of law. There's no stated reason why, and it might have just been the practice at the time. There's actually no concrete evidence for what presidents swore in on. Quincy Adams just mentioned it specifically. The Chickajima incident is the story of how we almost had a president be cannibalized. On September 2nd, 1944, a group of American bombers took to the skies. Their mission was to take over a place called Chikajima, a tiny island 500 miles away from Japan. Now, Chikajima was heavily guarded. It had 25 personnel stationed there, along with anti-air cannons. So these pilots didn't really stand a chance. They were soon shot down, and all 9 pilots went into the ocean. 1 pilot was saved by an American boat, but the other 8 weren't so lucky. They were tortured, beaten, killed, and cannibalized. Now, this wasn't revealed to the public until 2003, as the American government didn't want to admit that some of their soldiers they sent to war were eaten. As for that 9th pilot, it was the 41st President of the United States, George H.W. Bush. When President Nixon resigned and Gerald Ford became president, he immediately became controversial, as he pardoned Richard Nixon for his crimes in the Watergate scandal. Remember, a presidential pardon absolves a criminal of their crimes, so now Nixon was innocent in a court of law of all Watergate involvement. This was 1 month into his temporary term, and he made the decision to push the nation past the controversy, in an attempt to move on, also claiming that a drawn-out court case would further polarize the nation. This was a controversial decision, and is likely the reason he lost re-election. What do you think? Did Gerald Ford make the right decision? Following the American Revolution, the states were consumed by debt, and the nation's new Treasury Secretary, Alexander Hamilton, proposed that the federal government would assume the states' debts and pay it off to build a stronger union. One of the ways the federal government decided to fund this debt was a tax on whiskey, and so, the first ever revenue tax wasn't implemented. The whiskey makers were upset about this, so widespread protests broke out across New York and Pennsylvania. When tax collectors would show up to collect, the locals would tar and feather them, and on one instance, their house was burnt down. A month later, Washington sent a letter demanding the crowd to disperse, but this letter was ignored. So Washington then sent 13,000 soldiers to break it up, and no shots were fired. The crowd dispersed, and a couple rebels were arrested, but were later pardoned by Washington. The Whiskey Rebellion was really the first test of the federal government and their ability to respond to a domestic threat. Washington's opposing political party, led by Thomas Jefferson, called him out for an overstep of the federal government, claiming it was the next step to absolute power. On May 9th, 1970, several students were protesting at the Lincoln Memorial against Richard Nixon's expansion of the Vietnam War into Cambodia. Nixon woke up at 4 in the morning and saw this massive gathering of people, and decided to go down and talk to them. He spoke to a lot of the protesters and was kind of just ranting and raving like a madman, which was typical of Nixon. He encouraged the people there to travel the world while they were young, and he discussed their university's football teams. But no one was there for small talk. They were mad, and were expressing their anger to the president, causing the Secret Service to worry about the president's safety. So Nixon soon left, not before a massive, hairy man ran towards Nixon and asked for a photograph, to which he obliged. Bob Mustache was this so-called hairy man, and later claimed to be high on LSD during this encounter. In fact, he was so high, he thought he hallucinated the entire meeting. Some of the students were interviewed later about their talks with the president, and claimed he had absolutely no sentence structure when he spoke. Andrew Johnson was regarded as one of the worst presidents we've ever had. He handled Reconstruction poorly and was incredibly lenient to the Confederate States post-Civil War. He also was even impeached, the first president to be so. During his impeachment trial, Andrew Johnson locked himself away in the Oval Office, where he found a family of white mice living. This was now his focus. Every night, he would leave out flour and water for the mice to eat. He'd watch them play and eat, and referred to him in writing as his little fellows. Andrew Johnson is one of the few presidents to not have an official pet, and these were kind of the closest things to one he had. Campaigning. We love to laugh at the dumb ads, and we get annoyed at all the signs we see in people's yards. Political campaigning has a long and rich history with America, and one of the first major campaigns was that of William Henry Harrison and John Tyler in 1840. William Henry Harrison was an old man, and he held the record for the oldest president until Ronald Reagan was elected 140 years later. Like we said, he was mocked for his age, and he was dismissed as a log cabin president, someone who was born and raised in a log cabin. So William Henry Harrison embraced this, and he began to use log cabin imagery in his campaigning. He also used the slogan of Tippecanoe and Tyler too, because Harrison was nicknamed Old Tippecanoe because he participated in the Battle of Tippecanoe, something coming up later, I think. All of this effort just to win and die a month later, and then have the worst president run the country. Have you ever wondered why the hell Gerald Ford said this bizarre sentence?
I'm Gerald Ford, and you're not.
I did, so I dug into it. This is Gerald Ford, and this is Chevy Chase, pretending to be Gerald Ford for SNL. This is the first instance of a president being mocked on SNL, and Gerald Ford loved it. Now, Chase is famous for many reasons, but one of them is his catchphrase, I'm Chevy Chase and you're not. So at a White House dinner, Gerald Ford reminded him,
I'm Gerald Ford, and you're not.
In the 1930s, America was almost taken over by a cabal of billionaires. The year was 1934, and the Great Depression was in full swing. President FDR implemented the New Deal, a set of socialist policies that helped pull the country out of ruin. Now, this didn't fly with the wealthy elite of the nation, as it was cutting into their profits. The final nail in the coffin for them was the removal of the gold standard, which backed the United States dollar by gold bullion. This made the wealthy elite so upset, they tried to fund an army of 500,000 ex-soldiers to launch a coup against Roosevelt. This was much more than the United States had in active personnel at the time, so it could have been a swift takeover. They brought this plan up with Smedley Butler, a former United States general. However, Butler was a devout supporter of FDR, so he turned the wealthy conspirators into the FBI and the plan was stopped. On November 6, 1998, Bill Clinton made history when he sent the first email as a president. The email in question was sent to John Glenn, an astronaut who is currently in space, wishing him luck, and planning a meet with him once he got back. But this may not have been the first email he sent, as he sent an earlier one to the Prime Minister of Sweden, thanking him for backing Clinton's decision to lift his trade embargo on Vietnam. This email was typed in all caps and was signed by Bill Clinton, but it's not known if he was actually in the room when it was sent. The one sent to John Glenn was definitely sent by him. Ah, North Korea, the nation that threatens to blow everyone up and then have their missiles splashed into the ocean. You sure showed Poseidon. If Richard Nixon had his way with North Korea, we would have never had to worry about them. Nixon was a fierce anti-communist, and a communist nation, North Korea, just shot down one of the spy planes over the Sea of Japan. Nixon reached out to a United States Air Force pilot stationed in South Korea and ordered him to get in his plane and drop a nuke on North Korea. Now this man, Bruce Charles, was conflicted. He didn't want to do it, but this was the president. This was his commander-in-chief. This was his boss's boss's boss. This is like Elon Musk going to one of his janitors and ordering him to blow up a state capitol. But luckily, a stand-down order was given and Nixon was a sly slosh. It was kind of lashing out in a drunken anger. It's also speculated that Nixon wanted this nuke threat to be known, so that communist nations would back down from provoking the United States. If John Tyler didn't ruin his reputation enough while being president, he sunk it even further when he left the office. He left on March 4th, 1845, and returned home to Virginia where he lived a peaceful life. 16 years later, the Confederate States of America broke away and the Civil War began, and Tyler's state of Virginia was one of these states. John Tyler was a massive supporter of slavery and secession, so he went along with the plans. He even took it a step further, when in November of 1861, he was elected to the Confederate Congress, where he served for a year before passing away. His final words were perhaps at his best, and he hit the nail on the head with that one. No one in Washington cared, and he is the only president to be buried under another nation's flag, the Confederate States of America. Tyler wanted a simple funeral, but President Jefferson Davis demanded a grand showing for political means, puppeting him as a political hero. When you're president for 12 years, lead a nation through their worst financial crisis, the most devastating war the world has seen, including an attack on American soil, and whatever else pops up, you're gonna be stressed. And this is exactly the life Franklin Roosevelt lived. To help distress, he collected stamps, and he did this his entire life. He began collecting stamps as a kid, and it helped him through his polio, as it was a hobby that occupied his mind, but did not require physical effort to do so. He collected nearly 1 million stamps through his entire life, and he designed over 200 during his terms. When the Great Depression began, photos of him collecting stamps were sent around the country to help alleviate the minds of Americans worrying about the nation. If the president wasn't worried, they shouldn't be either. When Roosevelt passed away, his stamps were appraised for $80,000, $1.3 million today. But they were sold for a much higher figure than that, as it was a part of a charity auction, and this money was donated. Before he was a president, Gerald Ford had an amazing career with his college football team at the University of Michigan. He played center and was named the most valuable player several times. In 1934, Michigan was going to play Georgia Tech, who had a segregated team, and Michigan did not. Michigan had a player named Willis Ward, and he was friends with Gerald. Unfortunately, Michigan had Ward set out to fit in with Georgia. Gerald threatened to sit out the game himself because of this, and Willis told him to play, so Gerald did. After one of Georgia's linebackers hurled a bunch of racist taunts at Gerald, the future president hit him so hard, he had to be taken to a hospital on a stretcher. He told Ward that one was for him. Ford's career continued, and 2 NFL teams even reached out for him to play, the Green Bay Packers and the Detroit Lions. But Ford refused to join, as he wanted to go to law school. After Ronald Reagan's assassination attempt, Nancy Reagan sought the help of Joan Quigley, an astronomer, to help keep her husband safe. Joan said she knew about his attempt before it happened, and this convinced Nancy to bring her in. Joan then began to make calendars of color-coded days for Reagan. Red days many should stay inside, yellow meant be cautious, and green were safe days. Nancy would get angry if Ronald's aides would make changes to his schedule without talking to Joan first. This was kept from the media, obviously, and wasn't revealed until Reagan's former chief of staff revealed it in the late 80s. I've mentioned James Garfield a handful of times throughout the iceberg, and I'm sure every time I have, you probably hear that name Garfield, and of course you're going to think of Garfield the cat. And I'm here to tell you, there's a connection between the two. Jim Davis is the creator of Garfield, and he named the cat after his grandfather, who was named after President James Garfield. I can't find a reason why the grandfather was named after the president, and I guess it's not 100% confirmed he was, but his name is James Garfield Davis. Come on, guys. Two days after she was born, why did I yell that? 2 days after she was born, Alice Roosevelt's mom passed away, and on that same day, her grandma passed away. And her dad wrote in his journal, "The light of my life has gone out." This was the start of Alice Roosevelt's crazy life, being the daughter of Teddy Roosevelt. Alice had a life of rebellion, breaking many social norms typical of a woman in that time. She smoked in the White House, and Teddy caught her saying, "No daughter of mine is going to smoke under my roof." So she then went and smoked on top of the White House roof. She also walked around with a pet snake she named Emily Spinach, a queen. I love snakes. And all of this caused Teddy to say, "I can either run the country or tend to Alice. I cannot possibly do both." Sorry to ruin the fun at the end, but she also supported Mustache Man in World War II, stating she would rather vote for him than Roosevelt for a 3rd term, so not very good of her. Did you know the teddy bear was named after President Teddy Roosevelt? Okay, you might have. But did you know that William Taft tried to compete with the teddy bear using his own animal? After Teddy Roosevelt left the office, toy companies were afraid that his absence would affect the sales of teddy bears. So they looked towards the new president, William Taft, to be the new face of their new toy, the Billy Possum, a stuffed possum toy. A campaign ad was launched focusing on the possum replacing the bear, and did it work? Well, have you ever had a stuffed possum? I doubt it, because in under a year, the Billy Possum was recalled and the teddy bear remains on top. On November 19, 1928, Herbert Hoover was on a tour across South America, and he almost died while doing so. Hoover was riding via train across the Andes Mountains into Chile, and was set to cross into Argentina. There was a plot led by Servino di Giovanni to blow up part of the track, derailing the train. Before this could happen, the man carrying the explosive was arrested, and Hoover passed through safely. He never showed concern. and while on the train, he received a newspaper featuring that as a headline. Herbert tore off the front page, stating it's just as well Lou, his wife, didn't see it. During the Watergate scandal, Richard Nixon was the only living president, since Eisenhower died in 1969, Truman in 72, and LBJ in 73, giving him no former leaders to turn to in his time of trouble. This was the 5th time in American history where we had no living former presidents. The first time was when George Washington died in 1799, during John Adams' term. Today, we have the record for the most living presidents at 5. Roy Fisher was a professor of law at Harvard and served with the Air Force in World War II, but he is most famous for his plans surrounding nuclear war. In 1981, the question of use for nuclear arms was being discussed, and Roy put forward his idea: put that needed code number in a little capsule, and then implant that capsule right next to the heart of a volunteer. The volunteer would carry with him in a bag a heavy butcher knife as he accompanied the president. If ever the president wanted to fire nuclear weapons, the only way he could do so was for him, with his own hands, to kill a human being. He had to look at someone and realize what death is, what an innocent death is. This plan was not implemented, and should it be? By IQ score, John Quincy Adams was our smartest president with a score of 175. But this story proves that IQ shouldn't be the only thing we use to measure intelligence. In April of 1791, when he was 24 years old, an eclipse was passing over the United States. So he rushed to get a good look at it, and just stared right at it. He wrote in his journal, "Hurt my eyes by observing the eclipse." And 5 months later, he was writing about how he was almost blind, and he never fully regained eyesight after the incident. Franklin Roosevelt passed away on April 12, 1945, but had some close encounters before this. And perhaps his closest was at the hands of the United States Navy. On November 14, 1943, FDR was aboard the USS Iowa headed to the Tehran Conference with Winston Churchill and Joseph Stalin. At the request of the president, the battleship tested its anti-air cannon features by launching balloons into the sky and then shooting them down. Also, several ships including the Iowa and the William Porter tested their torpedoes. The Porter was mentioned specifically because the ships were supposed to have their torpedo primers taken out, which would basically make them explode, and the Porter did not. They just launched a prime torpedo at the Iowa, the ship holding FDR. FDR learned of this and requested to be moved to the side of the torpedo was coming from so he could see it explode. Thankfully, the Iowa was able to move, and the torpedo detonated 3,000 meters from the ship. John Tyler was the 10th president of the United States, and he's often referred to as our worst. We've described his post-presidency actions of joining the Confederacy, but now we can discuss his actual presidency. John Tyler was a member of the Whig Party by name, but did not support any of their views. Then, when William Henry Harrison passed away, John Tyler became the president, the first vice to take over the role after an early death. In his 4 years of presidency, he vetoed a lot of bills that were party supported. This included the shootdown of a national bank and a bill that would increase tariff rates. And through doing this, he became the first president to have their veto overridden by another vote in Congress. John Tyler was a strong supporter of states' rights and stronger individualism among the states. He was also a strong supporter of slavery. All of this combined caused the entire presidential cabinet to resign in protest of his presidency, and later expulsion from his party, as they deemed and referred to him as his accidency. Elections have always had sore losers. It's been a thing since the very beginning. Now, some years get pretty bad, but most of the time, these people are just that. Sore losers mad that their candidate lost, and that election had been stolen. However, there's one election in American history that actually was stolen, and that is 2020. The Dominion vote machines took the votes for Trump and turned them into Biden votes. The Sharpies. Did you see the Sharpies? And don't even get me started on the missing votes in Pennsylvania. Alright, resubscribe. I'm joking. The 2020 election was not stolen, but the 1876 election kinda was. The election of 1876 was ran between Democrat Samuel Tilden and Republican Rutherford Hayes. Now let's talk about the Electoral College. Today, states are decided by the popular vote. If a candidate wins the majority of the votes in the state, they get that state's electoral votes. And the more population a state has, the more electoral votes they have. That's why California has 55, the most, and West Virginia has 3, the lowest a state can have. So this is why elections only come down to a few key states. The majority needed to win the election is 270, and in 1876, it was 185 needed. Tilden had 184 and was winning the popular vote by a wide margin, over 250,000 votes. But Samuel Tilden is not the 19th president. Hayes is. And he won by the smallest electoral vote margin ever. Just 1 vote. How did this happen? How can someone lose by 1 electoral vote when 4 states were remaining to submit their electoral votes? Well, accusations of voter suppression were running wild on both sides, and this caused the 4 states with 20 electoral votes total to be contested and reviewed later. And if Hayes were to win all 4 of these states, he would win the electoral vote 185 to 184. This is exactly what happened. After an electoral commission was made, which included 5 Supreme Court justices, 5 representatives, and 5 senators, 15 people in total, and by party, there were 7 Democrats, 7 Republicans, and 1 independent, David Davis, a Supreme Court justice. But he excused himself from this case, and a Republican lawmaker from his state replaced him, voting in favor of the Republicans in an 8-7 vote in favor of Hayes. This was controversial, and actually almost led to another civil war. To appease Democrats, all Union soldiers stationed in southern states after the Civil War were removed, ending Reconstruction. Hayes won with the smallest electoral college majority ever, just 1 vote. And Tilden has the highest popular vote percentage without winning the presidency. In fact, he won over 50% of the popular vote, and this makes him the only candidate to win over 50% without winning the presidency. Furthermore, and to end, the 1876 election had the highest voter turnout ever at 81%. Just to compare, the 2020 election had a 62% turnout, and 2016 had a 54%. They average around 50 to 60%, so having an 80% voter turnout is insane. On September 14, 1901, President William McKinley succumbed to his gunshot wound and passed away, meaning that Vice President Teddy Roosevelt had to be sworn in to become the new president. However, there was a problem. Teddy Roosevelt was nowhere to be found. Where was the vice president? William McKinley was shot on September 6th, 8 days before this, but it was looking like he was going to make a full recovery. Vice President Roosevelt visited him on that same day, but advisors were worried about having the vice president and president in the same room. They were concerned another attack might take place and both might die. So Teddy left, being reassured that McKinley would be fine. So Roosevelt left McKinley's home in Buffalo, New York, and went on vacation. On September 12th, he began to climb Mount Macy, the highest peak in New York City. But back in Buffalo, McKinley took a turn for the worse, and he eventually passed away. And now the search for Roosevelt began, who is now in the middle of nowhere. He was found, somehow, and was told the news that McKinley was dead, and that now he was the president. Roosevelt then went to Buffalo to pay his respects to McKinley and his wife, and was soon sworn in. We've mentioned James Garfield a few times now, and he was the 2nd president to be assassinated. He was shot in the chest on July 2nd, 1881, but did not die until September 19th, 1881, 2.5 months later. And these were 2 of the most miserable months a person could have lived. Beginning with the actual event, he was shot 3 times, which isn't good, regardless of time period, but it's especially bad in the 1880s when medical care was not the best. The doctors focused on finding the bullet, so they began to dug their disgusting, unwashed hands through Garfield's chest. This was a time when germ theory was laughed at and people didn't believe it. Keep in mind this is an ongoing process, like Washington's bloodletting, and I'm not going to mention it every time. Just know it's going on. Just know people have their filthy hands digging through this president's chest trying to find a bullet. As the summer continued, Garfield's condition worsened. An awful fever, chills, delirium, and people digging through his chest continued. Alright, we're gonna get disgusting now. It might have already been bad, but this is awful. If you're squeamish, I recommend skipping to this timestamp. A massive 20-inch long incision was cut into Garfield's chest. beginning at his ribs and going to his groin. Why? They gotta find the bullets, man, come on. So in goes the dirty hands again, and of course, the tubes weren't sterile. So now Garfield had a massive infected cut in his chest. So, he was dead, he just didn't know it yet. He suffered even worse, losing 80 pounds in this time frame before passing away on September 19th. His final words were, "Swahim," which was his doctor, "Can't you stop the pain?" Later, during his trial, Charles Guiteau admitted to shooting James Garfield, but he said it was his doctors who did the real killing. We're not going to give him a break. We're back to James Garfield. After being shot in the chest, their dirty finger search of the bullet began, but come on, these guys weren't cavemen. Yeah, they did try something else first, and it involved the inventor Alexander Graham Bell, the guy who made the telephone. Graham Bell used an early version of the metal detector attempting to find the bullet, but he was unsuccessful because Garfield was on a metal bed, and none of the bright minds there thought to move him. Hey, I know this guy can't catch a break, but let's throw him one anyways. Garfield, yeah, had an awful death, but he also knew a cool party trick. Garfield was the first left-handed president and could write with both hands at the same time. He was also multilingual and would write Greek with one hand and Latin with the other. James Garfield was also the president of his college before being the president of the United States, and he was their youngest president ever. The first president to die in office was William Henry Harrison, but he had a boring death. He died of old age, basically. However, the next president to die in office is surrounded in mystery, and it triggered a murder investigation that was launched and solved 140 years later. On the day of July 4th, 1850, President Zachary Taylor was enjoying Independence Day activities when he began to complain about stomach pains and began to sweat profusely. Over the next few days, he consumed vast amounts of cherries and drank a lot of milk, and for some reason, this didn't make him feel any better, so he died 5 days later. This raised eyebrows all across the country, as the president was seemingly in great health and now he was dead all of a sudden. So conspiracy theories surrounding a poisoning came up, and fingers were pointed at the pro-slavery crowd, as Zachary Taylor was fiercely against slavery. However, his cause of death was listed as this. Now, medicine wasn't exactly what it was back then, so tests for poison weren't done. But in the year of 1991, we had came a long way medically, and Taylor's descendants agreed to have his body examined. So, he was dug up, 141 years after he died. There are pictures of his autopsy, and I don't know if I'm allowed to show them, but it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission, so here it is. Samples of whatever was left was sent to forensics for poison tests, and they particularly looked for arsenic, which was not found, and the previous diagnosis stuck. 99% of gamblers stop before they hit it big. It's a common fact, and no one knew this better than Andrew Jackson. Jackson gambled his entire life. On dice, card games, and even chicken fights. Wherever there was a wager to be made, he made it. After his grandfather passed away, Jackson received part of his inheritance, and he immediately gambled it away and lost it. But if he would have went back again, he would have won it all back. Quit while you're ahead, not behind. Ooh, you want to bet your life savings on red. Ooh. Do you remember Millard Fillmore? I doubt it, but here he is again. When he wasn't sitting around being boring, he was putting out fires. Not metaphorical ones, literal ones. On Christmas Eve, 1851, the Library of Congress caught on fire. And I'm not kidding when I say this. Millard Fillmore was alerted to the fire, and it said he jumped into action. He was enjoying the holidays with his family when a call bellowed out saying, "Fire! Fire! The Library of Congress is on fire!" Early fire trucks, which consisted of horse-pulled carts with barrels of water and hoses, arrived, and Millard, along with his cabinet members and senators, performed a bucket brigade maneuver to help put out the fire. It was said that Fillmore was at the front of the line. After the fire was put out, it was found out that 35,000 books were destroyed, and Millard and Abigail, his wife, were allowed to personally pick out replacements. And Millard made sure that no religious books were purchased to keep in line with the First Amendment. Do you know who this is? I doubt it. This is the 19th President of the United States, Rutherford Hayes. Now, the Americans watching may not know this, But my 49 viewers in Paraguay may just be pointing at the screen saying, "Wow, that's Rutherford Hayes, the 19th president of the United States that settled a border dispute between Argentina and Paraguay, settling in favor of Paraguay." And if you said that, congratulations, Paraguayans, you're very right. But there's even more to discuss. When Hayes became president, South America was recovering from the Triple Alliance War. The Triple Alliance part comes from the alliance of Argentina, Brazil, and Uruguay. Brazil was also messing with the Uruguayan elections, which in part started from a border dispute that Paraguay was having with Argentina and Brazil. Brazil was also messing with the Uruguayan elections, which in turn was affecting Paraguay. So then Brazil and Paraguay went to war. And Argentina saw this as an opportunity to get involved, so they did, bringing Uruguay in. After a long and violent war, the worst South America has ever seen, a war that was so bad that nearly 90% of Paraguayans were killed, Paraguay was beaten, and they lost a lot of their land to their neighbors. Later, Argentina tried to claim more territory, and this is where Rutherford Hayes stepped in. The United States was asked to act as a mediator, and President Rutherford Hayes sided with Paraguay, giving them back 60% of their land. Now, in modern times, Hayes is a hero in this South American nation. While mostly being forgotten in his home country he led for a brief time. A city there was named in his honor, Hayesville, and there's several artifacts there honoring him, including a big statue and a handwritten copy of the decision favoring Paraguay. There's a common story reported that Teddy Roosevelt was our first and only president to have a tattoo. The alleged tattoo was his family crest, tattooed on his chest. But, in doing research, I read conflicting sources on whether or not he actually had them. There's also rumors that other presidents had tattoos, like James Polk, tattooing the word eager written in Japanese. And if that's true, he got a random Japanese word tattooed on him, that would make him one of the most ahead of the times presidents ever. Back to Roosevelt. There's no clear answer if he really did have a chest tattoo, but it is known he had gunpowder tattoos. This happened from a pistol firing improperly, staining his skin with charcoal and sulfur. One more note, at the 1912 election, this political art was made, depicting Teddy as this man covered from head to toe in tattoos. Tattoo doesn't feel like a real word anymore. Before the boring sport of baseball took over, America's #1 sport was football. Real football, not that fake European crap. But football had a real problem. It's the early 1900s, and football games are basically gladiatorial matches. Very, very, very little protective gear was worn, and forward passes were considered illegal moves. So to get a touchdown, you had to fight. Fractured skulls, broken ribs, and even severed spinal cords weren't all that uncommon. In 1904 alone, 18 deaths were attributed to football, and this was upsetting Americans. They called for an end to this sport, and these calls reached President Teddy Roosevelt, who agreed the sport was way too violent, but instead of banning it outright, he called a meeting of the coaches of Harvard, Yale, and Princeton, urging the sport to be made safer. But this didn't work. The season continued, and the violence continued. In fact, one of Teddy's sons was a football player, and he got his nose broken, and many think this was done on purpose. Further discussions of reform continued, and they ended in the legalization of the forward pass, decreasing physical contact. Further reforms continued, bringing in protective gear, and rules against unnecessary roughness were added. In 1913, Howard Vost passed away. Now, I say that name like you're supposed to know who he is. He's the guy who provided the turkeys for presidential pardons. Other farmers were being lined up, but the president at the time, Calvin Coolidge, wanted the practice to discontinue. However, the White House continued to get many animals, not just turkeys, and eventually, a raccoon was sent. Now, Calvin never ate raccoon, and he didn't have plans to try it. So instead, he named the raccoon Rebecca and kept her around as a pet. The Coolidges got a collar made for her and began to walk her around on a leash. She had free reign of the White House and was known to open cabinet doors, unscrew light bulbs, and would knock over house plants. She was brought into the public a lot and participated in many White House events, including an Easter egg rolling. In 1929, as the Coolidges were leaving the office, they donated Rebecca to a local zoo, where she lived out the rest of her days in peace and comfort. During the 1971 NFL playoffs, the San Francisco 49ers and the Washington football team were in a game, and they lost. And it's all thanks to Richard Nixon. Nixon was a big fan of the Washington team and actually suggested a play to them, and that was to run a reverse. And the team decided to do this, to which they suffered a 13-yard loss, and eventually lost by just 4 points, to which it was decided if the Washington team made a touchdown instead, they would have won. So one of the main reasons people like Ronald Reagan is because of his work in tearing down the Berlin Wall. But I'm here to tell you his tear down this wall speech did very little, and we should be thanking David Bowie for tearing it down. In 1987, Bowie performed his song Heroes in West Berlin, basically at the Iron Curtain. Over at East Berlin, a massive crowd had gathered to listen. Did you know that Heroes is actually about the Cold War? It's a song about two lovers, one in East Germany and one in West, being separated by the wall. This song became an anthem in West Berlin, and as it played into the East, the massive crowd who were being beaten back by the East police chanted "The wall must fall." The police brutality carried out by the Eastern police turned many East Berliners against the wall, ultimately ending in it being torn down. Reagan's speech was just the final nail. In 1818, a man named John Cleve Sims Jr. posted a flyer declaring that the Earth was hollow and habitable, and he was mostly laughed at. But one man who did not laugh at him was Jeremiah Reynolds, but he was more interested in documenting and mapping the South Pole. His interest comes from the fact that Sims claimed that the South Pole had an entrance to the hollow Earth. As the years went on, Reynolds began to distance himself from Sims, but still had an interest in the South Pole. He began to petition scientific communities and Congress to fund an expedition here. John Quincy Adams was the president at the time and had agreed to fund a trip to the South Pole. However, Andrew Jackson won the election and the trip was put on hold. These are the facts, and this story is transferred into John Quincy Adams funded a trip to see the mole people in the hollow Earth. This story has been widespread, and it first appeared in 2011. But neither Sims or Adams or anybody ever mentioned mole people, so where did this fact come from? 1956, the mole people. The film opens with a professor describing the hollow Earth theory mentioned by Sims, and later in the film, a trip is made to the center of the Earth where the mole people are encountered. So unfortunately, John Quincy Adams did not believe in the mole people and did not fund a trip to go meet them. On September 5th, 1975, Gerald Ford was almost assassinated by a member of the Mason family, Lynette Fromm, just a year after he became president. Gerald Ford was in California as a part of his campaign trail for re-election. Lynette lived in California and wanted to target Ford because she wanted to set an example for people harming the environment, and she felt Gerald was directly doing so with his acts as president. On the day of, Gerald Ford was leaving his hotel to go to the California State Capitol building, and Lynette was waiting for him in the crowd. She was dressed in bright red, and Ford noticed her, going to shake her hand. She was just 2 feet in front of the president before she pulled out an M1911 pistol and fired, killing the president. Or, that's what she wanted to happen, because she was unfamiliar with firearms and did not know that she had to chamber her round first. She was tackled to the ground, and Ford was taken to the state capitol where he met State Governor Jerry Brown, where he did not even bring up the attempt on his life. Californians must have really hated Ford because just 3 weeks later, another woman attempted to assassinate him. On September 22nd, Ford was in San Francisco when a lady named Sarah Jane Moore fired at him twice and missed before being detained. Gerald Ford passed away on December 26, 2006, and just a little after a year later, Lynette Fromm was released from jail and is still alive. As for Sarah Moore, hey, she's from Charleston, way to represent my state. She was released 4 months after Lynette and has expressed regret for what she did to the president. On April 12, 1861, the attack on Fort Sumter began, causing the American Civil War to begin. 4 days after this, former President Franklin Pierce proposed a meeting of all the living former presidents, including Martin Van Buren, John Tyler, Millard Fillmore, himself, and James Buchanan. Do you know any of these names? Maybe now after watching The Iceberg, but do the vast majority of Americans today know these names? Doubtful. Anyways, the meeting was to be held in Philadelphia to discuss an end to the Civil War. Since Van Buren was the oldest living president, Pierce asked him first and asked him to help set up the meeting. However, Van Buren declined, stating that the latest president, James Buchanan, was the most familiar with current events and should be the one to lead the meeting, but agreed to attend if the others would. But Pierce talked to Buchanan, who had no interest in starting the meeting, and this caused it all to fall apart. as the former presidents began to back Lincoln more and more, much to Pierce's dismay, as he was a staunch supporter of the South. Before Abraham Lincoln was riding a horse to the White House when a shot rang out, passing through the president's hat, missing his head by inches. Lincoln's guard heard the shot and came running, to which the president rode up, unharmed, but he was missing his hat. We ragged on Gerald Ford earlier for his "no Soviet domination" comment during the 1976 election, but both candidates had skeletons in their closet. And Jimmy Carter was hot off the presses with an interview with Playboy magazine. For 5.5 hours, the magazine interviewed the deeply religious candidate. Carter was trying to make the point that no human was perfect, stating he was in no position to judge, as he had looked at many women with lust, and thus had committed adultery many times in his heart. This was misconstrued in that Jimmy Carter was physically committing adultery, which he wasn't. He just found other women attractive and completely told his story wrong. John Calhoun was the Secretary of War, serving with James Monroe, and in this time, he began to lock horns with Andrew Jackson, at this time a general in the military. He even tried to get Jackson arrested, but to Jackson's face, he was friendly and cordial, but talked mad trash behind his back, to which figures in DC would tell Jackson, but he would disagree. Now in 1830, when Jackson was president, he picked John Calhoun as his vice president, and Andrew Jackson found evidence that Calhoun tried to have him arrested on charges of treason, and now he was mad. And when you're mad in the 1800s, you send several strongly worded letters back and forth. Jackson was mad, Calhoun was trying to justify his actions, and the two tried to work together. Calhoun was a strong supporter of states' rights, and said that his home state, South Carolina, should consider secession from the United States, to which Andrew Jackson replied, "John Calhoun, if you secede from my nation, I will secede your head from the rest of your body." Calhoun soon resigned from the vice presidency afterwards. James Madison entered the office of president on March 4th, 1809, and before this, George Clinton was the vice president to Thomas Jefferson, and he did this for one term, making him eligible for one more, which he ran for and won. However, he died 3 years into James Madison's presidency, and Elbridge Gerry was selected as his replacement, who would then also die 1 year later, making James Madison the only president to have two vices die in office. We all know JFK was assassinated on November 22nd, 1963, but few know it happened almost 3 years earlier in a much more dramatic fashion. On December 11th, 1960, then-President-elect Kennedy was vacationing with his family in Palm Beach, Florida, when Richard Packlick, a devout Catholic hater, planned to drive his Buick full of dynamite into the man. But he saw Kennedy with his wife and kids and changed his mind. However, on the way home, he was pulled over for a speed violation, and the officer saw his car was full of dynamite and probably asked, "Why is your car full of dynamite?" and he was arrested. While he wasn't acting like a madman or breaking into hotels, Richard Nixon was playing the piano. While growing up, Nixon's mom made him learn, and he took lessons from his aunt, who was a music teacher. It's not just the piano. Nixon could play the clarinet, the violin, accordion, and the saxophone. Although he never learned to read sheet music, which brings up a question. I also cannot read sheet music, but I can bang around on the piano or blow into a saxophone. Does that mean I can play it? Warren Harding and I relate a lot. We're both ugly, and we both have a crippling gambling addiction. Harding hosted several games of poker at the White House with a group of people he called his gambling cabinet, and he wasn't very good at the game. He lost, and lost, and lost, and even gambled away a set of the White House's fine china that was there since Benjamin Harrison became president, 6 administrations before him. You probably say okay at least once, maybe several times a day. And did you know one of our most irrelevant presidents invented this simple phrase? During the 1840 election, supporters of Van Buren began to call him Old Kinderhook, as he was born and raised in a town called Kinderhook, and the phrase was originally shortened to OK. And then his supporters would found OK clubs. Ultimately, Van Buren must have not been okay, because he lost, and this story is his biggest legacy. In 1804, Haiti sent shockwaves around the world when their slave revolution came to an end, and it ended in favor of the slaves. In 1791, slaves in the French island of Saint-Domingue began their revolution against the slaveholders. It ended 13 years later, and like we said, this was unheard of. And now the entire world knew, and varying nations would respond. The response we'll be discussing is that of the United States. Thomas Jefferson was the president at this time, and the successful Haitian Revolution began to spark fears in Jefferson's mind that the slaves of the United States would follow suit. Because of this, Jefferson refused to acknowledge Haitian independence. He also imposed an embargo on the nation, a law against trading with them. This didn't resonate well with every American, as many Northerners rightfully believe that Haiti did the same thing the Americans did. They revolted. How's that any different than what America did? Regardless, the United States would not recognize Haiti until 1862. In 1901, a messenger was sent to Niagara Falls to fetch Dr. Roswell Park, the world's leading trauma surgeon at this time. The messenger said he was needed for an emergency surgery in Buffalo, New York. However, Roswell was already in the middle of the surgery, and he said he wouldn't leave it, even if it was for the President of the United States. To which the messenger then said it was for the President of the United States, as William McKinley had just been shot. Did you know Alexander Hamilton was killed in a duel? Of course you did, but did you know it almost happened 7 years earlier at the hands of a future president? James Monroe and Alexander Hamilton were set to enter a duel after Hamilton upset Monroe. Imagine you just lost your job, a job you loved, and this guy you probably hate writes a letter to you, bashing you for things that happened years ago. You'd be pissed off enough to enter a duel too. This is exactly what happened to Monroe and Hamilton, and you'll never guess who stopped it from happening. Aaron Burr, the man who would later go on to kill Alexander Hamilton in a duel. In 1938, Europe and the world celebrated the 20th anniversary of the end of World War I. We discussed Herbert Hoover's previous efforts in feeding Europe after the war, and once he left office in 1933, he picked up right where he left. He was doing a tour of Europe and was invited to Germany by the Mustache Man as a part of a goodwill diplomatic conversation. Hoover reluctantly agreed, and it's because of this we have this photo. The two talked for about 40 minutes, and Hoover kept championing personal liberty. However, Mustache Man replied that since Germany has limited resources, they could not afford such things. When Hoover got home, he denounced the National Socialists for a disregard of life and justice. Back in Germany, mere days after this meeting, they annexed Austria, knocking over another domino on the path to World War II. So I knew Joe Biden was going to win the 2020 election a month before it even happened because of one simple fact. He won the epic rap battle of history. You see, the channel Epic Rap Battles of History does an election-themed rap battle every 4 years. The first one was in 2012 and was Obama versus Romney, and Obama easily won this fight. And then he went on to win the election. Fast forward to 2016 and there's a Hillary versus Trump rap battle, and Donald had the better verse and he won the election. Now we're in October of 2020 and Biden stumps Trump in both the rap battle and the election. So if you're betting on the election in 2024, maybe watch the Epic Rap Battle of History first. Now all of this is opinionated. You might think Romney won the first epic rap battle of history, and you might think Trump won the 2020 election. But if you think either of those, just know I think you're stupid. But what isn't opinionated is the fact that the person who begins each election ERB is the one who goes on to lose. Mitt Romney begins his, followed by Hillary, and then Trump, and all three of them lost. On December 14th, 1799, a doctor rushed across the frozen Virginian countryside to reach a patient. He rode on horseback through the entire night, but was just too late. His patient, George Washington, was dead. But Dr. William Thornton wasn't going to give up that easily. He previously read how fish could be woken from the dead if thawed from a freeze, so he applied the same logic to Washington. He proposed that they lower Washington's body into a bathtub, slowly raise the temperature until he's warm, and go from there. He proposed since Washington had died from a lack of oxygen and blood loss, he just had to reverse this. He would then open a passage to his lungs to provide a tracheometry, and finally, he would make up for his blood loss using lamb's blood. Everyone in Mount Vernon rightfully said, first of all, who are you? Why are you here? And then they said, are you crazy? He's dead. You're not touching him. So Thornton's plane was dead in the water, like Washington. While on a trip to South America, Herbert Hoover was aboard the USS Utah, where he saw the sailors playing a game called Bull in the Ring. Hoover thought it looked fun, so he joined in, and later in his term, his doctor had the president play a modified version of the sport to help lose weight. Because of this, the sport became known as Hoover Ball. The sport is a mixture of tennis, volleyball, and medicine ball. Hoover and his friends would play this every morning, regardless of date, weather, anything. In the simplest way possible, think of Hoover Ball as volleyball, but you throw the ball back and forth instead of hitting it. But the tennis part comes from the fact that one side plays a server per round. This looks like a lot of fun. At the first 10-man convention, we're gonna have a Hoover Ball tournament. During Truman's terms, the White House was in pretty bad shape. A century and a half of patchwork was catching up, and the White House was deemed unsafe to live in. So Truman and his family took temporary occupancy in the Blair House, which is a hotel across from the White House that usually houses presidential guests. It was at the Blair House where Truman was almost assassinated. At the same time, Puerto Rico was undergoing a revolution for independence, which was stopped. Over in New York City, two Puerto Rican nationalists named Griselio Torisola and Oscar Collazo plotted to kill Harry Truman to raise awareness around Puerto Rican independence. They learned Truman was in the Blair House, so they began to plan. On November 1st, 1950, the two approached the hotel. Collazo tried to shoot an officer, but was unfamiliar with guns and did not chamber a round. He was able to, and then he shot the guard. This did not go much further, as Collazo was immediately shot and incapacitated by the Secret Service. Meanwhile, Torisola was on the other side of the Blair House and was in a firefight. He lit up an officer named Leslie Kofelt, who later passed away from his injuries. He fired at another officer, Joseph Downs, who retreated into the basement, locking it. Griselio was now 31 feet away from Harry Truman, but wouldn't make it much further. Kofelt was leaned against the guard booth, bleeding out, but he managed to shoot Griselio, saving the president. Collazo was arrested and was sentenced to death, but later had a reduction to life in prison, but was released in 1979, where he returned home to Puerto Rico, where he would live the rest of his life. Electricity was first added to the White House in 1891, when Benjamin Harrison was president, and he was terrified. You gotta think, electricity was this new concept, and Benjamin Harrison and his wife were too scared to go anywhere near anything electrical. Because of this, he and his wife would sleep with the lights on, too afraid to turn them off. During one of Nixon's terms, he phoned for his Secret Service, needing immediate help. So they rush inside, and there's Nixon, with an allergy pill bottle in his mouth. He couldn't get it open, and when he handed it over, it had teeth marks all over it where he tried to gnaw it open. It was one of those ones where you just had to push down and twist the lid off, but Nixon couldn't figure it out. And the funniest part is, Richard Nixon signed the law that would put those type of caps onto those pill bottles. We discussed how George H.W. Bush was almost eaten in World War II, but he is far from the only president to have a close encounter in the war. In fact, he's only one of 4. Another president that almost died was Gerald Ford, but he was far from a battlefield. He was on a ship that was about to face a storm. On December 18th, 1944, Gerald Ford was on one of the many ships that was struck by the Typhoon Cobra, a massive storm that destroyed many ships, injured hundreds of soldiers, and killed 790 in total. And Gerald Ford could have easily been 791. Benjamin Harrison was the 23rd president of the United States, being born in 1833, and serving between 1889 to 1893. And in this time, he became the first president to have their voice recorded. Take a listen.
As President of the United States, I was present at the first Pan-American Congress in Washington, D.C. Believe that with God's help, our two countries shall continue to live side by side in peace and prosperity. Benjamin Harrison.
It's not known exactly where, why, or when this voice was recorded, but people speculated it was around 1889, 135 years ago. The recording was made by a wax cylinder inside a phonograph, and if I understand correctly, as someone would talk into this big horn, a part would move, making indentions into a cylinder, and it could later be played back. There are rumors about earlier voice recordings we will discuss, but just know that Benjamin Harrison is the first official president to have their voice recorded. After John Quincy Adams lost the election of 1828 to Andrew Jackson, he began to seek other ventures, and ended up winning a spot in the House of Representatives. This makes him the only president to serve in the House post-presidency. Anyways, he was there much longer than he was a president, serving between 1831 to 1848. In 46, he suffered from a massive stroke that left him partially paralyzed. He recovered and continued to serve in the House. When he returned, he was greeted by a standing ovation from all members of Congress. In 48, the House was discussing the matter of honoring veterans of the Mexican-American War, and Quincy Adams was long against the Mexican-American War, so he stood to shout no as a part of his vote. And after he did, he collapsed, suffering a massive cerebral hemorrhage, dying in the House of Representatives. His final words were, "This is the last of Earth. I am content." Wasn't 2012 fun? Not for me. I was terrified that the world was gonna end. I was like 10, so cut me some slack. But one thing that made 2012 fun was Gangnam Style, or Gangnam Style. I'll probably end up saying both. Can you believe it's gonna be 12 years old this year? I also just watched it on my desktop for the first time in God knows how long, transporting me back to 2012. If only I could get on that Minecraft server I miss with my friends I haven't talked to since 2013 or whatever. Oh yeah, Mitt Romney. During the 2012 Republican debate, Mitt Romney entered the stage by dancing the Gangnam Style. Or, that's what some people remember. They vividly remember Mitt Romney dancing onto the stage, but it never happened. Kind of. This footage did take place, but it was edited by Jay Leno's team for his talk show. However, 2 years later in 2014, Mitt Romney did try to dance the Gangnam Style at some church event. On April 14th, 1865, citizens of Washington, D.C. were at Ford's Theater watching a rendition of Our American Cousin. The night was going like usual before a gunshot pierced the silence, and a man leaped over the balcony onto the stage, shouting "Sic Semper Tyrannis." Hundreds of people witnessed this. They just didn't realize the full story at the time. One of these witnesses was Samuel J. Seymour, who was just 5 years old. Exactly 9 weeks before he died, he appeared on the game show I've Got a Secret. Its premise is someone has a secret, and a panel tries to guess it with minimal hints. In every wrong guess, the contestant gets money. It only took 2 guesses to figure out his secret. Let's take a look.
Mr. Seymour, would this person have ever been president of the United States?
Was he ever president, this man?
Oh, I think he was once. Would it have been Abraham Lincoln?
It was Abraham Lincoln, yes.
Was this a pleasant thing?
Was it a pleasant thing you saw, sir?
Not very pleasant, I don't think. I was scared to death over it.
Fortunately, yes.
Did Mr. Seymour witness the shooting of President Lincoln?
He was 5 years old at the time. He had been taken to Ford's Theater by some good friends, and the curious thing was that when he was this youth, 5 years of age, when he saw Booth jump from the box to the stage, his only concern, but the poor man who fell out of the balcony. And that's all of his memory is of going to the theater and seeing a man fall out of the balcony.
These claims have been challenged, as the guest and himself have no documentation or evidence of being in Ford's Theater at the time. But come on, this dude was 94 years old. He was on death's door. Why would he lie about this? I believe him. During the New Deal, President FDR imposed a new law called the Revenue Act of 1935, which imposed an income tax of 75% on any income over $5 million. $5 million back then was a lot of money. It's a lot now, but back then it was $111 million a lot. So this new law only affected one person in the United States, John D. Rockefeller. In the 60s and 70s, a reporter named Jack Anderson wrote several pieces critical of the Richard Nixon administration. Even before this, he went after Nixon during his 1960 bid for presidency, revealing his biggest donors and lobbyists. This began the long feud between the two. It sparked back up again during the 1971 Indo-Pakistani War. where he was reporting on secret policy decisions between Pakistan and the United States. He also exposed the Nixon administration's harassment of John Lennon, their spying of former World War II Germans in South America, and much more, putting him right in the crosshairs of President Nixon. In 1972, two people working with the Nixon administration revealed they were ordered to kill Jack Anderson. Their plans included drugging him with LSD, poisoning his aspirin medicine, or even staging a fake robbery gone bad. None of these plans went through, as the assassin's plotters were arrested during the Watergate break-in investigation. Anderson went on to have a prolific career, winning a Pulitzer Prize and being the first one to break the news on the Iran-Contra affair. Thomas Jefferson refused any gifts from the public while serving as president, but he did accept one, a Shetland ram. The ram was kept on the White House lawn as a pet and was insanely territorial. Unfortunately, too territorial. In 1808, a young boy named Alexander Kerr was headed home from school and crossed through the White House lawn as a shortcut, which is insane. Imagine doing that nowadays. Anyways, the ram killed Alexander, and Thomas Jefferson shared his condolences with the boy's father, but he still kept his ram. This is because he wanted its wool. But then it was found out that the wool the ram was making was so low quality, it wasn't worth anything. Then, after it killed 3 more of Jefferson's sheep, he had it killed, calling it an abomination. Fowler was a Scottish Terrier belonging to Franklin Roosevelt, and remains as one of the most famous presidential pets of all time. He would attend events with Roosevelt and featured in many political cartoons of the time. He also featured in a libelous story against FDR, in which Republican politicians made up a story where the president accidentally left the dog behind on the Aleutian Islands, and sent an American destroyer to retrieve the dog. Since the dog was so popular, his name became a password for American soldiers stationed in Germany during World War II. To weed out spies, Americans would ask others the name of Roosevelt's dog. Fowler outlived Roosevelt by 7 years, and once the president passed away, the dog awoke from a sleep and ran to be at the leader's side one more time. When Fowler passed, a statue was built in his honor, being placed in Washington, D.C. When Harry Truman left the office, he went on vacation with his wife to several places, and was almost arrested during this. He was driving on the Pennsylvania Turnpike, and was disrupting the flow of traffic by riding in the left lane, causing a big line of traffic to pile up behind him. State Trooper Manley Stampley pulled over the red Chrysler without knowing who was driving it, and once he got up there, he was in shock. He didn't give the president a ticket, but said he would've if it was any other president, but did warn and explain what he was doing wrong, to which Truman apologized. Abraham Lincoln is the only president to hold a patent. He invented whatever this is. In 1849, Lincoln filed Patent 6469, a device for buoying vessels over shoals. During his brief time as a ferryman, Lincoln became stranded twice. His invention, the adjustable buoyant air chamber, which would go on the side of the boat, allowing it to be inflated to raise over obstacles. Lincoln made the scale model, but a functional unit was never made, and it remains to be seen if it would have worked. When Rutherford Hayes won his controversial election, even the most cynical of journalists marveled at the beauty that was Lucy Hayes, Rutherford's wife, and now the First Lady. Lucy had an interesting life and was very well educated for her time, which made her very desirable to potential partners, including Rutherford Hayes. He'd write about her in his diary, stating her low, sweet voice is very winning, a heart as true as steel. Intellect she has too, by George I am in love with her. They married soon after, and the Civil War began soon after. Rutherford fought, and Lucy would visit him often, caring for him and his unit medically. He began a very successful political career that landed him in the White House, along with Lucy. This is where her real fame begins. Rutherford and his wife were supporters of the temperance movement, which was made to ban alcohol. They didn't want to be hypocrites, so they banned alcohol at the White House, and instead served lemonade, giving Lucy her nickname. This entry may be a little confusing to some, because we saw JFK's brain when we were forced to watch him be blown out in elementary school. But after the deed was done, and the autopsy was finished, Kennedy's brain was stored in the National Archives. Then in 1966, 3 years after he was killed, JFK's brain was stolen, and it's still missing. So where did it go, besides the back seat? There are two main conspiracy theories about its whereabouts, and both have to do with it being destroyed to cover up something. The first theory comes from James Swanson, who claims his brother, Robert Kennedy, destroyed the brain to prevent people from investigating the late president's medical conditions. Another theory states it was destroyed because it proves that he was not shot from the back by Lee Harvey Oswald, but was instead shot in the front by someone else. John F. Kennedy is just one of many victims of historical brain robbery, and other people such as Albert Einstein and Vladimir Lenin all had their brains stolen, examined, and lost. At the onset of World War I, Americans began to ration certain items to save for the war effort. This even stretched the United States. In order to save the manpower and fuel that would be used to maintain the White House lawn, massive flocks of sheep were bought to graze the land. After this, their wool was sold as a fundraiser for the Red Cross. If I were to tell you an American president was a brony, who would you guess it would be? If you said Warren Harding, I am so sorry, but that wasn't right. But if you said Bill Clinton, congratulations! Bill Clinton was being interviewed by NPR as a part of one of their podcasts, and they had 3 questions about the show that Bill Clinton got right in lightning-fast speed. Let's take a look.
So here we go. You ready to do this? One of the current My Little Ponies is Rarity. That is her name, Rarity. What is her particular enthusiasm? A, she loves her little line of toys called My Even Tinier Ponies. B, giving other ponies makeovers. Or C, eating paste.
B.
Yes, giving other ponies makeovers. Yes, that is in fact Rarity. All right. When ponies discover their true talents in life, they earn something. What? A tattoo on their flank known as a cutie mark. B, a title such as Fluttershy the Inventive. Or C, the right to mate.
A.
A, you're gonna go for A, a tattoo known as the cutie mark. Oh, you're right, sir. All right, well, let's see if you can be perfect. The pony's most powerful enemy is which of these? A, Krastos the glue maker. B.
If he's not, he ought to be.
B, I know. B, the evil pony Nightmare Moon. Or C, the cynical grown-up Chester.
B.
B, you're gonna go for the evil pony Nightmare Moon. You're right, Mr. President.
Wow. So is Bill Clinton a brony, or is there another explanation? Bill does have a daughter, and she was born in 1980, and My Little Pony first came out in 1986. So did Bill watch it with her as she grew up? Maybe, but these questions related to the 4th generation of My Little Pony, or so I've been told, and this came out in 2010, when Chelsea was 30. It's also possible he guessed on all 3, or if we want to be really boring, he used deductive reasoning. Those questions were structured with 2 very wrong answers, and 1 clear answer. And I like to think NPR did this on purpose so they could frame Bill as a brony, and it worked. He's a brony. I will take no other answers. Historians and other nerds like to look back at elections and ponder the possibilities of someone else winning, and perhaps the biggest what-if candidate was Horace Greeley. A man who dreamed of being the president and had a lot of popularity but wasn't put up to run until his very end. Horace first gained prominence by forming the Tribune, the most popular newspaper of its time. It's in this newspaper where Horace created and popularized the saying, "Go West, young man." Like we said, Horace had aspirations to be president and was a staunch abolitionist, being against slavery his entire life, writing denouncements against the Fugitive Slave Act, the Kansas-Nebraska Act, and whatever else that didn't outright end slavery. He was also a socialist, a vegan, and a feminist, all wild ideas for his time. But then, he kind of went all Confederate supporter, wanting peace between both sides of the Civil War. But let's get back to politics. By the time 1872 came around, Ulysses Grant was running for re-election, much to the dismay of Horace Greeley. Greeley thought Grant was corrupt, and he kind of was, but this caused a splinter in the Republican Party to form. And this splinter was known as the Liberal Republican Party, and Greeley was elected as their candidate. Now, the 1872 election was kind of a mess. Not as bad as 76, but there were like 5 major parties running for the presidency. But Greeley and Grant were the 2 frontrunners. Grant ended up winning, and Greeley got 40% of the popular vote, but unfortunately, he died before the Electoral College could meet. He was entitled 66 electoral votes, but these were distributed to other random candidates, giving us this wild electoral map. 1872 remains as the only election to have a candidate die pre-electoral process. Before JFK was shot, he was president, and before he was president, he had to campaign. he made a very bold move and decided to campaign in West Virginia. We were more relevant back then, not a lot, but just a little bit more. Now, West Virginia was pretty much against Kennedy because of his status as a rich man's son and the fact he was a Catholic. But Kennedy nonetheless decided to campaign in the state. He traveled up and down the state and met with thousands of voters and held small rallies across the entire area. He would wait for miners to get off their shifts and would shake their hands as they left. One of my favorite photos of Kennedy comes from this time, when he was up in the remote hollers of the state greeting people. Thanks to Kennedy's campaign efforts, West Virginia voted for him in both the primary and general elections. I think all politicians can learn something from this. Biden is going to lose our state in November, but if he at least made an effort to talk about our state like we exist, that might sway people in his favor. From the years of 1851 to 58, Brigham Young was the governor of the Utah Territory and was running it as a theocracy, which is basically a religion-ran government. He was a Mormon and was forcing Mormon ideals into the citizens of Utah, a fierce breach of the First Amendment, and Washington wasn't going to stand for this. James Buchanan dispatched federal forces to disband this organization, but Brigham readied his own forces and had them conduct guerrilla warfare against the government. Neither side lost any fighters, but in this time, the Mountain Meadows Massacre took place. This was a mass killing of 120 citizens perpetrated by the Mormons and was a part of Young's strategy. Instead of a direct fight with the feds, he attacked the supply lines. At this time, the Fancher Party was moving from Arkansas to Utah and were caught up in this war, being killed by Brigham's forces. The Mormon War ended soon after this, as U.S. soldiers took over Salt Lake City and replaced Brigham with the new governor, and James Buchanan pardoned all parties involved, putting another nail into his coffin of executive misdeeds. This is Thailand, but prior to June 1939, this was Siam, and this is where Siamese cats come from. While Rutherford Hayes was in office, an American diplomat out of the U.S. consulate in Siam sent this rare breed of cats to Hayes and his wife, who both loved the gift. They named the cat Siam, kinda boring, that's like naming a German Shepherd German, but this made the first Siamese cat to enter the United States. When I mention a president of the United States who was accused of not being a citizen because of where he was born, you'll immediately think I'm talking about Barack Obama, but I'm actually talking about the 21st president, Chester Alan Arthur, who was accused of being born in Canada, making him ineligible to run for the presidency. He instead was born in Vermont. I personally think he should have been ineligible to run because of how fucking ugly he was. Jesus Christ. During Benjamin Harrison's presidencies, Congress sought help for internal improvements, expansion, and other varying expenses to help improve the United States boats. And Harrison signed this bill. And Bill is right, because it amounted to $1 billion, the first president to ever cross this mark in federal spending. Reagan and Gorbachev, the two enemies of the 80s, Mr. Communist and Mr. Capitalist themselves, the two hated each other. But they agreed to put their differences aside for one and only one condition, an alien invasion. In a 2009 interview, Gorbachev revealed that he and Reagan were on a walk together, and out of nowhere, Reagan asked him if aliens were to invade the United States, would the Soviet Union help? To which Gorbachev said yes, he would, and Reagan told him yes, we would help you too. This was just right in the middle of the Cold War. They had to set this straight. Before Biden was campaigning in Animal Crossing, his previous president, Barack Obama, beat him to the punch. During the 2008 election, the Barack Obama administration bought ad space in several video games, 18 in total. He had space purchased across both console and mobile gaming. Some games he advertised in include Burnout Paradise and Madden 09, and even 50 Cent's Blood in the Sand. Yes, 50 Cent has several video games, but that's a topic for maybe later in my channel. Here's another larger denomination of money, but we left off at 500 and we're going to take it up just a bit, just a little bit. We're going to discuss the $100,000 bill. This bill was only issued for 2 years, 1934 and 35. It was never meant for public use and was used for larger transactions between banks. This followed Executive Order 6102, which prohibited large hoarding of gold. People turned their gold in, and the $100,000 bill was made to facilitate transfers of all this gold between financial institutions. It features Woodrow Wilson for no real reason. 42,000 of them were made, and a lot of them were destroyed years after their commission. Nowadays, it's illegal to own them and may only be used for display. Today, they remain the largest denomination of money ever issued in the United States. In August of 1923, Warren Harding made history as the first president to visit the territory of Alaska, and it's here where he came down with an awful sickness. His Alaska visit was a part of a re-election campaign, which was cut short. He was in a San Francisco hotel room being read to by his wife before he suddenly died. Officially, the death was listed as cardiac arrest, but this diagnosis has been questioned. And much like Zachary Taylor, people thought he was assassinated, but after investigations into the president, it was determined that yes, he died of cardiac arrest. After the Declaration of Independence was signed, it wasn't exactly stored in the best conditions. It was stored in direct sunlight and would be rolled up and moved and copied and whatever else, causing it to deteriorate. The Constitution, on the other hand, had a safer existence. It was stored better, but still not properly. On September 29, 1921, President Warren Harding issued an executive order that transferred the Constitution and the Declaration to the Library of Congress for preservation and exhibition. And it's because of this we are still able to read the originals today. In July of 1969, the world watched in angst as the Apollo 11 mission began. If successful, it would see the first man walk on the moon, and thankfully, it was successful. However, there were doubts about its success, and several contingencies were put in place in case it went horribly wrong. One of these contingencies comes from Richard Nixon. Nixon had a speech drafted in case the Apollo 11 mission ended in death, and it's dedicated to the crew who would have lost their lives, remembering their sacrifice. It ends with this: every human being who looks up at the moon in the nights to come will know there is some corner of the world that is forever mankind, and the full speech is online if you're interested in reading it. On January 1st, 1907, Teddy Roosevelt was attending a New Year's event at the White House where he accidentally broke a world record. He did this by shaking 8,510 hands, and I want to know how this number was calculated. Or did Teddy start shaking a lot and he thought, you know what? This could be something, and then he set out to break the record. Off the coast of Nova Scotia in Canada sits Oak Island, home of long-spoken-about treasures dating back to the times of piracy. It was said that Captain Kidd buried $2 million worth of treasure on the island, and this has sparked a search for the long-forgotten goods. This search even enamored future President Franklin Roosevelt. In 1909, the Old Gold Salvage Group landed on Oak Island. The crew of 7 searched the island between August and November of the year, and this group included FDR, but they did not find the treasure. However, FDR himself had previously visited the island, but also did not find it, and he continued his obsession with it through his presidency. In 2014, The Curse of Oak Island premiered, a show with 11 seasons that is still ongoing, and they have not found the treasure. Good lord, the island is 20 square miles. You could have dug up the entire place by now. Shia LaBeouf got it right in holes, why not just do the same? Following the Watergate scandal, the dive into Richard Nixon, several strange things were discovered, including a list he kept of people he hated. The list was a compilation of people that Nixon viewed as political enemies, and just people he didn't like Paul Newman is on there. The plan was to ruin each of these people's lives in any form possible. Audits, actually that's the extent of his plans. Then the IRS released a statement saying they don't audit people based off the fact the president doesn't like them. It's not known by many, but on the day JFK died, we almost lost his successor, Lyndon Johnson, as well. And his would-be death would have been at the hands of the Secret Service. In his memoir, Secret Service agent Gerald Blaine reveals that he was standing guard at the Washington home of President Johnson when he heard footsteps approaching him. So, he readied his submachine gun, pushed the butt of the gun against his shoulder, finger on the trigger, ready to be fired. He pointed it at the unknown forces general area, and as it got closer, it was revealed to be Lyndon Johnson. The president was shocked at first, and that's all that was said on the matter. Are your parents proud of you? What about your grandparents? It's a goal of many's life to please their ancestors, and I know Ulysses Grant is proud of what he's created. Ulysses Grant Dietz was born on July 22nd, 1955. And he's made a career for himself as an author. And what type of books do you think he writes? If you said gay vampire fiction, congratulations, you hit the nail on the head. Dietz is the creator of Desmond, and its sequel, Vampire in Suburbia. It's got an interesting premise. 250-year-old gay vampire is living in New York City and falls in love with a straight guy who is a museum curator. If this video gets 1 like, I'll consider buying it and giving it my review. Grant has also written Growing Up Grant, a personal story based on his life, living in Ulysses' shadow, and his coming out story. I also want to quickly mention James Garfield and his great-great-grandson, Richard Garfield, who is the creator of Magic the Gathering. In 1909, then-American President William Taft and Mexican President Porfirio Diaz planned a summit to take place in El Paso and Ciudad Juarez, which would mark the first meeting between presidents of these two nations. This was a pretty serious event, with over 4,000 personnel between the two leaders to aid in protection. But even with this, we almost had another dead president. A man named Julius Bergensen was getting closer to Diaz and Taft, and was stopped when he got just feet away. It was found he had a palm pistol, and it's not known who his target was, rather Diaz, Taft, or both. But if it was Taft, look at this thing, and now look at Taft. I think you would have needed a cannon. When Charles Guiteau bought the pistol he used to shoot James Garfield, he opted to spend a little more on the one with an ivory handle, as he thought it would look the nicest in a museum. He should have opted to save a little money, as it's not in a museum, and it's in fact missing. After Charles was hanged, the gun was donated to the Smithsonian Museum, but it has since gone missing. This is Oliver Wendell Holmes Jr., an Associate Justice on the Supreme Court and a Civil War veteran. So why is he on a president's iceberg? Well, it's because of the two American presidents he met. He was born in March of 1841, and at this time, John Quincy Adams, the 6th president, was serving as a Massachusetts representative. And through Oliver's father, he met the former president and shook his hands. Now we fast way forward to the early 1920s when Holmes is on the Supreme Court and Joe Kennedy is working in the United States government. And through their connections, the man in his late 80s met the future president John F. Kennedy. This goes to show American history is not that long. Do you remember Millard Fillmore? I doubt it, but here he is again. We may not remember Millard Fillmore, but he left quite an impression with Queen Victoria. In March of 1855, Millard began a tour of Europe, and he visited the United Kingdom and their monarch, Queen Victoria, and she was awestruck. She told Millard he was the handsomest man she had ever laid eyes on. I was kind of surprised she said this. I mean, I'd never mocked someone's looks, but Millard the most handsome? But then I remembered she lived in London, and this is probably the caliber of men she saw every day. We mentioned that Benjamin Harrison was the first president to have their voice recorded, but there are rumors that it was actually Abraham Lincoln. Now, Lincoln died in 1865, and the phonograph was made in 1877, 12 years after this, so case closed, right? Well, not exactly, as the phonograph wasn't the first invention made to record sound. Behold, the phonautograph, which was invented in 1857, 8 years before Lincoln died, giving us the possibility of a recording. The phonautograph was invented by Edward Leon Scott de Martinville, but when the phonautograph was made, it was impossible to play back the recordings at first. It wouldn't be for another 150 years until we were able to play back a phonautograph recording, and the absolute oldest recording we have is this. This is someone, presumably Edward Leon Scott de Martinville, singing a French song called Au clair de la lune, and this was recorded in 1860. So oldest recording with a phonautograph is 1860, Lincoln died in 1865, giving us a 5-year period in which Lincoln's voice could have been recorded. There was a rumor that Martinville came to the White House in 63 and recorded Lincoln's voice, and then this recording would later end up in Thomas Edison's collection. But all of this is rumors and speculation. There's no solid evidence that Martinville was in the States in the 1860s, but as we established, there is a possibility that Lincoln's voice was recorded. The oldest recording happened before Lincoln died. And let's keep in mind, the recordings made by the phonautograph were insanely fragile, and we're talking about something that if it was made 150 years ago. In 1969, Jimmy Carter, along with 10 others, were in the South Georgia town of Leary when they spotted something strange in the sky. It was a ball of light that changed size, brightness, and color over a period of 10 to 12 minutes. He also said he didn't hear anything coming from it, no whir of a helicopter or buzz of an engine. He later said it was above Fort Benning, so it could have been some kind of military test. But because of his encounter, Carter was inspired to find out the truth behind aliens, and he promised he would reveal any information the White House had on aliens once he got into the office. But once he won the election, he refused to disclose anything, citing nationwide security concerns. Abraham Lincoln is infamously the first president to be assassinated, happening right after he was elected in 1965, but he could have died years before this in another assassination. Lincoln's election was controversial. I mean, half the country broke away because of it, and threats against him began to pop up. The most serious one was the Baltimore plot. This was an alleged conspiracy to take place against Lincoln on his way to his inauguration. Previously, the Pinkertons had uncovered a plot to kill Lincoln in Baltimore, Maryland. It was speculated that attackers would be in the crowd and would stab Lincoln as he passed. It's not known how real this threat was, but it was taken seriously. Lincoln wore a disguise through the city, and once this was uncovered, he was mocked for it in the press. However, he made it through unscathed. Like we said before, if we say the name William Howard Taft, we're gonna think of the guy who got stuck in the bathtub, but it's not true. It was a made-up story that took place 20 years after he left the office. Now, William Taft was a big guy, and he was often the butt of the joke. Like one time, Theodore Roosevelt told him he should give up horseback riding because all he was doing was hurting the horse. Also, William Taft hated being president. He described it as the 4 most miserable years of his life. But once he left the office, his life turned around. Soon after he left, he became the Chief Justice on the Supreme Court, a job he loved. While doing this, he also lost over 60 pounds. Man's lost weight and got a promotion in a field he loved. Put some respect on his name. Bring that up next time someone says he got stuck in the bathtub. Over its 300 years of history, America has had so many weird people run for president. From the guy with a boot on his head, to a vampire, to Jeb Bush, to a socialist who ran from prison. Eugene Debs was the founder of the Socialist Party and ran for president 4 times. During World War I, the Sedition Act was passed, which restricted people from speaking out against the government in times of war. Eugene Debs was against this, giving a speech in Canton, Ohio saying, "I would never go to war for a capitalist country." Debs was arrested for this, but it didn't stop him from running for president in the 1920 election, in which he received 1 million votes. Lem Billings was a lifelong friend of John F. Kennedy and may have been his secret lover. Now, Lem was an openly gay man, and he helped run Kennedy's presidential campaign and served as an usher at his wedding. Billings even got his own bedroom in the White House, which is kept a secret to the public. Also, let's look at this picture. Do you hold any of your best friends like that? While nothing's confirmed, people believe these men were secret lovers, and I could believe it. But what can be said about their relationship is the support John gave Lem. At the time, being gay was illegal, but this never stopped Kennedy from being his friend. There is a story of when the two were in their early years and Lem hit on Kennedy, to which he replied, "I'm not that kind of boy." Who knows? Just because they were close doesn't mean they're gay, but just because they weren't out doesn't mean they weren't gay. Did you know when Sonic was created, he was based off of Bill Clinton? The creators of Sonic said they based the hedgehog off of Bill Clinton's can-do attitude. That may not be obvious at first, but this picture really sells that. Ah, copyright. The reason why 10 seconds of a British Path clip cut my income in half. Don't we love it? We joke, but copyright laws are important, and they actually have a long history that involves the beginning of the United States. Previously, the United Kingdom had passed the Statute of Anne, which provided legal protection over a creator's works, mostly books at this time. This did not apply to the colonies, and once they became the United States, they had to pass their own copyright law. This is where the Copyright Act of 1790 comes from. The stated goal of the Copyright Act was to give authors the right to print, reprint, publish, and sell their own personal works. This allowed a 14-year protection with an option to renew should the copyright holder still be alive. George Washington was a big advocate for this act, and he passed it 1 year into his presidency. After the first president died in office and John Tyler became president, he too almost died. On February 28th, 1844, John Tyler and his cabinet were on the USS Princeton as a part of a vacation. Tyler was below deck, and his Secretary of War, David Gardner, urged him to come above deck to watch a cannon be fired, and Tyler said he would be up soon. However, he missed the cannon being fired, but he sure heard it because it exploded and killed 6 people, including David Gardner, the guy who invited Tyler up. This is President John Quincy Adams, the 6th president who served between 1825 to 1829. This is the earliest photo of a president to ever be taken, and it was taken in 1843, 14 years after he left the office. But the first sitting president to be photographed would be number 11, James Polk, pictured here. Well, James Polk is the first president to have his picture taken and survive, as William Henry Harrison, the 9th president, had his picture taken as well. On March 4th, 1841, William Henry Harrison had just delivered the longest inaugural speech at that point and even today. He was then sat down and had his picture taken. This picture has since gone missing. Like we said, 2 years later, that picture of John Quincy Adams would be taken, marking that as the oldest photo of a president to survive. Here's another photo of John Quincy Adams that was taken around the same time, and I only wanted to include it because, Jesus Christ, he looks terrifying in this. This is something that would be in the Mandela catalog, and this picture itself was lost for a long time, and I think it should have stayed lost because, Jesus Christ. Anyways, we're way off topic. I guess there's not too much to add. Henry's photo was lost, and this picture is actually a really realistic portrait, providing us the closest look we can get at a photograph of William Henry Harrison. When Chester Alan Arthur became president, he wanted the White House decorated, but there wasn't enough funds for it. So like a 6-year-old wanting to buy Lego, he dug through the White House finding anything he could sell in a yard sale. This resulted in weird things, like a pair of Lincoln's pants and one of John Quincy Adams' hats being sold at this White House auction. After Grover Cleveland won his 2nd term, he soon discovered a tumor located within his jaw. At the time, the country was going through a depression, and it was worried that news of a cancer-ridden president would cause the country to slide further. So his treatment was kept a secret. So in the summer of 1893, Grover underwent a secret surgery to have his tumor taken out. As far as the public knew, the president was simply going on a yacht for vacation. But on this yacht, he was occupied by a team of 6 surgeons who took 90 minutes to remove the tumor, 5 teeth, and a large part of the president's left jawbone. Cleveland survived with no side effects, but the public was starting to get wise. A reporter named E.J. Edwards interviewed a doctor who revealed what really happened. However, Cleveland denied the story, and E.J. was regarded as a disgrace. 24 years later, when only 3 witnesses to the surgery were alive, they revealed what really happened to clear the name of E.J. Edwards. Before Reagan entered the White House, another actor held the title of president, and that was Grover Cleveland. Okay, he didn't really act in anything, but he was the first president to be recorded. When William McKinley was inaugurated, Grover Cleveland was there, since he was the sitting president. This technically makes him the first president to be recorded. Samuel Morse is the inventor of Morse code, and before this, he was a painter, and he painted a portrait of the 5th president, James Monroe. However, James Monroe hated his portrait so bad, he ordered it to be burnt. But it wasn't burnt, and it serves as his official one to this day. When Richard Nixon was in office, he had several hostile communist nations looking at the United States, and he had a unique way of dealing with them. He and his administration attempted to make the communists believe Nixon was irrational and volatile so they would not provoke the United States, fearing a drastic response. Nixon himself deemed it madman theory, stating, "I want the North Vietnamese to think I've reached the point where I might do anything to stop this war. Slip it to them that Nixon is obsessed with communism, and we can't restrain him when he's angry, and he has his hand on the nuclear button." It wasn't just Vietnam. In October 1969, the Nixon administration told the Soviet Union that the madman was loose, and the United States military was ordered to full readiness as bombers armed with thermonuclear weapons flew over the Soviet Union for 3 days. There's a common misconception that George Washington became the president immediately after the War of Independence was over, but this isn't the case. The war ended in 1783, and Washington didn't become president until 1789. So what was going on in the country for these 6 years? Well, without a full deep dive, let's simplify it by saying the states were basically acting as their own countries, and there was a very loose federal government. The nation was being governed by the Articles of Confederation, and this made the President of the Congress the most powerful person in the country. And there were 8 of them before Washington became the president under the Constitution. The first of these men to preside over the nation in this manner was John Hanson, the real kind of first president of the United States. On June 14th, 1959, then Vice President Richard Nixon was invited to Disneyland by Walt Disney himself, and of course he was going to go. He and his family went to the park. There was a new monorail opening, and it was about to be televised, with Richard Nixon taking the first ride. The monorail was made by Bob Gurr, and his nerves were off the charts. He was made even more nervous as he watched Nixon walk up, accompanied by Walt Disney himself. The two and their guests loaded into the monorail, and Walt yelled to Gurr with 2 words that terrified him: "Let's go." He started it up and drove the monorail across the track. Everything was going fine until he looked back and realized the vice president didn't have his Secret Service with him. He just kidnapped Richard Nixon. Thankfully, the monorail worked as intended, and he pulled back into the track. Nixon's daughters yelled they wanted to go again, and Disney told Bob to take them for another spin, probably with a Secret Service this time. In 1945, a chess match was held in the Soviet Union, and with the United States team visiting. Before the match began, the team gave Joseph Stalin a pipe with a wood carving of himself and FDR playing chess. One night, Sarah Bush Lincoln walked inside her home. To see her ceiling was covered in muddy footprints, to which her stepson, Abraham Lincoln, revealed it was him. His stepmother told him before that due to his height, he was gonna have to scrub the ceiling. So for some reason, he got his friends to go step in the mud, and then he held him up high so they could walk on the ceiling. To which his stepmom made him scrub the ceiling. Just sounds like a massive waste of a day to me. When Richard Nixon first met his future wife, Pat Ryan, he instantly fell in love and asked her to marry him on their first date. She denied his request, but they did stay close, and Richard began to drive her back and forth just to spend time with her. And these trips included drives to dates with other men, and it must have worked out because they soon got married. Soon after the attack on Pearl Harbor, the National Baseball League asked the question if the season should be suspended, to which Franklin Roosevelt denied it. He said, "I feel it is best for the country to keep baseball going, so people can still have a chance for recreation." FDR was a big fan of baseball and played it as a kid, even though he wasn't very good at it. This didn't stop him from watching it though. But this wasn't the only reason he wanted it to continue. He said if 300 teams use 5,000 people for a recreational activity that 20 million United States citizens enjoy, of course it was worthwhile. This was the status quo throughout the entire war. The seasons continued as usual through the end. So, to make the intro in the beginning, I watched some other people to see how they did it. And my biggest inspiration was CNN's video. But something stood out to me. Calvin Coolidge. It's just 4 seconds, but there is video and sound of Calvin Coolidge's oath. Let's take a look. What's going on here? So what does exist is video of his inauguration, but there's no audio. This was the first inauguration to be on the radio, and I attempted to find an audio recording that I maybe thought was spliced over the footage, but to no avail. But I also didn't want to spend too much time looking for this. I wanted to get this video done. So now I ask, do we begin this dive into the rabbit hole, or is it simply a step down in the one, meaning it's available somewhere and I just couldn't find it? Let me know if that's a video you're interested in. In 1853, President Franklin Pierce was riding his horse when he accidentally trampled an old woman. Yes, he was drunk. He was arrested, but once they found out who he was released from custody. Alright, we're gonna begin the final tier with the most disgusting story in the entire iceberg. Grover Cleveland is the first president to get married in the White House, so that's fine, right? Until we explain how exactly these two met. Francis's father and Grover were good friends, and when he died, Cleveland began to raise Frances. She was only 11 years old at this time. When she married Grover, she was 22, but good God, they possessed me. But good God, Grover Cleveland raised his wife from age 11. That is disgusting, and we are moving on. The Donner Party was an expedition that had the goal of traveling the Sierra Nevada mountain range. But unfortunately, they got lost on the way, and had to resort to cannibalism to survive. The Donner Party originated from Springfield, Illinois, where future President Abraham Lincoln was living. And yes, he almost went with them. He stayed behind as his wife was pregnant and he didn't want to abandon her. Do you remember Millard Fillmore? I doubt it, but here he is again, and now we can discuss one of the few notable things he did as president. Under Napoleon III, the nation of France took an interest in Hawaii. They attempted to force an annexation agreement on the King of Hawaii. Millard Fillmore was not going to let this happen. He invoked the Monroe Doctrine and told France that the United States would not stand for any action on the Hawaiian Islands, causing France to back down. We're gonna pause and play a game. This entry is about the first president to be born in a hospital, and I want you to guess who it is. If you said George Washington, you're wrong. If you said Abraham Lincoln, you're wrong. If you said Teddy Roosevelt, you're wrong. Coolidge, Roosevelt, Kennedy, Nixon, all wrong. The first president to be born in a hospital was Jimmy Carter, the 39th president who was elected in 1976, 200 years after America became independent. Richard Nixon was a big fan of music. We previously discussed his experience with 5 different instruments, but it didn't stop there. He listened to all types of music and was really partial to hip-hop. He even said, "I have often thought that if there was a good rap group around in those days, I may have chosen a career in music instead of politics." That's the alternate history I want to see. In 1981, a political scientist devised a test of 13 true or false questions to predict which party is going to win the election. And he has correctly guessed every election since 1984, and he only got 2000 wrong. This man is named Alan Lichtman. Alan's 13 questions basically center around how the incumbent president handled the country. We're not going to list all 13, but basically asked how the economy, policy changes, and major challenges coming in will affect the president. 2024 is an election year, and Alan Lichtman has predicted that Joe Biden will defeat Donald Trump. It's the end of April. Come back in 7 months and tell me if you got it right. If you were to guess the first non-United States flag to fly over the White House, who would you guess it belonged to? Maybe one of our close allies like Britain, France, or Canada, or a country who just went through a tragedy. It's kind of a mix of both, as it was the Serbian flag, first being flown at the beginning of the Great War. Serbia and the United States were close allies at this time. The United States then began to pledge financial support and even declared July 28th to be Serbian Day, as it was the day World War I began, something we were about to be heavily involved in. On the night of April 5th, 1802, William Dunbar spotted something strange in the sky. He saw a massive, burning, house-shaped object in there. For some reason, he sent this report to Thomas Jefferson, who is currently the vice president. This isn't the only UFO report to be sent to him. Another random dude saw a shape in the sky change from the shape of a skeleton, to a turtle, to a Highlander, and it just makes me wonder, what made Thomas Jefferson the authority on UFOs? Why was everyone sending him these reports? We're back to voice recordings. We've established that Benjamin Harrison was the first president to have their voice recorded, but there are rumors that Abraham Lincoln had his voice recorded. But now we can talk about Rutherford Hayes. Let's lay out our timeline. Lincoln was the 16th president, and Hayes was the 19th. Benjamin Harrison was 23. But with Hayes, we're now 12 years after Lincoln died, well into the era of the phonograph, the first device that was able to record and play back audio on its own. The oldest voice recording made with a phonograph came from 1877, the same year Hayes took the office. According to the Miller Center, on December 30th, 1877, Thomas Edison paid a visit to the White House in the late hours of the night and demonstrated his new invention to the president, recording his voice. Now, finding information on this thing was hard, and the first source I read was on Facebook, so that tells you how reliable it is. But if that recording was made, it's gone, and that makes sense. The wax cylinders that stored the phonograph recordings were incredibly fragile, so any little form of mishandling would destroy it. As of 2024, Benjamin Harrison is still credited with the president with the oldest voice recording, despite the rumors that these older recordings were lost. Gerald Ford was not named Gerald Ford when he was born. He was named Leslie Lynch King Jr. His dad was Leslie King Sr., and Gerald's parents got a divorce only 16 days after he was born, and he was just not a good person. He repeatedly beat his wife, Ford's mom, and threatened to kill her and Gerald several times. Thankfully, she was able to get away from him, and without looking it up, I'm pretty sure divorces were like really hard to get at this time. It's 1910s. So for them to get a divorce, it was serious. Anyways, they got away, and his mom married Gerald Rudolph Ford, who was very good to the both of them. So Gerald Ford changed his name to honor his new father at age 22. Manolo Sanchez was Richard Nixon's valet, and a character from the Book of Life apparently. He did this for years, beginning in 1962, 7 years before Nixon became president. The two developed a close relationship, and Nixon described the Sanchezes as an extension of his own family. And during a dinner with his family, Nixon announced he was running for president, and Manolo supported him every step of the way. The two only got closer, to the fact they developed their own language and would say words to each other that only the other would understand. Ida McKinley was the wife to William McKinley, and she was epileptic. The doctors at this time did not understand epilepsy, misdiagnosing her. At a social event, if Ida were about to undergo a seizure, William would place a towel or handkerchief or whatever else over her, covering her contorted face. Once the spell was over, he'd take it off like nothing ever happened. Do you remember Millard Fillmore? I doubt it, but here he is again. We've ragged on him throughout this entire iceberg for being this forgotten and unknown person, and I hope you know about him now because of me. That's the only thing I want you to take away from this iceberg, Millard Fillmore's existence. I'm not the only person to want this. In 1963, the Millard Fillmore Society was founded. This is a group made to remember this forgotten president, and they would meet once a year on his birthday, January 7th. They would meet at his gravesite and discuss his accomplishments and whatever else they can say about him. Not a lot, I imagine. This is my new goal as a content creator. Let's resurrect the Millard Fillmore Society. The first meeting of the new Millard Fillmore Society is on January 7th, 2025. Set a reminder, I expect everyone to be there. On May 13th, 1993, travelers trying to leave Los Angeles International Airport face an hour delay because of Air Force One not taking off yet. Was there a medical emergency on board or just any kind of threat? No. Bill Clinton was getting a haircut. Well, that's the story that was reported. But it was later revealed that it only delayed one aircraft by 2 minutes. Californians just whine a lot. The 1912 election was being fought between three people, Woodrow Wilson, Theodore Roosevelt, and William Taft, who quickly realized he was not going to win. In one last desperate attempt to win, his campaign released a poster that would surely turn the tides, a poster so good he would instantly win without a shadow of doubt. Behold, Bill! This is it. This is what his team thought he needed to win, and for some reason, he did not. In 1944, Representative Francis Walter of Pennsylvania gifted President Franklin Roosevelt something you don't get every day. He gave him a letter opener made from the arm bone of a Japanese soldier. Roosevelt loved the gift, telling the representative, "This is the type of gift I want to get." This story soon leaked to both American and Japanese presses, to which Japan was mortified. This story was used as propaganda in Japan, painting America as a barbarous nation. Facing this backlash, FDR had the letter opener buried. So, how do I begin this? How can you begin this? Maybe it's just best to say it. George Bush watched 2G 1C. I'm not going to explain what that is, and if you don't know what it is, you're better off. Just know it's a disgusting video that went viral in the early 2000s. It was a trend to trick people into watching it, and I'm guessing that's why he's watching it here. Directly because of this, George Bush founded the Obscenity Protection Task Force. The OPTF was tasked with investigating anything obscene on the internet, and the previously mentioned video was one such investigated. Ira Isaacs was the target, as he created the video in question. Years of legal proceedings began, to which he pleaded the First Amendment, claiming he was making shock art. It wasn't just one trial, it was 3, and all of them ended in a mistrial for varying reasons, and he's currently writing a book with his story. Buddy, we don't want to hear it. We've seen your previous stint in content creation. We don't need to see any more. While serving as vice president, the role oversees Senate meetings. This had been done since the beginning of the country, and at the very start, the vice president used the gavel to call order, finalize votes, and whatever else is done in there. The same gavel had been used since 1789, but this was about to change. In 1954, Richard Nixon was the vice president, and the Senate was going through a debate on nuclear energy, and it got heated. See what I did there? And Nixon was just pounding away with the gavel, and it broke, ending a 163-year period of use. Although, it should be stated that it wasn't entirely Richard Nixon's fault. It was 163 years old, and had seen 163 years of being beat against the desk. Nixon just put its final nail into its coffin. All throughout his wild life, Teddy Roosevelt was scared of an agonizing death, and because of this, he carried a small vial of morphine, enough for a lethal dose, so he could go out on his own terms. And he almost used it. In December of 1913, 4 years after he left the presidency, he, along with a small group, were exploring and mapping part of the Amazon rainforest in Brazil. The trip instantly failed. Roosevelt slashed his leg open and contracted malaria. The group came across a small gap, to which Roosevelt's son Kermit began to fashion a makeshift bridge for them to get across. But Roosevelt had doubt. He was slowing the group down, and while in a tent, he called in his son and travel partner George Cherry, stating he wanted them to go on, but he was staying right there. But Kermit got the bridge built and got the group across, saving his father. But yes, Roosevelt was ready to take himself out with a vial of morphine. Rutherford Hayes is one of 5 United States presidents to serve in the Civil War, and he should count himself lucky he made it through the Civil War because he was wounded 5 times. Most of them were minor injuries, a knee injury there, his horse dying causing him to hit the ground there, but nothing really major, save for his first injury. During the Battle of South Mountain in 1862, Rutherford took a shot to his left arm, fracturing it. To stop the bleeding, he had one of his soldiers tie a handkerchief around it and continued the charge. This earned him the respect across the battlefield, as he was regarded for his bravery throughout, helping him in his later political aspirations. So here we are, the very bottom of the iceberg. Nearly 300 entries later, and what, like 3 hours at least? What could I have possibly left down here? My friends, it's Obama's last name. He is the only president to have an unknown last name. Was that funny? When I first played this iceberg a year ago, I thought to end it like that. Was it worth it? And here we are. I never thought I was going to get this done, but I did. We did. What a month. And a week. I want to thank all of you from the bottom of my heart for the support you gave me on this series, and I hope it was all worth it. By God, I hope it was all worth it. Dedicating an entire month of my life to editing really just one big video took it out of me, and I kind of think I need a break. It's what I would say if I was a coward, because I've got 3 more videos coming out in May. Beginning next week, we got Johnny Cash's Silly Era, discussing all of the silliness of my favorite musician. Then we got another installment of Atlas Obscura, a website dedicated to chronicling all the weird places in the world. And finally, a video on Gotham 1919, a fan-made adaptation of the Batman lore set during the Great Depression. And then, yeah, I'll probably take a break. I'm staying busy, and I hope you all stay to watch. Until then, thank you all so much for watching, and have a wonderful day.